grief denial process. That was real. On the pissed-off scale, India was probably the angriest. Restructuring on the American model was very foreign to them. The Russians wanted to negotiate by holding the license hostage. After McCall pulls out in March 2000, Motorola is calling, and we sat through about 4 weeks of bluster about next gen. In other words, they would sell us the next generation system, before we decided, go fuck yourself, next gen is none of your business. Despite the bleakness of the situation, Iridium begged bankruptcy judge Cornelius Blackshear for a few more days to cull back through the 21 companies that had expressed interest in Iridium and see if one of them might make a qualified bid. Blackshear agreed to wait until March 15, 2000. A few potential buyers did show up, but none of them had the $10 million deposit. 2 days later, Motorola shut off service. Brockman issued a public obituary and apology. "I am deeply saddened by this outcome," he said. Gloating by Monday morning quarterbacks was immediate and ubiquitous. Jane Zweig, an analyst at Herschel Shostak Associates in Wheaton, Maryland, told the Washington Post, "It's a very challenging proposition. Today you have wireless pretty much anywhere." Actually, cell phones at the time worked on only 8% of Earth's surface. Satellite consultant Jeff Abramson told the Financial Times that constellations cost billions, so even if the satellites last another 9 years, Iridium is just kicking the can down the road. "They had the wrong product for the wrong market at the wrong time," said John Logsdon, director of the Space Policy Institute at George Washington University. "It's not going to be too long before you can take a cellular phone anywhere in the world and have it work by simply throwing a switch." Logsdon's comments were representative of the conventional wisdom, and especially galling because the universal switch he referred to was available only on one phone, Iridium's. Once it was gone, 90% of Earth would have no switch. Oddly enough, 7 months after the bankruptcy, with the system turned off, Iridium common stock continued to trade at price levels that fluctuated between 87 cents and $6. To put this in perspective, common stock amounted to only 13.25% of the company's equity. Iridium handsets were being sold as nostalgia items on eBay, and the company had issued a public announcement stating that the stock was, in effect, worthless. Yet somewhere, somehow, people were finding the phone, using the phone, falling in love with the phone, and buying the worthless stock. Love for the satellites ran so deep that it trumped all available evidence. The bankruptcy court authorized another $8.3 million for Brockman and colleagues to wind down the company. A week later, while they were loading things into boxes and shutting down facilities, a tall, mild-mannered guy named Dan Calusi called and asked if he could come by the offices and take a look around. "Sure, come on over," said Brockman, "but the D-orbit is next Wednesday." Chapter 9. The Wonks Scramble. March 15, 2000. Room 226, Eisenhower Executive Office Building, Washington, D.C. Institutional panic does not resemble human panic. When governments freak out, they do so by stages and in memoranda that begin with phrases like, "unfortunately," and "I am sorry to report," and "based on the data we now have available." They accumulate studies to justify the alarm, and then they pepper it with meetings at which functionaries gauge which part of the hysteria their agency should be responsible for, thereby to properly express anguish in proportion to the blame. The government panic over Iridium, if charted on an EKG, would resemble the Golden Gate Bridge, with huge spikes at the beginning and end of the year 2000, with periods of calm in between, as the less frightened agencies relegated satellites to the cold case file, and with lots of swaying in the wind, as various cabinet secretaries switched sides, overreacted to media reports, and sent conflicting orders to their lieutenants. At the nerve center of all this activity, steady as a rock, was the resident of room 226 of the newly renamed Eisenhower Executive Office Building, directly west of the White House. The same room where Secretary Howard Taft had once run the War Department for Teddy Roosevelt. This was the domain of Dorothy Robin. Robin specialized in sticky situations. She was known as a troubleshooter and a first-class negotiator who got things done with a combination of personal charm, white papers that sing, and a level of persistence that sometimes seemed supernatural. When word started circulating around Washington that a whole lot of satellites were about to be crashed into the ocean, she was the first to be notified in the form of a personal letter from a Motorola lawyer. She was puzzled. How did something go from technological marvel to orbital debris that fast? But not overly so. The letter said that even though Craig McCaw decided not to invest, there were other bidders who might show up in a few days to rescue the constellation. Meanwhile, the rest of the government was being alerted through a chain of events that began with a memo from an obscure bureaucrat in the State Department, Evan Bloom, Director of the Offices of Ocean and Polar Affairs in the Bureau of Oceans, Environment, and Science. Since Iridium was the only handheld phone that worked in the polar regions, Bloom had been the first to see the official Motorola warning, and he had placed a nervous call to Iridium headquarters in Reston, Virginia. Routed to company lawyer Tom Tuttle, Bloom was told that, yes, the destruction of the constellation had been ordered and would take about a year to complete. Bloom put that news into a memo, and a tsunami of disbelief coursed through the executive branch, eventually reaching the president himself. There were safety issues, there were commercial licensing issues, and most important to the president, there was the issue of public pandemonium if satellites started falling out of the sky. By March 15, 2000, the day of the bankruptcy hearing, Robin was already ahead of the situation. Checking on the outcome of the hearings, she ended up talking to a Motorola systems engineer named Sam Fernandez, and he not only confirmed everything in Bloom's memo, but made it worse. The satellites would be coming down in 3 days. Surely he couldn't be serious. Iridium had now turned into an instant crisis, so her instincts told her she had to go to the Pentagon. When you're looking for a government reason to intervene, she would say later, it's got to be a national security reason. Robin's first job in Washington had been at the Office of Technology Assessment, which sorted out complex issues for Congress, and most of these issues involved the military. She knew the Department of Defense had already spent a lot of money on Iridium, so she dialed her best friend there, Lee Buchanan. Buchanan was a physicist, a student, in fact, of Edward Teller, who had been head of DARPA's Advanced Materials Office before becoming Assistant Secretary of the Navy. More important, Robin considered him an intellectual soulmate, especially on the hot issue of commercial-military integration. The two of them had bonded during a trade mission to Japan to study the ceramics industry, and she knew he would think of Iridium as a golden opportunity to adapt civilian technology to military uses. She was wrong. "Don't you guys use these phones?" she asked him. "Yes," said Buchanan, "the military did use Iridium phones, but the feeling within the building was that the system was worthless." In fact, Buchanan added, the Joint Chiefs of Staff considered buying Iridium 2 months earlier for the equivalent of 2 cents on the dollar, but turned it down as falling short of Pentagon requirements. The Navy was developing its own handheld satellite phone called the Mobile User Objective System. "Our requirements are that the phone work through a triple canopy jungle in the rain, and Iridium can't do that," he said. Triple canopy jungle? How many U.S. Navy ships ply the waterways of the Amazon rainforest? Robin wondered to herself, but didn't say anything. "Besides," said Buchanan, "we don't want to depend on a commercial system." Surprised by Buchanan's pronouncement, Robin thanked him for his comments and felt a sense of foreboding. This was going to be harder than she thought. Buchanan was no stovepiper, he was one of the good guys, so if he didn't want the system— She went through her old Iridium phone list, searching for leads, but all her former contacts had left the building during recent bankruptcy proceedings. What was going on? It was a communications system, so surely the FCC would be involved. Robin placed a cold call there and, bingo, discovered there were 16 people working on the Iridium problem. An ad hoc crisis group had been formed, and now calls and memos were racing through the National Security Council, the FAA, the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, the White House Legal Office, and, oddly enough, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. As she sifted through the new information, Robin noticed that a space policy briefing was scheduled for the next day in room 180. The meeting was for Neil Lane, the president's science advisor, so she called Lane's staff and asked if it would be possible to piggyback on that meeting to get the assembled experts' views on Iridium. Room 180 was well known to White House staff. This was the secret Oval Office outfitted by President Nixon so he could escape the West Wing. It was where the Watergate tapes were transcribed by Rosemary Woods. It was now technically a working space for the vice president, but it was more often used for impromptu meetings because it was so spacious. When Robin arrived there, she discovered that the National Security Council had formed a committee of scientists, lawyers, and policy wonks to monitor Russia's planned deorbit of the Mir space station, scheduled to occur 14 months hence. The committee members were now informed, many of them for the first time, that there was another deorbit scheduled, a deorbit that would happen in 72 hours. To say they were spooked was an understatement. Whereas the Mir would be the largest spacecraft ever to re-enter the atmosphere, with the Progress M-15 space freighter maneuvering it like a tugboat, the Iridium satellites would be tiny objects with nothing but onboard thrusters to lower the orbit before gravity took over. It would be like butterflies flipping around in a hailstorm. The re-entry scenarios were infinite. Representatives from the Justice Department had already talked to Motorola and were somewhat shocked when the company seemed surprised by the government attention. During a 6-hour meeting, the Motorola representatives had continually pointed out that the Iridium system was privately owned, which the experts admitted was a unique situation since none of them had ever been involved with a non-governmental space system and they weren't sure of the legal implications. All they could agree on at first was that there was no precedent, and that it was scary. Very quickly, they focused on trying to make sure the satellites landed on water, not land, and all agreed that it was desirable to increase the probability that the satellites would re-enter in the southern hemisphere. The southern hemisphere had two advantages over the northern hemisphere: fewer people and less media interest. Could we hit the southern hemisphere? They asked the Motorola delegation. No one knew right away, so Motorola agreed to get back to the government the next day. The immediate result of the meeting was a decision simply to ask Motorola for more time. The government wanted to get an independent hazard analysis from NASA, and it also needed to check on Motorola's insurance. A 1972 treaty required launching states to pay for damages caused by space debris. That meant that the United States might be liable for the 55 Iridium satellites that had been launched from Vandenberg Air Force Base, even though they hadn't been launched by the government. It was agreed that Motorola should be required to indemnify the government for that possibility prior to getting permission for the deorbit. Meanwhile, warnings went out from White House lawyers to White House staff. Whatever you do, don't get involved with the actual bankruptcy issues. Limit everything to liability, safety, and government exposure. Fortunately for the future of Iridium, Dorothy Robin decided to ignore that particular warning. She felt there must be some way to get the system out of bankruptcy. Something about this didn't smell right. She wanted to see the rest of the iceberg. But that would take time. Motorola did agree to wait for the independent hazard analysis, and that would give her a month to search for legal loopholes. When that month ran out, Motorola would still need 2 no-action letters, one from the Justice Department and one from the FCC, stating that the government was standing down. Quickly, she mobilized a team to come up with reasons to delay those letters. She soon found an ally in Mike Greenberger, the lead lawyer assigned to Iridium at the Justice Department, and Greenberger agreed to research public nuisance and pollution statutes that might be invoked. To do that, he called in lawyers from the Environmental and Natural Resources Division, people who had handled litigation involving the so-called Superfund sites. After all, wasn't this the same principle? Was there that much difference between leaving PCBs in the soil of downtown Camden, New Jersey, and leaving out-of-control spacecraft in the exosphere? In both cases, you made a mess and you couldn't walk away. You had to clean up your mess first. More important, you were not the one who decided how your mess got cleaned up. The government was. Robin also found a kindred spirit in Kathy Brown, the FCC Chief of Staff. Soon, the two of them were asking questions like, do we know what foreign government satellites are at theoretical risk from colliding with Iridium satellites during a deorbit? Because that would be a hazardous situation that could delay Motorola. Brown conferenced in Chris Wright, the FCC's top lawyer, and he agreed to start researching additional public safety statutes. Unfortunately, he had already found an Aerospace Corporation study that looked at Motorola's deorbit plan and pronounced it well within Pentagon guidelines, and those guidelines were, in any event, voluntary. But media interest has a way of trumping the letter of the law, and on April 11, 2000, the New York Times business section featured a doomsday headline of the sort everyone had feared. Iridium, bankrupt, is planning a fiery end for its 88 satellites. The number 88, like much information about Iridium, was a little misleading. There were 66 satellites in the working constellation, 8 orbiting spares ready to replace any satellites that wore out, and 14 dead satellites that had been launched but never made it into orbit, which meant they would return to Earth sometime between now and the 22nd century. There were also 4 mass-frequency simulators, better known as dummy satellites, that had been launched in Russia and China to test the ability of those countries to handle Iridium payloads. Those would crash to Earth on their own unpredictable schedule. And finally, there were 4 satellites in the Chandler Lab, where scientists tested software before uploading it to the constellation, and 3 half-built satellites stalled on the assembly line. The Times article was primarily concerned with the financial woes of Iridium and Motorola, and it didn't contain anything the White House didn't already know, but the nuanced commentary was eclipsed by the words, fiery ending. The article was immediately flagged by Leslie Batchelor, counsel to Attorney General Janet Reno, who sent out a mass email quoting a single sentence. They expect to have some parts survive re-entry because these are pretty big satellites. This statement was wrong. The Iridium satellites were not big at all. They were among the lightest satellites ever built. But it may have been that very factoid that saved the constellation, because the next day, 23 people from 8 agencies and departments were summoned to a meeting at the Justice Command Center of the Department of Justice building for yet another What the Heck Should We Do meeting. What was now being called the Iridium Interagency Working Group, the Mir space station could wait, had gathered to hear Nick Johnson, a scientist at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, present his risk assessment. And it didn't go well. According to what Johnson had cobbled together from data supplied by Motorola and Aerospace, probability of someone being struck by surviving Iridium debris is assessed to be 1 in 18,405 per re-entry and 1 in 249 for all 74 spacecraft combined. 1 in 249 doesn't sound like bad odds if your opponent is dealing to an inside straight, but in the world of government liability, it's beyond horrible. To indicate what an imprecise science this was, a memo sent out 2 days earlier by the Office of Science and Technology Policy had estimated the odds at 1 in 40 trillion. So NASA had spoken, and the message was, this is bad. Based on the questions asked by the assembled experts, the working group started to resemble the city council of Amity Island, the fictional resort town in Jaws. Could we describe Iridium as natural debris, since all the satellites would eventually become derelict spacecraft anyway? In terms of total objects re-entering the atmosphere, the constellation amounts to only 25% of all orbital debris created in 1999, so could we spread that over 2 years, 2000 and 2001, and say it's only 12.5% of a typical year? Why don't we compare it to the years 1988 and 1989, so that the whole Iridium constellation represents only 14% of the debris created in either of those 2 years? Should we compare ourselves to the Russians, who have had 1,400 Soyuz and Proton second and third stages re-enter the atmosphere, representing 35% of all re-entries in history? What about the whole Southern Hemisphere thing? Can we hit the Southern Hemisphere with these? The answer was no. The deorbit wouldn't be that accurate. All the hedging was designed to avoid their greatest fear, that 74 satellites crashing at the same time would scare the hell out of the public. At the end of the day, Lieutenant Colonel Victor Vilhard, from the Office of Science and Technology Policy, recommended that they emphasize statistics that didn't sound that bad. For example, that in 1999 there were 433 entries into the atmosphere of man-made space debris, and 84 of those objects had a mass greater than an Iridium satellite. Probably best not to mention the scarier numbers. NASA was estimating that 380 pounds of fragments from each satellite would survive re-entry and hit Earth's surface at between 45 and 130 miles per hour. As all hell broke loose in the wake of the New York Times article, Dorothy Robin missed out on the initial panic because she was in Brussels, preoccupied with one of her periodic fights with the Euros, whose latest antics involved acting like jerks in a dispute over jet engine noise standards. The day after the Iridium meeting, she taxied in from Dulles Airport, walked into her office, and saw a note taped to the seat of her office chair. Call Jean. That sounded urgent, so she hurried over to Chief Economic Advisor Gene Sperling's office and listened to a strange story. "What do you know about Iridium?" said Sperling. She knew a lot about it, she told him. She was on top of it. Iridium was the first global cell phone. Iridium was such a huge leap forward in technology that it scared the bejesus out of the FBI and caused the Bureau to challenge the company's license. Unfortunately, Motorola had bungled the business plan, and now they wanted to crash the constellation, but the FCC and Justice Department were already coming up with ways to stop them. Robin had the equivalent of a graduate degree in Iridium. "Jesse Jackson wants to buy the satellites," Sperling told her. Robin had imagined many things that the president's top economic advisor might say in this meeting, but this was not one of them. The civil rights leader had just returned from a trade mission to Ghana, Nigeria, and South Africa with 28 American businessmen, and those 3 African heads of state had apparently asked for help in bringing telephone service to remote villages. At least this is what Jackson said when he managed to get the ear of the president during a recent White House event, telling Clinton he had some African-American investors who wanted to take over the bankrupt Iridium system and use it to provide phone system to sub-Saharan Africa. Jackson then sent a Rainbow Push Coalition letter to Bill Kennard, the first black chairman of the FCC, asking him to deny Motorola permission to destroy the satellites. "Check this situation out. Get involved. See what can be done. Apparently, we don't have much time." Robin returned to her office, her head swimming with the policy implications. A few minutes later, she was on the phone with the former FCC commissioner in private practice named Tyrone Brown, and Brown breathlessly informed her of his strange proposal. He represented the Jesse Jackson Group, he said, and he had an amazing scheme to turn commercial bankruptcy into the greatest third-world communications project in history. His backers included Bob Johnson, head of the Black Entertainment Television Network, and John Malone, Colorado media mogul who frequently bankrolled Johnson's ventures. Brown had a business plan, he told her. Brown and his people could save Iridium. "What do you need from the White House?" she asked him. "All I need is 60 days to raise $300 million, he said. "Can you get me 60 days?" Robin said that yes, she thought she could. What she didn't say was that the whole thing made her nervous, because these people were what were known at the White House as FOBs. The acronym stood for Friends of Bill, and one thing she didn't need was the appearance of doing favors for the president's cronies. "Ty Brown and Bob Johnson are the last people you want to be close to," she recalled years later. But this was all she had, so a few days later the FOBs were welcomed into her office. By then, Ty Brown had coined the name WorldTel for his company, and the Rainbow Coalition guys, as Robin was now calling them, were there to show her just how many other FOBs were likely to pile onto this project. WorldTel's plan for the dispossessed villages of the world was based around the concept of teleboutiques, and they were very similar to Ed Staiano's plans for solar-powered phone booths in Chinese villages. These were kiosks outfitted with an Iridium phone and run by local micro-enterprise proprietors who would have a system of locating and informing recipients of incoming calls. Price per call would be about 20 cents per minute, which would require subsidies from governments and charities to get the consumer cost down to a dime. WorldTel, said Brown, would bring the Third World out of isolation from the world economy. In Kenya, for example, there were only 2,800 cell phone subscribers in a nation of 32 million. In the largest African nation, Nigeria, you had 13,000 subscribers for a population of 150 million. New York City alone had more cell users than all of sub-Saharan Africa. In all these cases, the reason for lagging service was the lack of infrastructure. Brown backed up his case with letters and testimonials from international aid organizations. C. Payne Lucas, president of AfriCare, had been appalled when Inmarsat charged him full price for a desperately needed phone in the Eritrean war zones of Ethiopia during the famine of 1998, and he was now throwing his full support behind WorldTel. Amadoun I. Touré, director of the Telecommunication Development Bureau of the ITU in Geneva, had also met with Brown and pronounced himself thoroughly committed to the concept. What both Robin and Brown knew was that anything benefiting Africa was likely to make the president extremely happy. Can we help poor people in Africa was always a question being asked, she said, and not just on this issue. Clinton cared about Africa. He made many trips to Africa. Africa was always a priority. More specifically, the goal of universal dial tone had been trumpeted by international aid organizations for 3 decades, and Africa, with a teledensity of 1 phone line per 100 people, was ground zero for that battle. So everything about the WorldTel plan resonated deeply within the Clinton administration. FCC Chairman Bill Kennard made regular speeches about the global information infrastructure and worked closely with Vice President Al Gore and others in search of worldwide interconnectivity. Kennard, Gore, and Hillary Clinton were constantly referring to the global village, using the term coined by Marshall McLuhan in 1960, but twisting it into a sort of social crusade for the dispossessed consumer. And the president himself had made a speech to the United Nations about people literally disconnected from the global economy because more than half the world's people are 2 days' walk from a telephone. In India, there were 500 million people with no access to a telephone. Iridium seemed, in many ways, like a deus ex machina solution to a long-standing problem. And it wasn't just government agencies that believed this. A phone in every village was one of those feel-good ideas that materialized almost immediately after Motorola announced the Iridium deorbit. Philanthropic and religious organizations got involved, online discussion groups were formed by brainy academics, and Sir Arthur Clarke himself even chimed in with a plan to convert Iridium receivers into fixed solar-powered, wind-powered, clockwork community phones for getting the Third World rural poor into contact with the rest of the world. Brown's expansive presentation also promised a political victory for African governments that were too poor to build out cellular systems. This would be a minority enterprise of epic proportion that would require the cooperation of the UN, the World Bank, the Export-Import Bank, the Trade and Development Agency, the African Development Bank, and, of course, the Departments of State, Commerce, Treasury, and Transportation. Brown made it clear that Jesse Jackson was especially important to the deal because they would need him to get the monopoly telephone companies in the 20 targeted African nations to make bulk minute commitments. And it was a good time to be talking about Africa, since President Clinton was about to sign the Trade and Development Act, which was directed squarely at strengthening trade with the 48 countries of the Sub-Sahara. Clinton was also planning a trip to Nigeria, so Brown was pushing for some kind of deliverable, an announcement, a deal, an agreement in principle for the president to take with him. Robin promised Brown she would try friendly persuasion with Motorola to give the black entrepreneurs time to put their deal together. What she didn't say was that much of what Brown said in her office that day had not only failed to wow her, but was positively frightening. All she saw were red flags, beginning with the constant references to a need for government aid. After the meeting, Robin sought a policy opinion from Will Gillespie, the industrial organization expert on the Council of Economic Advisers, and, coincidentally, the resident White House science fiction buff. Gillespie's response was fairly devastating. Subsidizing Iridium would cost more than subsidizing terrestrial cell towers, and given the average GNP per capita of $510, this plan makes no sense economically as a long-term development strategy for Africa. Still, Robin thought it was all she had to work with at the time. Only Iridium can deliver universal telephony to sub-Saharan Africa, she told Duncan Moore of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, trying to win the memo battle. That's why WorldTel would exist, and Jesse Jackson's involvement would give them an advantage in dealing with African leaders. The president very much wants to bring telephony to sub-Saharan Africa. WorldTel would be in a position to do that. This is a unique situation and has to be seen as such. When Robin told her boss about the meetings, Sperling responded with a quick note. "Good, keep me posted. I'm not sure it will work, but it's worth a closer look." 2 weeks later, Sperling himself took a meeting with Black entertainment television owner Bob Johnson at the White House, and Johnson told him big money from cable TV magnate John Malone was waiting in the wings, but only if Malone could be assured of $5 million in monthly revenue. The implication was that Malone wanted the White House to bring in government aid groups that would make the project viable. And that was precisely the problem, Robin told Sperling. The whole thing depended on handouts, not just from the United States, but from a half-dozen international organizations, some of them based in Africa, all of them saddled with approval processes that took months, if not years. They needed a solution that worked now. They needed a market-based solution. Besides, doing something good for Africa was the kind of thing that might warm the heart of the president, but it had the potential to completely alienate the Department of Defense. They're very antagonistic toward anything that seems off-mission, she recalled. They're constantly asked to do things that are good for the planet but non-military, so there's a culture of stick to your knitting. You can't be portraying this as a project that has nothing to do with defense. They had spent $200 million on an Iridium gateway, indicating someone thought it was necessary to the military. That is what we had to emphasize. Bring up villages in Africa, and you could start alienating people. For the present, all she could do was stall for time. International law was vague when it came to satellites that were owned by one country but launched by another, and this was causing underwriters longer than normal to write the insurance policy Motorola needed. Good, thought Robin. The confusion could work to her advantage. Like a football coach preparing her game plan, she now had both a tactical offense and a tactical defense. Offense, Africa. Defense, safety. Sometime around the beginning of May, a new name showed up on her radar: Dan Calusi. In the course of talking to her Pentagon sources, she came across a Colonel Rick Skinner, who happened to be at Calusi's pre-kindergarten Pentagon meeting, and he excitedly related that the Stan Kapala-Dan Calusi bid by Polaris Corporation had been endorsed by Iridium management and was now backed up by a number of former government folks. Robin picked up the phone to find out the one thing she wanted to know from Calusi: how quickly can you put a deal together? Because by late April, her delaying tactics were beginning to fail. The FCC would have to stand on their heads to get Motorola to delay the deorbiting, she was told by Mike Greenberger at the Justice Department. They're spending a fortune to keep the satellites up, and there's not really a legal peg for the FCC or the DOJ to make them delay. There's no controlling legal authority for this, although Motorola may think there is. So Robin's strategy became, okay, let's let them think there is. That might give the Rainbow Coalition time to raise the $75 million they promised Gene Sperling they could raise, plus at least $200 million more from John Malone. Or maybe this new Calusi guy would be able to do something. Fortunately, Motorola continued to have difficulties getting its deorbit insurance in order. In fact, the London underwriters flat out refused to write the additional third-party liability coverage. and that delay had given Calusi time to get a Castle Harlan offer before the bankruptcy court. Help came from the Pentagon as well. Unless Motorola got additional insurance, NORAD was going to refuse to share real-time data during the deorbit for fear of government liability. Robin pressed the military to go one step farther. Her position was that there should be no government permission to deorbit, period, until and unless Motorola did get the insurance. Meanwhile, Ty Brown continued to call, saying that he was going in another fundraising direction, this time through a D.C.-based media company called Syncom. The Syncom owners were trying to bring in their powerful friends like Cleveland Christoph, head of Connecticut-based TSG Ventures, an African-American investment firm. Brown also pitched Iridium to Navy veteran Maurice Tosay, chairman and founder of Telecommunications System in Annapolis, which had been supplying various types of data services to government agencies since 1987. But Christoph and Tosay both had the same question. Was Bob Johnson investing? Bob Johnson was like a Bill Gates or a Warren Buffett among minority business owners, especially in the District of Columbia. If Johnson would come in on the deal, so would everyone else in the black community. But that was not to be. After Malone hesitated, Johnson phoned his friend Craig McCaw to ask him what he thought of Iridium, and McCaw told him it was a dumpster on a Mercedes engine. It was an odd remark, since McCaw was still hinting that he wanted to get back into the game himself, but based on the dismissive remark, Johnson decided not to invest, and so did the other black millionaires. One day, Ty Brown called Robin to say, "I don't think it's going well. I think the Dan Calusi group is ahead of us." "Well then," she replied, "maybe you should think about merging with the Dan Calusi group, right?" She was trying to force a shotgun wedding between the black D.C. liberals and the white Palm Beach conservatives. Like everything else in the convoluted history of the Iridium system, love for the satellites trumped race, gender, politics, conventional wisdom, and the way things had been done for 100 years. Chapter 10. The Tower. May 11th, 2000. Executive Conference Room, Motorola World Headquarters, Schaumburg, Illinois. Scheduling a meeting with the rulers of Motorola in the year 2000 was not unlike scheduling a meeting with the Vatican, the only difference being that an audience with the Pope would have been theoretically possible. Chris Galvin, son of Bob Galvin, grandson of Paul Galvin, upholder of the Galvin legacy, was known for his remoteness, so it was entirely appropriate that he spent most of his days in that feared and revered fortress on the Motorola campus called the Tower. He had ascended to the leadership of Motorola in 1997, more or less by acclamation, as he'd been groomed for the top job ever since he came out of Northwestern University's business school in 1973, and even before that, since he'd worked in the two-way radio division every summer since the age of 17. Two-way radio sales was the equivalent of working in the stockroom. It was the traditional bedrock of the business, and Chris was the ultimate good son, a serious, nose-to-the-grindstone teenager who spent his spare time shoveling snow for money and peddling homemade butter door to door. Chris Galvin had risen up through the ranks of sales, manufacturing, and management, earning his bones in the early 80s when he and Scott Shamlin, the company's director of manufacturing, ran Operation Bandit at the company's pager operation in Boynton Beach, Florida, fending off a serious challenge from Japanese competition by cutting the order-to-shipment time from 27 days to 2 hours. But now Chris Galvin was 50 years old. The mantle had been passed, and the weight of being CEO and chairman did not sit lightly on his broad shoulders. The immigrant working-class milieu of his predecessors had gradually passed away. The elderly John Mitchell was still around, but he was known as the last of the macho managers, and the Galvin family now owned less than 3% of Motorola's stock. The world had changed. The cell phone had become the premier electronics product of the century, and the company had not always positioned itself correctly to take advantage. Galvin was the first non-engineer to run Motorola, and for that matter, one of the few non-engineers ever to run any division of the company. So his instincts were about as far from creating the next dry battery eliminator, or transistor, or police radio as any baby boomer could be. He was, in fact, a patrician intellectual who tended to deliberate endlessly, delaying decisions and taking counsel only from a trusted few. He had left his father's management principles in place: leave the managers alone, let them manage. But now the company was struggling. Not just struggling, flailing. And he wasn't sure that the old Galvin way of doing things would suffice. At any rate, he had more pressing matters than cleaning up the Iridium fiasco. When Don Colucci called Motorola to request a meeting about Iridium, the response was cool. The company, as anyone could have told him, was preoccupied. That's why Galvin wasn't around on May 11, 2000, when Colucci landed at O'Hare International Airport and drove 20 minutes out the Jane Addams Memorial Tollway to the sprawling Motorola campus, set amid landscaped grounds and duck ponds in the historically German village of Schaumburg. The Germans had largely dispersed by the time of Motorola's arrival in 1976, and Schaumburg was now a polyglot bedroom community full of industrial parks and shopping centers. The Motorola complex appeared placid and manicured on the outside, 12 buildings separated by green space, like a suburban community college, but it was the international nerve center of what had become a profoundly stressed-out corporation. Colucci had seen 100 other corporate campuses just like this, places where everybody knows who has the best office in the most important building, all the right people have the coveted parking places, and the bosses have access to corporate jets and special dining rooms with catered lunches. Colucci didn't like big companies. He considered them unhealthy. When companies grew larger than about $5 billion in revenue, he found, they lost flexibility and agility. Motorola was at $31 billion. Colucci had run big companies himself, Pan Am and what would become Air Canada, and he had spent way too much time dealing with the internal political battles endemic to large groups of ambitious people. It was bad enough in the good times, but when the company got into trouble, that infighting became vicious and self-destructive. Colucci remembered the day in 1980 when Bob David, a classmate from Harvard Business, dropped by the Pan Am building to visit when Colucci was at the height of his power and influence, with the best executive suite, the catered lunches, and the perks of running one of America's most high-profile mega-corporations. "I guess you're doing pretty good for yourself," David had said that day. "I'm doing all right," Colucci told him. He told him his salary, what stock options he had, and the rest of his package at Pan Am. But David smirked. He was one of several Harvard classmates who had become venture capitalists, including Don Burr, who founded the airline People Express. "What's your net worth?" David said. It was the moment Colucci decided to resign. He knew David was making an accusation, and he knew the accusation was correct. Colucci had excelled in running other people's businesses, and it didn't make him feel good about himself. From that day forward, he vowed never to take a job unless he also had ownership. That was 20 years earlier, and seeing the Motorola complex now, he was reminded of why he bailed out of this world. As Colucci turned off East Algonquin Road, he wasn't sure whether he was Daniel entering the lion's den or David taking the field against Goliath. He knew that at the age of 69, he was about to encounter the biggest challenge of a long career that he thought would have been over by now. It wasn't clear just exactly when the gas jets had been turned on, but the idea of buying Iridium had evolved beyond a what-if and become somewhat of an obsession. Mark Adams, the mysterious man from MITRE, was now calling twice a day, and he had delivered exactly what Colucci expected: a price. "I think the Pentagon will go for $3.5 million a month for 3 years, he called to say. That was $42 million a year in revenue for the Pentagon contract alone. With a $100 million investment guaranteed by Castle Harlan, his goal of $200 million didn't seem that far away. Colucci was building a team. John Castle had sent in one of Castle Harlan's new hires, an Israeli named Jonathan Mark, to evaluate Iridium's assets and make an in-house recommendation. Mark had come from Boston's Bain & Company, the asset management sister to Mitt Romney's Bain Capital, famous for buying failed companies and turning them around, or at least turning them around long enough to harvest their assets. Then there was Stan Kabala, the former Canadian telephone executive, who called almost every day to report on this or that development, new bidders for the satellites, new potential customers, new strategic partnerships. But his business plan for Polaris still seemed less than what it first appeared. It was focused partly on the consumer market that had already failed to support the phone, citing a Gartner Group study predicting 8 million satellite phone users by the year 2004, a number that seemed crazily optimistic. Calusi was determined to do his own homework, and his leather notebook was rapidly filling up with guesstimates of cost, revenue, asset lists, and all the other data he could glean from his dozens of phone calls and his now almost daily trips to what was left of the Iridium offices in Reston, Virginia. Foremost among Calusi's new friends was Ed Staiano. Despite losing his $1 million Iridium investment, Staiano had retired from Motorola with so much money that he now shuttled among 4 homes: a villa in southern Italy, a ranch in Arizona, a house in the upscale Chicago suburb of Rolling Meadows, and a condo in Alexandria, Virginia, and he made it clear early on that he wanted his Iridium job back. If Calusi and Castle Harlan managed to buy Iridium, he wanted to run the company, and he didn't even want a salary. Stock would be fine with him. He believed in the system that much, and Calusi was actually grateful for that offer. He certainly didn't want to run the company himself, and Staiano was the kind of tough guy who often succeeded with a turnaround when more timid souls might fail. Staiano had already stormed out of a couple of meetings with Calusi and Castle, a pattern that would be repeated several times. "You don't understand," Staiano would insist. "I know these guys. Motorola will never go for that." "Well, they have to go for it, because we're small and we can't do anything else," Calusi would say. "You're going to embarrass us." "We can't do that, Ed. Iridium is in bankruptcy. All the rules change in a bankruptcy." "Okay, that's it. I'm finished," Staiano would bark. "I want no part of this plan. I'm out of here." And Staiano would scoop up his papers and his laptop and angrily storm out of the room. The next day, Calusi would call him and say, "Ed, we're having a meeting. Do you want to come?" "Go ahead and include me," he would say. So that was Staiano, an almost classic Motorola manager in the confrontational system that was gradually giving way to a kinder, gentler company under Chris Galvin. The Motorola style, said Randy Brockman, was to punch the other guy in the nose and see if he got up. There's another reason Calusi thought this was going to be a tough meeting. Privately, he thought Motorola was a little out of control. He was suspicious of companies that loaded up their executives with expensive perks and stock options and country club memberships and fancy offices, even though in his private life Calusi himself loved expensive cars and fine food and wine and belonged to several private clubs. The difference between corporate perks and private ones was that you couldn't make good business decisions when you didn't really know how much things cost. Motorola was one of those companies that added everything to the bottom line and charged it back to clients. All those trips on the corporate plane eventually showed up in the cost of the microprocessor, or the transponder, or the satellite. In his briefcase, Calusi had documents showing that Motorola carried the cost of its Chandler engineers on the books at $375,000 per person per year. Yet he knew that the average engineer's salary was just $70,000. The other 80% consisted of Motorola peripheral charges, embarrassing overhead even by the standards of a Hollywood movie studio, much less what was being ballyhooed as one of the most efficient corporations in American business history. When Calusi drove onto the Motorola campus, he was less than 24 hours away from what the creditors said was the final deadline. He had 1 day to come up with a solution to Iridium, or else the banks would move in, the satellites would come down, and the lawsuits would begin. Arrayed on Motorola's side of the conference table were Rick Severns, a bespectacled accountant type who was the chief financial officer for the telephone division of Motorola, Ted Schaffner, the pale Germanic executive vice president, regarded as the company's troubleshooter or special purpose guy. Sidney Cruz, an administrative assistant who was there to record the proceedings. And Ron Taylor, a tall, athletic military type in his 40s who headed Motorola's government facilities in Arizona, which were developing the secure module the Pentagon wanted so badly. The ghost presence at the meeting was Keith Bain, the executive vice president for global strategy and corporate development. Colusi had been told that Bain was the gatekeeper. He was the one who would report back to Chris Galvin and tell him whether Colusi passed muster or not. Arrayed on the Colusi side of the conference table was his usual contingent, himself. Colusi started with some brief background. People always seemed impressed by the fact that he had run Pan Am, even though his years at UNC were much more pertinent to the situation. And then he emphasized the financial strength of Castle Harlan and John Castle's personal assurances. He told them a little about his plans for running the company as well, but he could see by their reaction that nothing was happening. They were not being dazzled. They were actually downright skeptical, especially Ron Taylor. Was Colusi aware that the system had no broadband capacity? Was Colusi aware of what Motorola was spending per month to simply keep the satellites in orbit? Was Colusi aware of the 18 other partners who had a stake in Iridium beyond Motorola? "Surely you're not thinking of using this for data," sneered Taylor. And yes, Colusi was aware of all this. He didn't say so at the time, but he thought the data capacity was fast enough for asset tracking applications. And he was certainly aware of Iridium's vast gateway system, which he considered a mess in 13 languages. Since Motorola was a minority partner, albeit the most important minority partner, there was only one reason it had any control at all over a company that had already declared bankruptcy. Motorola operated the SNOC, the Satellite Network Operations Center, nestled in the 50,000-square-foot building on 10 bucolic acres of the Lansdowne Office Park in Leesburg, Virginia, was where 100 technicians kept an around-the-clock watch on the constellation, nudging birds back into place when they strayed off orbit, sending up software fixes when a communications hiccup occurred. Iridium had a contract to pay Motorola $45 million a month to operate the SNOC, but since those payments had ceased 9 months earlier, Motorola executives felt they had the legal right to shut everything down, which would mean, of course, destroying the satellites. They had withheld that decision as long as Craig McCaw was talking about buying the company, but they were not willing to do the same for Colusi. How could Motorola be sure that if they turned the SNOC over to Colusi, he would even be able to afford to keep it running? Colusi didn't say so because he didn't want a Staiano-type reaction, but he had already done research indicating he could run the SNOC for $4 million a month, not the $45 million Motorola claimed to be spending. It was such a ridiculously low figure that he was sure Motorola would scoff at it. Staiano already had. But as he parried the various objections of the Motorola executives, he started to feel better. They weren't kicking him out of the building. Their resistance was diminishing. Someone broached the idea that Colusi's investment group should pay $5 million a month in return for Motorola's agreement not to shut down the SNOC during the due diligence period. And Colusi did the same thing he always did when someone mentioned a cost that he never intended to pay. He said, "Yes, I understand," in order to change the subject. There were other things that Motorola wanted, $100 million for this, $50 million for that, and Colusi dutifully wrote down every single number, knowing that any one of them could derail his company completely. After listening to everything the executives had to say, he asked his own questions. Could they deliver the security module the Pentagon wanted so badly? Yes, they could in about 5 months. Could they transfer the government contract to him? Yes, they could. Could they give him the handsets and pagers they had already manufactured? Yes, they could, although those would be the last pagers he would ever receive, since the manufacturing facility in Boynton Beach, Florida, had been shut down and all the tool-making equipment had been destroyed. How many replacement satellites were ready for launch? 4. How many rockets to launch the satellites had been built and paid for? Most of them. Could he have the intellectual property, the patents. He could license it for a small fee, they said. A small fee to Motorola always began at 7 figures. Could he have the operating facilities in Virginia and Arizona? Yes, although Motorola wanted to continue to operate the Pentagon facility in Hawaii. Would they support all his appeals to the FCC? Yes, they would. The only time the meeting came to an impasse was when they talked about the D-orbit. Calusi said there would be no D-orbit because his company would continue to operate the constellation. Yes, they said, we understand. But let's suppose your company fails anyway and the satellites have to come down. Motorola doesn't want to get sued for space junk injuries later. Calusi said that by that time the company would belong to a different corporation, so he would absorb all the lawsuits. Yes, they said, but people don't always sue the person they should sue, and they might come after Motorola for building the satellites in the first place. Calusi said he understood that, and he was already on top of it. He was willing to buy $2 billion worth of insurance against that possibility. They instantly said that wasn't enough, indicating they had calculated the number themselves. They weren't specific about who might sue them for more than $2 billion, but they said the deal was impossible without complete indemnification. Insurance wasn't enough. They wanted to know that once they turned over the keys to the satellites, they would never have to worry about them again. And that's how both sides left it. Calusi thought it was a good meeting. If their main concern was insurance, things could be worked out. And from outright skepticism at the beginning of the meeting, they had closed with a little warmth, or as much warmth as Motorolans were capable of. Calusi left the building and went back to O'Hare and suddenly wondered, what happened to the deadline? Supposedly, he had to have a deal by the next day, or else everything was going away. What went away was the deadline. It was never even mentioned. Calusi would have been even more amazed by that little warmth he felt in the tower that day if he had known the pressure those executives were under. It is said that civilizations look most solid, their rituals in place, their hierarchy established, their borders well-defined, right before they collapse, and perhaps that's what was happening at Motorola in May 2000. The company was at the end of 3 decades of world domination, after a 5-fold increase in market value in the 1980s, tripling its earnings and sales. Bob Galvin had handed over the chairmanship to George Fisher in 1990, and Fisher had doubled the size of the company yet again. By the end of 1994, Motorola controlled 60% of the cell phone market worldwide, not just the handsets, but the construction of cell towers and wireless ground stations as well. But that's when Fisher abruptly left to run the troubled Eastman Kodak Corporation. Fisher told friends at the time that he saw no reason to wait around to be replaced by Chris Galvin, and that seemed to be where all indicators were pointing. The board didn't act immediately, though. Lifelong Motorola executive Gary Tooker, very loyal to the Galvin family, was brought in from the semiconductor division to serve as CEO, and he let all the division heads run the show with pretty good results. Revenues were up 31% during Tooker's 3-year tenure, 1994 to 1997, and profits were up a remarkable 53%. Tooker knew he was a placeholder executive, though, and the inevitable finally happened in January 1997, when the board named the 47-year-old Chris Galvin to the CEO post, the culmination of a 30-year grooming process. Galvin's first message to the troops was that Motorola was entering a new phase. The company was too engineering-driven. There was too much internal rivalry. One of his first actions was to change compensation schemes so that everyone was rewarded according to company-wide performance instead of performance by division. Ironically, he was going against some of the principles of Six Sigma when he did this. By the mid-90s, the leading cheerleader for Six Sigma was not anyone at Motorola but Jack Welch, head of General Electric. "We will all get along," Galvin was saying. "We will not punch each other in our respective noses any longer." The downfall of Motorola, and Chris Galvin, began with the most popular phone the company ever created, the StarTAC. Modeled after the communicator carried by Captain Kirk in Star Trek, it was the world's first flip phone, the lightest phone ever mass-produced at 3.1 ounces, and a product that flew off the shelves as soon as it hit the market in 1996, eventually selling 60 million handsets despite being initially priced at $1,500. The StarTAC was a status symbol, a frequent prop in big-budget Hollywood movies, and seemed to be a continuation of the Motorola dominance of the market that had begun with the DynaTAC in 1983. The StarTAC had only one problem. It was analog. Even that wouldn't have mattered were it not for the fact that the Finnish electronics company Nokia introduced the world's first digital phone within months of StarTAC hitting the street. In 1997, it was far from certain that the whole world would go digital, even though there were three features that digital phones promised that analog phones could never match. Those were call forwarding, voicemail, and texting, eliminating the need for pagers. Robert N. Weishaupt, head of Motorola's cellular phone division, thought those were pretty lame reasons to prefer digital over analog, especially since Nokia couldn't match Motorola's miniaturization. What people wanted, Weishaupt told the troops, was a small phone, the smaller the better, and a phone that was cool. The StarTAC was smaller than a pack of cigarettes, and so cool that every teenage girl in America was begging her parents to have one. Weishaupt, in fact, was so confident the StarTAC would soon dominate the world that he started squeezing service providers. His signature program was created to put distributors on notice that they wouldn't be allowed to carry the StarTAC in their stores unless at least 75% of their product line came from Motorola, and they would also have to support the $1,500 StarTAC price point with standalone displays. At a famous meeting in Bedminster, New Jersey, an executive at Bell Atlantic listened to Weishaupt's terms and sarcastically remarked, "Do you mean to tell me that you don't want to sell the StarTAC in Manhattan?" Executives at GTE and Bell South also refused Motorola's terms and increasingly turned to other companies. The result? Digital took off without Motorola. Weishaupt, with his explosive temper and his dramatic presentations, famously yelled, "43 million analog customers can't be wrong," at a Motorola sales meeting. But his intractable position eventually doomed the company's cell phone business. From 60% of the wireless market in 1994, Motorola's share had fallen to 34% in 1998, the first full year of Galvin's chairmanship. The company tried to counterattack Nokia in Europe with the Shark phone in 1999, but that initiative failed miserably as Motorola lost even more market share to both the Finns and the Germans in the form of a new digital phone introduced by Siemens. The wireless phone division wasn't the only part of Motorola that was suffering. In the summer of 1997, one of Motorola's oldest friends, Illinois Bell, which now did business as Ameritech, told the company it couldn't wait any longer for Motorola to catch up. Ameritech was switching all its wireless phone business from Motorola to Qualcomm. Then, in March 1998, Motorola lost a $500 million contract with Bell Atlantic's wireless division, Primeco, this time over a quality issue. Meanwhile, Motorola's equipment business, building earth stations and cell towers, rapidly lost ground to Lucent Technologies and Nortel Networks, mainly because Motorola never managed to develop an integrated switch of its own. After 54% growth under Fisher and 27% growth under Tooker, Motorola shrank under Chris Galvin to the point that Nokia passed the company as the wireless leader in 1998, and by 2000 had reduced Motorola's market share to only 14%. Motorola eventually made the switch to digital, long after Weishaupt had parted ways with the company, but it had lost almost 3 years to Nokia. On May 10, 2000, the day before the Calusi meeting, Motorola stock dropped 16%, completing a 50% free fall that had begun in March. The reasons? It didn't have enough cell parts to keep up with Nokia, and it had lost yet another contract, this time with longtime customer British Telecom, which switched to Nortel networks. No wonder Chris Galvin wasn't at the meeting. His world was falling apart. The day after the meeting in the tower, Keith Bain called Calusi. He was the executive reporting directly to Galvin, and obviously he had a favorable briefing from Severns and Schaffner. "There are pockets of love for Iridium at Motorola," said Bain, "as well as pockets of hate." "It's like this," he said. "Make sure I don't get sued for falling satellites, and we can work this thing out." Of course, he said, he would want compensatory pricing. "Yes, I understand," said Calusi. Bain wanted Motorola to get some cash from the deal and to get some equity in the new company. And, he said, Ed Staiano is a close personal friend. He wanted Calusi to know that Staiano's involvement would be looked upon favorably by Motorola, which was fine with Calusi. He liked Staiano and would be happy to use him no matter how many times he quit. Calusi had never met Bain and didn't know much about him other than that he was a die-hard Motorola lifer. "The sun never sets on Motorola," he was once heard to say. But he would have been intrigued by two items on Bain's resume. Besides Staiano, Bain had another close personal friend, Craig McCaw. The two of them had put together a joint venture to rescue the wireless company Nextel Communications in 1995, and that was one of Motorola's few successful initiatives of the late 90s, mainly because it was digital. The other resume item was more metaphorical. Keith Bain had started the Vietnam War. As the gunnery officer on USS Maddox, Bain engaged 3 North Vietnamese torpedo boats in the Gulf of Tonkin on August 2, 1964, firing his 5-inch guns 280 times, much to the chagrin of Lyndon Johnson. As Calusi would soon find out, Keith Bain wasn't a shy man, and he was not afraid to pull the trigger. Chapter 11. Et tu? June 8, 2000. Dry bed of Lake Fucino, Avezzano, Italy. Dan Calusi was a man who rarely raised his voice. When criticizing someone, he tended to use a quizzical tone, as in, "Ed, that can't be right." But throughout the summer of 2000, he would spend many of his days getting yelled at as he encountered all the angry, skeptical, pessimistic souls who believed Iridium was a scrap heap of broken promises and outdated technology. A few days after his meeting in the tower, Calusi arranged for a teleconference to tell the Iridium board of directors, most of them gateway owners, what his plans were. He spoke for about 20 minutes, outlining his preliminary conversations with Motorola, the Pentagon, and Castle Harlan, and then he put on his crash helmet and bunkered in for the sharp questioning and outraged rants he knew would be coming. He was putting himself directly in the line of fire, but he was doing it for a reason. Calusi prided himself on being a peacemaker, the kind of guy who could calm nerves and make everyone come together for the common good. He would offer them stock, maybe 1% of the company for each of the 13 gateways. The gateways would come around, he was sure of it. Calusi thought that his toughest meetings would be at the Pentagon and Motorola. But now he knew those were just the most obvious ones, and he would be facing a bottomless chasm of aggrieved parties held over from the days of Ed Staiano. There were 6 dozen more entities that had to be appeased, enticed, or strong-armed if this deal was ever going to get done, and the chief among them were the business leaders around the world who had paid Motorola an average of $100 million each to build call processing centers that now stood idle, like shiny new refrigerators in a village with no electricity. Back in the early 90s, John Mitchell had used the gateway system to sell the investment, ending up with 15 gateway companies and 11 physical Earth stations located in Rio de Janeiro, Moscow, Tempe, Beijing, Mumbai, Fucino, Seoul, Bangkok, Nagano, Taipei, and Jeddah, with construction plans for 10 more gateways in Montreal, Mexico City, Dusseldorf, Jakarta, Aguimas, Alice Springs, Buenos Aires, Santiago, Caracas, and Novosibirsk. Calusi didn't really need any of these partners to operate the system, but he considered them potential investors. Perhaps they would double down instead of simply writing off their gamble, and in many cases they controlled landing rights, which were the licenses allowing you to operate the phone in those countries. Theoretically, you could carry the phone into a country and operate it anyway, but without landing rights, you wouldn't be able to sell it there. One advantage of having Ed Staiano on his team was that Staiano had personally met with every partner in every gateway, and he knew all their idiosyncrasies. This is not to say he had influence over them. A group of Indian banks and insurance companies, known collectively as Iridium India Telecom Limited, were so incensed that they would sue Motorola on 3 continents for the next decade and end up arguing before the Indian Supreme Court that Motorola, though a corporation, should be classified under criminal law as a person with a guilty mind, and the court agreed. Then there was Abarizal Bakri, a floppy-eared Indonesian industrialist in monk's glasses who happened to be president of the Chamber of Commerce of the world's 4th most populous nation and a personal friend of President Suharto's. Bakri had bought licenses for half the South Pacific, including Australia and New Zealand, and now considered himself fleeced by the Iridium deal, and he was powerful enough to turn the Indonesian government against the system, leading to denunciations of Motorola in the national parliament. In Moscow, Taipei, Bangkok, and Hong Kong, the story was much the same, so that by the time Calusi got an audience before the raucous Iridium board, his remarks about how he intended to buy the company out of bankruptcy and turn it around were all but drowned out by largely irrelevant rants by 28 members, which included everyone from sophisticated telecom executives like Herbert Bronke, chairman of the German wireless company A+ Mobilfunk, to bureaucrats like Anthony Kiselev, director of the Khrunichev rocket-building plant in Moscow, and on the backbench of the board, industry neophytes like Alberto Finol, a Venezuelan dairy magnate. Everyone who had owned a gateway was now fuming, threatening, demanding explanations. The Indians were madder than the Thais, but not so mad as the Koreans, who were in turn only slightly more upset than the Australians and Brazilians. All over the world, prominent businessmen felt humiliated by the bankruptcy of Iridium. Thanks to John Castle, who had a long history of dealing with Arab investors, the Saudis were quickly identified as the most likely to invest in a new version of Iridium, and for a strange reason. Castle thought they were embarrassed by the bankruptcy. There's no term in Saudi Arabian culture for a reorganization bankruptcy, and in fact the penalty for bankruptcy in Saudi Arabia is imprisonment for 15 years or until all debts are paid, whichever comes first. Saudis, in other words, don't go bankrupt. Ever. 2 Saudi companies had run the Africa and Middle East franchises out of a gateway facility in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. The principal investor in that operation was Mawarid Overseas Company Limited, owned by Prince Khalid, best known for the colorful pink and green racing suits used by Judmont Farms, his thoroughbred racing operation in England, Ireland, and the United States. The prince, brother-in-law of King Fahd and himself descended from one of the most revered family trees in Saudi Arabia, was 63 years old and had technically turned his Mawarid holding company over to his 4 sons to manage. But his vast empire of companies dealing in cement, television, chemicals, industrial pipe, catering, and insurance was cordoned off by a small army of lawyers, consultants, and aides. Prince Khalid had made his fortune by partnering with big American companies like Browning Ferris and American Express, companies he trusted implicitly because of their size and prestige. That's why the Iridium investment was something of a sore point. In 1993, John Mitchell and Motorola CEO George Fisher had made a personal presentation to the prince's eldest son, Prince Fahd, and the family had gotten into Iridium on the equivalent of a handshake offered by 2 highly respected businessmen. Now, John Castle wanted to convince Fahd to reinvest despite the family's heavy losses. But there was bound to be more scrutiny this time. In early June, Castle invited the prince's chief of staff to a meeting at Castle Harlan headquarters in New York, and in his usual theatrical manner, took the Saudi representatives to an ornate conference room lined with paintings of Castle's own thoroughbred horses. He then ceremoniously dialed the captain of the Marianne on an Iridium phone as his yacht approached the Pitcairn Islands, the archipelago famously inhabited by the survivors of the HMS Bounty, and told them that, in his opinion, Iridium was a technological marvel that would someday find its market. The Saudis were non-committal about the investment, but Castle could tell they were intrigued. He told Calusi to stand by. The other part of the Iridium franchise, the gateway serving the Middle East, would be a tougher nut to crack. It was owned by the Saudi Bin Laden Group, SBG, founded by Mohammed bin Laden, the one-eyed bricklayer who befriended King Ibn Saud during the Great Depression and became the royal builder. During the 40s, 50s, and 60s, bin Laden married 22 times and sired 54 children, including the famous terrorist, while building the nation's largest construction company responsible for all mosques and holy sites, including Mecca and Medina. After Mohammed bin Laden's death in an airplane accident in 1967, SBG had diversified away from construction and now had international investments in manufacturing, engineering, urban development, and telecommunications, including chunks of stock in Microsoft and Boeing. Calusi considered both Saudi groups strong prospects for an investment, and for a fundamental reason. With Saudis, losing money is not the worst sin. Losing face is. Years earlier, Calusi had spent several months working out an agreement for Pan Am 747 service between New York City and Dhahran, and during the process he had learned some of the peculiarities of the Saudi business system. He knew that, for Saudis, reputation is everything. Calusi would travel thousands of miles during the summer of 2000, trying to solve the gateway problem along with every other smoldering issue left by the absconding Motorolans, and in many cases the former partners and clients of Iridium attacked Calusi simply because they'd not yet had a chance to vent against anyone. Calusi was not unsympathetic to their plight. He'd once had a huge public business failure himself when his startup regional airline Columbia Air announced short-haul service on the East Coast, then was abruptly put out of business when President Reagan fired all the air traffic controllers in August 1981, causing the FAA to revoke the new airline's assigned slots. Columbia had been backed by prominent politicians in Baltimore, who expected it to become the anchor airline at Baltimore-Washington International Airport. So when it was shut down on the brink of its first flight, it became such an embarrassment to the city that Calusi was shunned by old friends and ridiculed by public officials. So he knew what it felt like to announce big plans and see them collapse. But he also knew that you couldn't start building anything new until you'd fully realized the losses of the past and counted them as losses. The more reasonable gateway owners could still be potential sources of capital. Unfortunately, that was the kind of problem usually worked out over time, and Calusi had no time. Once he realized the complexity of Iridium's business structure, he apologized to his wife, telling her that, yes, he was going to come out of retirement because this deal was going to be all-consuming, but he promised he would find someone else to run the company. He wasn't going to be a CEO at his age. Next, he told his friend John Castle that he sensed the banks and the gateway owners were all sick of Iridium, and he thought they could get the sale price down to something more manageable than what they originally thought, maybe something as low as $60 million. Castle had promised $100 million from his own bank, but that number now seemed to be in flux. At one meeting in New York, Calusi heard someone from Castle Harlan throw out the number $75 million, and at a later meeting it had gone down to $50 million. It was a little troubling to hear your partner scaling back his commitment, but it probably didn't matter since potential investors seemed to be coming out of the woodwork anyway. Stan Kabbalah was bringing people to the table. Ed Stiano said he had investment sources he could draw on, including a group of families in Boston who might put in as much as $300 million through a company called the Bollard Group that specialized in making rich people richer. Even Randy Brockman was talking about big Iridium contracts. He was in contract with the Secretary General's office at the United Nations. which had already been using Iridium phones at its Balkan refugee camp in Neprostino, Macedonia. "There's a real need," said Brookman, "but in terms of bureaucracy, they make the U.S. government look like a startup." He also had promising talks with Spacehab, a Virginia company that serviced the International Space Station. Money wasn't going to be an issue. The problem was going to be putting a company back together that had fractured into 10,000 pieces. Calusi's main weapon became his deep, soothing voice and his impenetrable calm in the midst of chaos. Hence, on a humid 82-degree afternoon, Calusi's quest for the Iridium satellite system brought him to a dry lake bed 74 miles east of Rome, where 3 effusive Italian executives spoke exuberantly and waved their arms toward the 90 antennas and earth stations that stretched across the plain where Lake Fucino used to be. The Italians were probably the least angry of all the gateway owners, but that was a moot point, since the European gateway at Fucino was jointly owned by Turin Telephone Finance, part of Telecom Italia, and a Dusseldorf wireless company called Vibacom, and Vibacom had majority control. The Italians were desperate to stay open, but the Germans owned 2/3 and were already suffering billion-dollar losses fighting Deutsche Telekom for control of the German cellular market, so they had no time for Iridium. If a board vote were taken, the gateway would be shut down immediately and sold for scrap. So the Italians had come to Calusi with hat in hand. If Calusi's new company could somehow guarantee some continuing income, maybe they could talk the Germans into leaving the gateway open a little while longer. After all, Fucino was also a backup control center. It could replace the SNOC in case of emergency, and it was the premier gateway after Tempe. It helped, of course, that Calusi was Italian-American, as was Ed Staiano, who had been well liked by his Italian counterparts while running Iridium. Since Staiano had a vacation home in Sorrento, he agreed to make the 3-hour drive from the Amalfi Coast to be at the meeting with Fulvio Ananasso and Antonio Marzoli, the Iridium Italia executives who were most eager to get out from under the control of their German overlords. After much food and even more drink, all converged on the Italian satellite center at Fucino, an odd place that was at once a symbol of national pride and national folly, and an apt metaphor for Iridium itself. It was Emperor Claudius who first tried to drain Lake Fucino in AD 50 by digging a tunnel that would supposedly create more arable land and make the river Garigliano navigable. Unfortunately, the collecting canal his workers dug through a mountain was too crooked and small, so it backed up during the grand opening, wiped out an entire gladiatorial exhibition, and caused Claudius to run for his life from the flooding waters. During the next century, Emperor Trajan reopened the tunnel, but failed to make it work. Then Emperor Hadrian gave it a shot, but couldn't solve the engineering problems. After defeating 3 emperors, the malaria-ridden lake was regarded as a devilish force that defied human intervention, as one local ruler after another proposed and then abandoned various schemes to enlarge and straighten the cursed Tunnel of Claudius and make the countryside bloom. Meanwhile, sediment started to build up, earthquakes further weakened the ineffectual collecting tunnel, and Lake Fucino remained stagnant and unwanted for more than 1,000 years, but not long enough to make an Italian forget. Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II once again launched the ambitious public works effort in the early 1200s, and failed. Finally, in 1863, a Roman nobleman named Alessandro Torlonia wagered all of his tobacco and salt fortune on yet another attempt to drain Fucino so that he could use the land for large-scale farming. It took him 12 years, but this time it worked, mainly because Torlonia used Swiss engineers. King Victor Emmanuel II gave Torlonia the title Prince of Fucino for his trouble, and history was finally made as the last drop of water receded from the lakebed. As Calusi looked out over the open plain, he saw a surreal blending of an antenna farm pointed at outer space against a backdrop of ancient ruins, like something out of a Stanley Kubrick film. Looming from one of the surrounding peaks was the gray medieval fortress of Piccolomini, which had menaced all the adjoining countryside for 500 years as various counts, dukes, popes, rebels, French regents, and Spanish usurpers occupied it briefly, then moved on into the bloody history of the Abruzzi region. The soil itself was still rich and fertile, but the area was mostly famous for being the satellite operations center for the European Space Agency, many other satellite companies, and for the European gateway of Iridium. It turned out that the draining of the lake had resulted in perfect terrain for satellite communications, a flat, open basin surrounded by protective mountain ranges. Calusi was more than willing to bargain with the Italians, but he realized just how far apart the two sides were as he was wined and dined by Staiano's old friend and colleague, Mauro Sentinelli, an animated caricature of the happy Italian, now working with Telespazio, the satellite arm of the National Phone Company. That evening, Sentinelli invited everyone to his villa, part of a planned community designed by Mussolini, and the Italians continued their festive sales presentation at an elegant restaurant overlooking a beautiful artificial lake crafted by the finest fascist designers. Calusi told the Italians that their gateway was attractive to him, mainly because they didn't care about who listened in on calls that went through Fucino. The United States had a law forbidding foreign nations from wiretapping calls from locations inside the United States. If Iridium were to use just one gateway, then a call that originated in, say, Australia and was received in, say, Russia, would be untraceable by both Australian police and Russian police, but visible to American law enforcement. This meant neither country was likely to grant licenses for Iridium to sell the phone. The solution might be Fucino, since the Italians apparently didn't care that much about who listened to its telecommunications traffic. It would be possible for foreign security services to station employees inside the Fucino gateway specifically for call intercept purposes. And there was also the simple fact that Iridium needed a backup gateway in case anything happened to the one in Tempe. What better than in Western Europe? Ultimately, the Fucino gateway was the only one to get a deal offer from Calusi. It was a complicated formula of discounted Iridium minutes, stock in the new company, and the rights to assets that it could sell for anywhere from $6 million to $12 million, but no cash up front and no ongoing payments. Of course, all these terms could become better, Calusi suggested, if the Italians wanted to invest in the new Iridium. When that possibility was mentioned, he could tell by their hesitation that no cash would be forthcoming from Italy. In fact, the Italians were expecting to be paid several million a year by the new company in order to keep the gateway operating. The problem with taking over a $6 billion company that had been running through upward of $100 million per month was that no one could quite get his brain around the concept of zero. Everything in Calusi's strategy for the company involved bartering airtime, existing assets, and equity in exchange for a chance to make some cash later. For some gateway owners, who had first invested in 1992, later had come and gone long ago. Calusi eventually flew back to Washington with everything still up in the air. The Italians never said yes, and they never said no. All they said was that they loved Iridium and they wanted to see it survive. One thing Calusi knew when he got back home on June 10th was that he didn't have time to go on any more jaunts to foreign gateways. The honeymoon with the guys in the tower had been short-lived. Yes, Motorola was willing to listen to Calusi, but the top executives would rather have been doing almost anything else. Calusi's daily phone call with Ted Schaffner was suffused with so many threats, veiled and otherwise, that Calusi wondered whether Motorola even realized that it was the company with the bankrupt asset. Schaffner wanted Calusi to prove up the business case for his new company, something that was really better handled by the bankruptcy court, and that took day after day of number crunching based on thousands of pages of documents supplied by Motorola and Iridium. At some point, the Pentagon decided that everyone would be more comfortable if a major company operated the SNOC, meaning someone other than Castle Harlan. It might have made the Pentagon comfortable, but it didn't make Calusi happy at all, since it would add another layer of cost. Calusi easily set up an agreement with Boeing to run the SNOC, that company being the obvious choice since it had recently merged with McDonnell Douglas, which operated the Delta II rocket and had been working in the SNOC since day one, and he thought that perhaps Boeing's involvement would lead it to invest in the new company as well. But the insistence by the government that Calusi use a major defense contractor was an example of everyone seeking the typically expensive solutions of the military-industrial complex instead of doing what Calusi's frugal investment group would have done, simply rehire the same employees who were already running the constellation. And then there was the one Motorola problem that would never go away: insurance. It's not uncommon for people in business to use the word indemnification, meaning they want someone else to pay the bill for any potential lawsuits, but usually it's the kind of thing that gets negotiated into an agreement stating that each party will pay for its own mistakes. In this case, that wasn't good enough for Motorola. They really did seem to believe that the satellites might eventually fall out of the sky and kill a busload of nuns on their way to work at an orphanage. There's no other way to explain their obsession with A, getting billions in deorbit insurance, B, having someone else pay the premiums, C, getting billions in product liability insurance, D, getting someone to pay those premiums too, E, making sure whoever paid the premiums was a Fortune 500 giant that could afford to pay more billions when the insurance company billions ran out, and F, making the new owners of Iridium sign an agreement to cover all Motorola's liability costs, even if those costs were caused by events prior to the year 2000. Schaffner used the words complete and total indemnification so many times that Calusi stopped writing it down. Calusi had several phone sessions with Jean-Michel Aide, an agent with the French insurance company Aon Space, and Aide eventually agreed to insure the constellation for $500 million per satellite and $1 billion for a one-fell-swoop deorbit, plus $45 million for political insurance. None of this was good enough for Motorola, so Calusi arranged for 9 people representing Motorola, Boeing, Iridium, 2 insurance companies, a brokerage firm, and Calusi's investor group to meet in London to speak directly with British and French underwriters, and the deal they worked out, the largest and most extensive in satellite insurance history, was alas still not good enough. The fact was the Iridium satellites were not going to kill anybody. For starters, there was already an Iridium insurance policy in place, written by Aon in May 1999, and Aon obviously didn't think it was going out on a limb as far as liability was concerned. The premium was just $283,500 a year, and that was good for $500 million per satellite, up to a maximum of 8 satellites per year. Risk assessments carried out by aviation insurance experts hired by Boeing estimated the probability of personal injury from deorbiting the Iridium satellite system at 1 in 1.063 trillion. Since the population of the world at the time was only 6.07 billion, you would need to add 5 more populated continents to the planet in order to make the odds of getting your arm broken by a falling satellite 370,424 times worse than the odds of winning the Powerball lottery, which has the worst odds of any lottery in America. Looked at another way, the odds of being injured by a deorbit were 6 million times less than the odds of being struck by lightning. In the year 1999, 425,000 pounds of space junk had fallen out of orbit, according to Aerospace Corporation, and of that amount, about 84,000 pounds had survived re-entry and 21,000 pounds had struck land. Total casualties? 0. Total property damage? 0. It's actually more likely you would be hit by parts falling off an airplane than by an errant satellite component. To be precise, 106,300 times more likely. According to the best estimates by Aerospace, the only part of the lightweight Iridium satellite that might not burn up on re-entry was the 80-pound titanium fuel tank. although it would undoubtedly weigh much less than 80 pounds by the time it struck the Earth or the ocean. Furthermore, it's impossible to control a satellite once it's knocked out of orbit, and some of them have such strange crash patterns that it takes them 100 years to reach Earth. It's possible, of course, for them to come straight down, but the average deorbit would be around 25 years. What did Motorola propose? That the Calusi Group buy a 100-year insurance policy for, say, $5 billion per satellite, just to guard against the possibility that falling debris would clobber a highly visible, high-net-worth individual like Warren Buffett? In the world of risk assessment, there was a word for the potential liability of a satellite system. That word was safe. And yet, the anxiety over falling satellites that would bedevil Calusi for months would turn out, ironically, to be the fear that saved the constellation. The quick and dirty NASA study, ordered by the Iridium Interagency Working Group, said the chances of being hit by falling debris would be 249 to 1, with the chance of an actual death at 40,000 to 1. The NASA analysts believed that in addition to the titanium fuel tank, 5 other parts would survive re-entry: the battery, 3 structural brackets, and the electronic control panel. Since no one has ever been killed by a falling satellite part, it's not exactly a precise science, but the difference between 40,000 and 1.063 trillion is a little hard to explain. The latter number was done by an aerospace contractor that had everything to lose if the numbers were wrong. The former number was done by a government employee working on a deadline for the use of a panicked White House. Fortunately for history, it was most likely that very panic that motivated intense interest by the Clinton administration. And it wasn't so much the odds of injury that scared the administration as the timetable for the deorbit. Motorola said it would take 14 months to complete, raising the specter of untold thousands of news reports every time 4 more satellites were released into crash orbits. In the meantime, Calusi would hire brokers and lawyers to work on the indemnification issue, assuming it would turn out for the best, and concentrate on getting his deal done. But what looked like a fairly straightforward deal when he was chatting with John Castle from the deck of the Mary Ann had been transformed by May into a spindle of interlocking toxic assets, and by June into one of those puzzle boxes in Clive Barker horror movies that unleashed demonic forces when opened. The board was a mess. The ownership structure was a nightmare. The pricing system for the actual Iridium phone calls would challenge the comprehension of an MIT math professor. The arrangements for future rocket launches would require negotiations with both Russia and China. Every time he met with one of the service providers, companies that actually sold the Iridium subscription plans, he had to allow extra time for the first hour of the meeting, which was completely taken up with yelling about how irresponsible and infuriating Motorola had been. And then there were the lawyers. The legal profession was very happy to assist in the demise, restructuring, and rebirth of Iridium, and by one estimate, the lawyers were burning through $4 million a month in fees approved by the bankruptcy court. You had lawyers for Iridium, lawyers for the creditors, lawyers for Motorola, lawyers for Boeing, and lawyers for every gateway. You had lawyers on staff and outside lawyers for specialized matters like licensing and insurance. The White House counsel was involved, as were the employees of the biggest lawyer of them all, Attorney General Janet Reno. There were lawyers from the Departments of Commerce, Defense, State, and Treasury, including one, David Cohen, whose title was Senior Counsel to General Counsel in the Office of the General Counsel. Calusi hired lawyers to deal with the FCC, the various aviation insurance companies in Paris and London, and the International Telecommunication Union in Geneva. He also decided to bring in his own personal lawyer, Isaac Neuberger, an Orthodox Jewish rabbi from Baltimore who had been Calusi's close friend and advisor for 20 years. Neuberger was, by most standards of American business, eccentric in both manner and dress, sporting wool berets of the type favored by the Beat generation and keeping 4 speakerphones active on his desk at all times, punching and stabbing at them like a perpetual game of whack-a-mole. But Calusi trusted him implicitly, having used him to navigate the shoals and hazards of dozens of business deals while running UNC. Neuberger constantly amazed his friend with his network of fellow rabbis that seemed to stretch to every corporation and government agency around the world. But Neuberger himself was so devout that business had to be planned around the 6 days in the week when he was available, since he would never agree to work on the Sabbath. The Saudis were wary of Neuberger. Bringing a personal lawyer into the middle of a business deal struck them as a conflict of interest, but they agreed to work with him anyway. Some of the Motorola lawyers, on the other hand, couldn't stand him. Sometimes it seemed that everyone had at least one lawyer that some other lawyer couldn't stand. And the chief lawyer of them all, when it came to matters Iridium, was an imposing 61-year-old jurist named Cornelius Blackshear. Blackshear was the presiding judge in the Iridium bankruptcy, and he was exerting every ounce of influence he had to prevent Motorola from destroying the satellites. In many ways, Neil Blackshear was an unlikely candidate to unravel one of the largest bankruptcies in American business history, but then again, the musty old courtrooms of the Southern District of New York, just steps from Wall Street, were accustomed to every kind of business failure, and Blackshear had already presided over the demise of such notable American corporations as the department store chain Alexander's, the direct marketing catalog Spiegel, the electronics giant The Wiz, the beloved New York icon 47th Street Photo, and Pan Am, many years after Calusi's departure, as well as the bankruptcy of financier Eli Jacobs, which resulted in an auction of the Baltimore Orioles. Blackshear was not the type to suffer fools. Born poor in Sanford, Florida, he left for New York City the day he graduated high school in 1957, then scrounged around pushing dress racks in the garment district, working as a shipping clerk at Macy's and Gimbel's. Seeking broader horizons, he joined the Navy in 1959, and after his commitment was up, attended the New York Police Academy, rising through the ranks to become a member of the SWAT team, a detective on the 79th Precinct Squad, and, ultimately, an internal affairs investigator during some of the worst corruption scandals of the NYPD. Meanwhile, he went to night school at the John Jay College of Criminal Justice, graduating at the age of 32, then on to Fordham Law School, to enter the bar at the age of 38. In 1979, he became the first black bankruptcy trustee in history, and it was President Reagan who promoted him to a judgeship in 1985. Since then, he'd attained a reputation for inventive decisions that preserved assets. He knew the mean streets of Brooklyn as well as the cutthroat business world of the garment district, and he brought up 5 sons. There wasn't much that got past him. Blackshear had already sat through 7 months of false hope by the time Calusi got involved with Iridium, and there were days when he was under intense pressure to go ahead and let Motorola destroy the constellation. He had sorted through the zany filings of 21 bidders, including a brothel owner in Nevada and an Israeli internet publisher called Hot Jump that described itself as the leading random prize portal provider, whatever that was. Big Flower Holdings, the largest printer of advertising inserts in the United States, proposed a plan to buy Iridium, destroy the satellites, and use the frequency spectrum for other ventures. A Minneapolis church growth consultant named Carl George had put together a board comprising himself and the world's foremost satellite experts and business restructuring talent, including Air Force General Tony McPeak and former employees of Teledesic and Rockwell, and he was offering a $61 million purchase price. An eccentric theologian, William Welty of Southern California, was listed on George's team, even though he also announced his own separate bid through a company called Leading Edge Technologies that would have used the satellites to evangelize the world. Welty's principal partner was Robert Dausilio, a Utah businessman running a company called Intraspace that planned to launch space tugs, nuclear-powered vehicles that would clean up space garbage, pull satellites into their proper orbits, and provide power and propulsion for the International Space Station. How Iridium fit into his plans was never clearly defined. Then there was Michael John, a Las Vegas software developer who was proposing Iridium as a delivery vehicle for his wormhole technology, a system to transfer compressed data. John offered $100 million but made no deposit. 3 internet architects even set up a crowdfunding system called Save Our Sats, attempting to get 3 million people to sign up for a NextCard credit card, thereby triggering an automatic $50 contribution to a fund that would buy Iridium out of bankruptcy. The common denominator of all these companies seemed to be that they had even less money than Calusi and didn't seem to realize that it took tens of millions just to keep the satellites flying. Chase Manhattan Bank was the managing partner for the only secured creditors, a consortium of 30 banks from around the world, but its 7% of the deal was actually smaller than Barclays, at 11%, and equal to Citibank's and Kemper Insurance's. The banks had been unimpressed by all the bidders so far, and now sent the consulting firm of Alvarez and Marsal to Iridium headquarters in Reston in order to identify anything that could be sold or turned into revenue. Joe Bondi, the restructuring lawyer Calusi spoke to most often, reported back to Chase that he thought there was about $413 million in assets he could save. That included the $150 million cash on hand, plus a capital call of $243 million. In other words, money that the gateway operators had legally pledged back in the early 90s but never paid. Calusi, who had spoken to almost all the gateway operators, said, "Good luck with that one, Joe." Fortunately, the advent of Castle Harlan caused Judge Blackshear to issue one last extension. Calusi and Neuberger zipped up to New York on Amtrak in late June 2000 and told Blackshear that Castle Harlan was prepared to put up $50 million, and Blackshear told them they could have one more month of due diligence to get it done, until July 28th. This development had the unexpected side effect of enraging a company called Venture Partners that had already tried to buy Iridium in March and failed. Gene Curcio, chairman of Venture Partners, had offered $600 million for the company, the same price McCaw was toying with, but failed to post the required $10 million refundable deposit. Blackshear had seen this sort of behavior before, trying to use company assets to make the down payment, so he dismissed the offer out of hand. Venture Partners now filed a sneering motion opposing Castle Harlan's request for a due diligence period. Why was Castle Harlan allowed to submit a proposal based on all kinds of conditions, government contracts and the like, when Venture Partners was willing to pay $51 million on the spot and be done with it? Judge Blackshear was unimpressed by the motion's arguments, since he wasn't concerned so much with the purchase price as with the ability of the bidder to run the system. Curcio was now offering $1 million more than Castle Harlan, but the fine print showed that his offer was only $2 million cash and $49 million in Iridium resources. From Motorola's point of view, all these shenanigans were just muddying the waters and causing more delays. Motorola lawyers told the judge it was highly unlikely that Castle Harlan would be able to come up with a deal, and unless someone gave them $9 million for their expenses, they intended to deorbit the constellation anyway. Blackshear called the lawyers into his chambers and calmed Motorola down, but after the hearing, Motorola demanded that Castle Harlan spend a week in Arizona proving it could run the constellation. Ted Schaffner bombarded Calusi daily with requests for information and demands for decisions. Then, no sooner had Calusi suffered through the June 22nd deorbit deadline than Motorola issued another one, July 1st. What happened to the judge's instructions to wait another month? That only applied to Iridium, answered Motorola, not to us. Obviously, all these latecomers like Castle Harlan weren't going to be able to run these satellites, they kept telling the court. Adding to Calusi's general level of daily stress was that, after avoiding it for most of his life, he had become a Beltway commuter. To get to the Iridium offices in Reston, Virginia, he had to spend up to 1 hour and 40 minutes on the infuriating stop-and-go freeway that surrounds the Capitol. Eventually, he hired a driver so he could spend the time doing work in the back seat. The Iridium office was one of those boxy, modernistic buildings surrounded by a few puny trees that looked like they were the last holdouts against a vast, empty parking lot, and it was a gloomy place even before the bankruptcy. Now it was the site of an autopsy, with most of the cubicles empty, and the ones in use on the outer edges of each floor, occupied by attorneys. Most of the building contained computers, room after room of expensive servers that processed the mind-numbingly complex pricing system of the various gateways. Each country billed its Iridium phone service in local currency, and each customer had a choice of 4 different service plans. That meant that a call could originate in a country licensed to use Zambian kwachas, go through a gateway priced in Brazilian reals, and terminate over landlines priced in Peruvian nuevos soles. If the phone had been purchased in, say, Oslo, then all of this would have to be fed into the Reston computers, where it was converted into South African rands for the originating gateway and Saudi reals for the gateway owners, translated into American dollars for Iridium, and summarized in a monthly bill denominated in Norwegian kroner. The diciest part of the whole system was the terminating leg of the call, the part that continued on land after the satellites passed it down. These tail charges could be as low as 4 cents a minute or as high as $2.50 a minute, depending on where the call ended up. And that was on top of the already exorbitant Iridium per-minute charges, anywhere from $3 to $7. Iridium had hired Anderson Consulting to program 10 million lines of computer code for the billing system, but the system was unstable, functioning so erratically that Leo Mondale eventually developed an in-house Excel system that worked just as well. Naturally, the customers were annoyed by the unpredictability of it all, and one of the first decisions Calusi made was to change all billing to one price and one plan. Iridium would get 80 American cents per minute, period. Service providers could charge whatever they wanted. Most charged about $1.50, but the wholesale price was 80 cents. 10 years later, that was still the Iridium price. Periodically, Calusi would gather his little makeshift brain trust in Reston, or as time went on, out by Dulles Airport at the Snock. From the air, the Snock looked like a Japanese fan, with its half-moon parking lot and tilted satellite dishes, and from the ground, it looked like the student union of a college in the Midwest. It was an unassuming place, but it was where the hardcore satellite men worked, and over time, Calusi preferred to be in a cubbyhole out there rather than stuck in a dreary Reston cubicle. Wherever Calusi went, Ed Staiano would follow, and Mark Adams, the techno-spook, tended to pop up at every meeting as well. Calusi came to rely on both men for getting him up to speed on satellites, although some of Staiano's old colleagues at Motorola didn't like being on the opposite side of the negotiating table from him. "Please control Ed Staiano," said Motorola Vice President Rick Severns at one point. "We would appreciate it at our upcoming meetings if you would hold any emotional displays to a minimum." In late June, Calusi held a formal teleconference with all Iridium's creditors, telling them he was working rapidly and that he expected the whole thing to be wrapped up shortly, but every briefing was like a graduate-level seminar. He was in one of those total immersion summer school programs, trying to become an expert on the satellite business in the time you would normally spend learning how to drive. Calusi's search for customers and investors was aided by Jonathan Mark, the Israeli analyst sent over by John Castle, but Mark turned out to be a mixed blessing. On the one hand, he asked the right question, where is the revenue? But on the other, he had an extremely short-term view. He would run off on tangents, like touring the plant in Libertyville, Illinois, where Motorola built the Iridium handsets, or spending weeks talking to Rupert Murdoch's News Corporation about buying the Iridium spectrum for a pilot program to bring the Internet to airplanes. Why talk about selling the spectrum? That would amount to putting Iridium out of business, and as far as Calusi could tell, News Corporation had no other reasonable uses for Iridium. Mark also started getting into memo wars with Ed Staiano, mostly chiding him for wasting Castle Harlan's money on unneeded staff. That was an easy thing to do, but who had time for it? A typical Mark email was a mixture of veiled threats and restatements of the obvious. If we cannot get our cost structure to match our revenue stream out of the gate, with some ramp-up possible, we will not do the deal. Mark, in other words, kept repeating the mantra, Castle Harlan wants its money back quickly. Everyone wanted money back quickly. It was a statement of the obvious that didn't do much to advance due diligence. Still, Calusi had to admit that Mark was right about one thing. When you're taking over a company that failed to attract customers the first time around, you have to find new customers. Calusi spent a lot of time on the phone with Denver billionaire Pat Brough, owner of Omnitrax, the largest privately held short-line railroad system in North America, comprising 17 rail lines and 2,000 miles of track. Brough was fascinated with Iridium as a way to keep tabs on his fleet of rail equipment. Calusi had several conversations, trying to convince him to become a customer and possibly an investor, but Brough would never totally commit. Then there was Parview, a Naples, Florida company known as the pioneer in GPS systems used in golf carts to tell players how far from the green they were. The CEO said he was ready to expand in the form of a two-way asset tracking system of his own and either invest $10 million or provide $1 million a month in revenue. Calusi also spent quite a bit of time chasing down Paul Marouani, a strange Frenchman who was paranoid about how easy it was to hack email accounts. Marouani wanted to launch a company called Easy Bank that would be billed as the first truly secure e-commerce funds transfer mechanism, and to do that he thought he would need Iridium. It was not a bad idea, and he was correct that Iridium could handle secure email, but he too turned out to be maddeningly indecisive. Sometimes Calusi had a hard time discerning who was real and who wasn't. A California company called Global Track was selling several devices that used GPS to track the movements of everything from small children to Greyhound buses. Calusi had numerous conversations with Global Track CEO Eric Benson, unaware at the time that Benson was under investigation for running a pyramid scheme in Orange County, California, where his office was a mailboxes, etc. He also found out about the Jesse Jackson Group and invited all the members to dinner at the Metropolitan Club, but when they told him about the Phones for Africa movement, he didn't put much faith in their ability to help. Although Calusi didn't know it at the time, and for reasons that had nothing to do with Africa, it turned out to be the only lead that mattered. Meanwhile, Calusi hustled around the District of Columbia, talking to some of the most unexciting people ever to refuse a martini. The life of a satellite tycoon, he was discovering, was an endless succession of dim, fluorescent-lit waiting rooms arrayed around hallways where the clickety-clack of the secretary's high heels echoed across marble floors. The Washington bureaucracy fully deserved its reputation, and any agency with the word license or permit in its charter was bound to be staffed by an army of people whose deliberately measured, passive-aggressive voices threatened to put you to sleep at any moment. The goal of the process seemed to be the collection of bulky brown folders full of data. At the headquarters of the FCC, a gray stone building with a porte-cochere that resembled a Native American bingo hall designed by Mussolini, Calusi and company had numerous meetings about transferring the 165 licenses held by Motorola. At the Pentagon, which had perfected the art of the incomprehensible purchasing process, Mark Adams took Calusi to obscure offices specializing in things like the Defense Working Capital Fund. It should have had slush somewhere in the name. Over on K Street, Calusi hired Carter Phillips, a pink-faced, sandy-haired senior partner at the vast Sidley Austin firm, to carry his case before the FCC, the insurance companies, and any other regulatory agencies that cropped up, and to ensure that all the licenses were transferred. In the rarefied world of regulatory enforcement law, Carter Phillips was king. Having been an assistant solicitor general before going into private practice, and currently holding second place on the all-time list of cases argued before the Supreme Court, in excess of 50. Cases touching such obscure and complex parts of the federal bureaucracy that, if placed end-to-end in a bound volume, would render the most dedicated law student comatose. Unfortunately, Carter Phillips would be hired by Bill Gates less than a month after Calusi put him on retainer, and Phillips would become preoccupied with Microsoft's massive antitrust case. Still, Calusi wasn't worried. From the looks of Sidley Austin's massive McPherson Square office building, there were plenty of soldiers to fill the breach. When Calusi was not shuffling around Washington, He was shuttling around the country. Schaumburg one day, Tempe the next, then to New York City, where he would check into the Pierre Hotel on the Fifth Avenue side of Central Park, just a 5-minute walk from the 58th Street skyscraper where Castle Harlan was based. There, the team members would discuss everything from the purely technical, the link margins, the handsets, to the expected lifespan of the satellites, the projected purchase price, the spare satellites that still needed to be launched, and their Achilles heel, marketing. Iridium North America, the main gateway in Tempe, was another thorny problem because it was not wholly owned by Motorola or Iridium, and it had a separate management team. Getting Motorola's 53% would be no problem, but they would also have to negotiate with Sprint and Bell Canada in order to acquire total control. By late June, John Castle started to drift away from the Iridium project, partly because he was once again joining the Mary Ann on her around-the-world voyage, partly because he had delegated the due diligence jobs to Jonathan Mark. Mark's incessant refrain was break even within the first year, a goal Calusi considered unreasonable, if not fantastical, but he agreed that advance contracts would be attractive to Castle Harlan's co-investors. Sometime in June, Calusi found a gold mine of data in the form of Ted O'Brien, an executive at the old Iridium who had been regarded as so marginal to the company's success that he didn't even show up in organizational charts. O'Brien had headed the division that sold phone service to industrial and maritime users, closing boring service contracts with businesses, while the real marketing people, like Mauro Sentinelli, sold the phone to the international business traveler. O'Brien was happy to be found and happy to be heard, and after a single meeting, Calusi hired him. The number one target customer, O'Brien said, should be ship owners. Not cruise ships, those were a waste of time, taking huge markups on calls and never going out of range of the competing Inmarsat system. But smaller ships would flock to Iridium, mainly because of the phone's portability and its much lower cost. The only problem was that Eurocom Industries, the Danish company that manufactured the Iridium maritime units, had shut down production earlier in the year. O'Brien had assurances Eurocom could get back up to speed within 30 days, though, and he said fishing fleets would immediately become prime customers. He felt Iridium could be competitive globally by sticking to a few core business categories: maritime, corporate aircraft, oil and gas exploration, forestry operations, and mining companies in remote locations. Any company that needed global coverage, whether in ships, planes, or operations that moved around like police and medical services, would eventually choose Iridium over any alternative. This was sweet music to Calusi's battered ears, someone who saw the future of Iridium instead of cursing its past, and it confirmed his earlier suspicion that there was nothing wrong with the Iridium handset. Yes, it was a brick, but an oil field operator wanted a brick. This was not a product you slipped into the pocket of your Armani suit, but a device you strapped to your belt or left on the wooden table in a Radio Shack. It was a tool, not a toy, and it was made to be used in the harshest of working conditions. The Iridium market was any place in the world where your phone was the only phone. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police had tested the Iridium system in small planes it used for the Yukon Territory and pronounced it a possible solution for the northern latitudes. Ed Stiano had initiated talks with Raytheon to offer the Iridium Ka band to the Antarctica Research Station, where scientists generated so much paperwork that it had to be airlifted out. If it were possible to somehow provide limited broadband service over the Iridium system, all those documents could be transmitted via email at a bargain cost to the National Science Foundation of $3 million per year. 1 week in June, the Calusi team checked into the Point South Mountain Resort in Phoenix to have intensive due diligence meetings at the Chandler Lab and the Gateway in Tempe. Stiano showed up, only to get into a tiff with Jim Walls, the Iridium North America CEO, over Walls's refusal to release his 30,000-name customer list. But the real fight came later, when the service providers arrived. Calusi had asked Ted O'Brien to invite them since, in the world of industrial communications, the service providers owned the business. Global Star had finally launched full service 4 months earlier, and now Iridium's bent pipe competitor was stealing customers left and right, especially in the Caribbean, where angry Iridium users were being offered $500 rebates to switch. Not to be outdone, SkyCell started offering $400 rebates on its briefcase phones for anyone stuck with Iridium service, and some of Inmarsat's service providers matched Global Star's offer for anyone switching to the Mini M, which was now being marketed as the track phone. In short, anybody selling a satellite phone was picking apart what was now regarded as the dead carcass of Iridium. Even though he knew the service providers would be loaded for bear, Calusi was taken aback by how angry they were. Honeywell Incorporated, which had burned through $40 million developing the AirSat device so that Iridium could be used in aircraft, spent a full 2 hours yelling at Calusi about things that he couldn't have possibly been responsible for. But that was just the beginning. They were all mad. Stratus Global, Bearcom, 7 Seas, WorldCom, Station 12, Earthwinds, SP Radio, Infosat, all for good reason. These were companies with very specialized sales forces, more in the nature of outfitters or communications consultants, and they were used to being rulers of their domains. SAIT Radio Holland, based in Brussels, had actually invented ship-to-shore communications in 1901 through a partnership with Guglielmo Marconi, and was still servicing merchant ships when the last Marine radio officer was phased out in 1999 to make way for satellites. Each of the service providers had invested up to $1 million in setting up their Iridium sales operations. They then spent huge amounts of time and money on every single sale, because their expertise was in knowing how to deal with finicky customers like oil rig operators, mining companies, and jet leasing firms. They were the only companies in the world that had recognized the genius of the Iridium system from the beginning, and they had been big losers when the plug was pulled. Calusi kept his mouth shut during their rants against Motorola, figuring they needed to vent before he could get anywhere, and then patiently explained his plans for the future. He knew that ultimately his superior product would prevail, and in the meantime he said all the right things about billing systems, territories, discounts, and the rest. None of the sophisticated users trusted the company anymore, but at least they left Tempe partially mollified. Once they were gone, Calusi turned his attention to facilities. From his years of acquiring companies at UNC, he was a believer in keeping people and getting rid of real estate, and he followed that formula here. The only building he wanted was the Tempe Gateway, which resembled a state park nature center flanked by 3 giant globes designed like Rubik's Cube sculptures. Called radomes, these were the actual Earth station antennas that processed the calls. Motorola had donated the land for the gateway to Arizona State University, then leased it for 80 years, so Calusi would simply take over that lease. The Chandler lab, on the other hand, wouldn't be needed. Calusi wanted Motorola to give him everything for free in return for taking the system off its hands, but Ted Schaffner had come down from Chicago and was computing how much each transfer would cost. Motorola was the kind of company that would, on the one hand, say that something was too small to bother with, it was shutting down 2 plants that could have been of value, and on the other hand, demand fees and transfer payments and percentages of future revenue for tiny assets that were the equivalent of the Albatross computer building in Reston. There turned out to be 7 spare satellites, not 4, that needed to be launched. It's hard to say how you misplace satellites, but apparently Motorola had done so. And the original idea of changing the name of Iridium to Polaris fell by the wayside when Calusi discovered vast warehouses full of promotional materials, brochures, user guides, advertising campaigns, with the name Iridium all over them. He was deep enough into this by now to know that he was going to have to save every paperclip. Iridium it was, and Iridium it would remain. At first, the Arizona employees were in a "who the flip is this guy" mood, especially since they'd all suffered through the Craig McCaw due diligence meetings. But after a week, Calusi started to gain their confidence. The trip to Tempe was a feel-good milestone. Everyone was energized. Everyone, that is, except Jonathan Mark. Mark had become Calusi's sole contact with Castle Harlan, and Mark kept reminding everyone that this is not the kind of deal that Castle Harlan normally gets involved in. Mark said this not just to Calusi, but loudly and often to whoever was around. Since a lot of Calusi's credibility was based on the backing of Castle Harlan, this was troubling behavior. John Castle himself rarely weighed in on any of the business problems. The most excited he'd gotten in the past month was when he sent an email full of lame ideas for Iridium advertising slogans. The way 21st century spies stay in touch with Whitehall. You can too. Now Calusi was losing confidence in Castle's lieutenant. One day, Mark called with sales leads from Stan Kabbalah, even though Castle and Calusi had decided not to work with Kabbalah. In May, they discovered that Kabbalah had put out feelers for a private placement, attempting to raise $20 million he didn't tell his partners about, and after that, they no longer trusted him. But Mark, in his zeal to prove himself the king of due diligence, was meeting not just with Kabbalah, but with Kabbalah's partners. Another time, he called to say he'd talked to the Saudis and that they didn't like Motorola. This was like telling everyone it's hot in Miami in August. But the fact that Mark would make a point of it made Calusi nervous. Mark wanted Calusi to know that the Iridium signal quality was bad. He'd gotten this information from Eagle River, the company owned by Craig McCaw, and apparently it was based on McCaw's personal experience aboard one of his many yachts. McCaw was such an avid yachtsman that his 118-footer Extra Beat was used as his day sailor, while for longer trips he used either the Tatouche or Le Grand Bleu, both longer than a football field. McCaw had tested an Iridium phone while at sea and couldn't make it work. The story was not that outlandish. Free Iridium phones had been given to generals and admirals who tried to use them upside down because they didn't read the instruction booklet. And there were congressmen who tried to use them inside the Capitol Rotunda without success, not realizing that a satellite phone required access to the sky, since the cell tower was 485 miles away. McCaw was dyslexic, which meant he never read anything if he could help it. He formed opinions through the verbal reports of his lieutenants, but it was still hard to believe that one of the original cell phone tycoons didn't know how to extend the antenna and stand on the open deck with the phone. Because of the rapidly moving Iridium constellation, it was hard not to get a connection. The dropped call rate had been under 1% ever since being perfected in December 1998. Calusi wasn't concerned that McCaw had made that mistake. In fact, his exasperation lowered the sale price. But he was concerned that Mark was implying a defect in the Iridium signal based purely on outdated anecdotal evidence. At one point, Mark wrote a 5-page memo detailing everything wrong with Iridium, concluding that it's a very tough proposition because the constellation was fragile and had a short life. It would take massive capital expenditures to make it work, and the entrenched satellite player, Inmarsat, is not going away. Mark reminded Calusi of Sergeant Bilko from the 1950s series starring Phil Silvers as the charming rogue who was king of the motor pool at Fort Baxter, Kansas. Bilko, like Mark, always confused tactics with strategy. Mark could occasionally be useful. He looked into the intellectual property issues, the process of transferring 1,000 Iridium patents from Motorola to the new company. He was beating the bushes for some new equity investors. He eventually came to the same conclusion everyone did about Stan Kabbalah. Why is he hanging around? But at a certain point, he seemed to start finding reasons to bust the business plan. Motorola had secret contracts, he told Calusi, and those could cause problems later. There were problems with the North American Gateway, he said, both technically and because of its special relationship with Sprint. The new company would need to renegotiate every single Motorola contract, and that would be costly and time-consuming. He had spoken to people at TRW, and they thought the Iridium system was defective. Mark apparently didn't understand corporate jealousy and rumor-mongering. He kept finding insurmountable obstacles to moving forward. When Mark called Calusi one day to say, "We should sell the customer list," something you do when you're closing your doors, Calusi had finally reached the limits of his patience. It was almost as though Mark was recommending that they locate assets and auction them off before they even owned the company. For a merchant bank that had $100 million on the line, or even half that, Castle Harlan was being outright negligent. Calusi placed several phone calls to John Castle, asking his old friend to send more support his way. He needed lawyers. He needed consultants. He needed more than just Jonathan Mark flying around the country, touring Motorola facilities and deciding they were hopelessly complicated. In late June, Castle was aboard the Mary Ann somewhere in the South Pacific, and Calusi left messages with his secretary telling him, "It's getting lonely out here." Finally, he decided to write a letter. It had worked in the past. His assistants seemed to have some way to get printed materials to him, by carrier pigeon for all he knew, and he felt like Castle Harlan was futzing around too much and jeopardizing the deal. "Dear John," the letter began, "we have reached a critical phase in the Iridium project, and I have a major concern about Jonathan Mark, and more specifically, about the soundness of our due diligence process that I need to share with you. I don't relish this type of report to you, but I feel it is necessary if we are to keep this potentially high-return project on track." Calusi then went on to outline the disturbing situation he was faced with. Outstanding issues with Motorola at a time when the bankruptcy judge was running out of patience. He had painstakingly earned the credibility of everyone, including the Iridium Board of Directors, the FCC, the Pentagon, the service providers, the judge, and even Motorola. But that was all being jeopardized by Jonathan Mark. Mark said disparaging things about the deal in front of outsiders. He was disorganized. He insisted on working out of his home in Boston and had yet to spend a full 5-day week on Iridium. His letters were sloppy. His follow-up was bad. And he exhibited an obviously negative attitude that is noticeable by everyone on both sides of the table. The biggest problem, Calusi told Castle, was that Mark knew nothing about revenue projections, but insisted they were his sole responsibility. He would get anecdotes from service providers and then arrogantly assume he knew how things worked and, more important, didn't work. The reason Calusi had to hire Carter Phillips was that the principal deal attorney being used by Castle Harlan was a bankruptcy expert who lived in Park City, Utah. He was competent enough and a nice guy, but he sent junior partners to court instead of showing up himself. Nobody from Castle Harlan was available to help write the final term sheet that went to Motorola. In my view, Calusi concluded, this deal cannot be brought to a satisfactory conclusion with John Mark as the senior Castle Harlan representative. The letter worked, at least so far as getting Castle's attention. Castle called the next day. The real problem, he said, was that Castle's partners didn't believe Iridium fit the profile of companies they traditionally invested in, namely, companies that were already operating and had cash flow. "We don't do venture capital," said Castle. "We do private equity." Calusi was shocked. Castle was treating Iridium as a startup? This was the first time Calusi had heard there was any problem at all with Castle's partners. Calusi pointed out that the only reason Iridium was not still operating was that Motorola, for unknown reasons, had cut off the phones. But as soon as the deal was done, those phones would be turned back on, and there would be cash flow. Castle said he didn't need to be convinced. He still loved the Iridium deal, but he just needed some signed contracts to show his partners, proving that Iridium could make money during its first year of operation. Calusi promised to put some figures together to try to prove up first-year profit, but inwardly he knew that was completely unrealistic. The Iridium business plan at the time showed a $10 million loss for the first year, and that might have been optimistic. You don't turn around a company this huge overnight. Nevertheless, Calusi called Staiano, told him what they were up against, and they hired a financial analyst named Buck Hollister to move into a cubicle in Reston and start crunching numbers. The best estimate of the cost of running the Iridium system was $7.5 million a month, 7.5% of what the old company had spent. That number alone should have given everyone cause for optimism. Then lists were made of potential customers and how much they might send Iridium's way in the form of revenue. Was Parview good for $1 million a month? How about WorldTel? the Rainbow Coalition company that wanted to provide phones for Africa. The team projected another $1 million for them. Calusi spent a lot of time talking to Eric Benson at Global Track, and Benson claimed to be good for $2 million a month. The Frenchman, with his secure email system, another $1 million. The United Nations turned up again in the form of the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Refugees. They wanted 26 phones right away and possibly more later. At least that was a start. Calusi knew he might have $3.5 million a month from the Pentagon. It was coming together. Even if all these customers didn't pan out, there were enough of them to make up the beginnings of a business case. And then there were the Brits. One day in early July, Mark Adams called to tell Calusi that the irrepressible Chalky White was coming to town. White was a retired lieutenant colonel now working for the British Foreign Service, who was well known to the American intelligence community as something of a larger-than-life Gilbert and Sullivan character. He was being sent to Washington to evaluate the Iridium system, and, Adams added, Calusi would want to take this meeting. Legendary as a former boxing champion for the Coldstream and Scots Guards, star of the British game show The Krypton Factor, where he ran the grueling Army assault course, White was most famous among his Royal Army Ordnance Corps comrades as the cadet who appeared in drag before the officer corps at Aldershot, singing Moon River as he pranced down the row of medals and ribbons, concluding his performance with a kiss directly on the bald pate of a brigadier general. White and his more somber colleague Paul Wells flew in for an Iridium presentation in Reston, pronounced themselves delighted with the system, and hinted at vast United Kingdom contracts in the future. What could that be? Another $1 million per month? More? Sometime in late July, Calusi called Jonathan Mark to say, "Okay, we now have $7.5 million in revenues per month." Mark asked how confident he was of that, and Calusi could only fudge so far. He was not at all confident of that. Castle Harlan's expectations for first-year break-even were totally unrealistic. But nothing could have prepared Calusi for the call he got on Thursday, July 27th. It was a name he didn't recognize, Chuck Storers, who identified himself as being with Robert Marston Associates, a public relations firm. Storers had been assigned to write the press release. "What press release?" asked Calusi. The press release announcing that Castle Harlan was dropping out of the Iridium deal. Calusi didn't hear the news from Jonathan Mark. He didn't hear it from John Castle. He heard it from the PR guy. He could have waited another day and simply read it in the paper. According to the Reuters dispatch published in the New York Times, the merchant bank Castle Harlan said yesterday that it had dropped its $50 million bid to buy Iridium LLC because it doubted the bankrupt satellite telephone company would be able to produce a steady revenue stream. Although Iridium provides a magnificent international point-to-point telephone service, our due diligence and marketing studies were unable to confirm that Iridium would generate even low levels of revenue with a high degree of certainty, Castle Harlan said in a statement. Throughout the summer, Calusi had been surrounded by angry people. Now it was his turn. Not only was Castle Harlan withdrawing its bid, but they felt they needed to go out of their way to tell the entire international investment community that Iridium was a bad deal and a bad company, and that Castle Harlan had done some massive study that resulted in certain knowledge that it couldn't make money. Castle Harlan had no massive study. It had done no study at all. It had sent a part-time analyst to collect opinions. But that didn't matter now. Jonathan Mark had done what, in the back of his mind, Calusi had always known he would do. He had turned in a report that said, "Do not invest." And John Castle had looked the other way. For 4 months, Calusi had been happy to let everyone refer to this as the Castle Harlan deal. There were people on the fringes who didn't know who Calusi was. It was one thing to back out, but why the press release? They didn't have to say anything. Calusi's money was gone. His credibility was gone. The purchase was now portrayed publicly as a deal so bad that John Castle himself, the founder and namesake of Castle Harlan, wouldn't fund it for a man he'd known for 35 years. Calusi was so mad at Castle that he couldn't even pick up the phone to yell at him. And then Ted Schaffner called. "The due diligence period is up. We gave you 90 days. It's time to either buy Iridium or crash the satellites. Deorbit will be August 11th, in 2 weeks." Calusi thought, no money, no friends, no viable business plan. "Sure, Ted," he told Schaffner. "We're ready to buy it." Chapter 12. The Fixer. August 8th, 2000. Black Entertainment Television, W Street Northeast, Washington, D.C. The setting was beyond unlikely. It was bizarre. 10 days after losing all his financial backing, a day when Motorola issued its 10th final deorbit deadline, Dan Calusi pointed his Porsche toward the mean streets of northeast Washington, D.C. It was a part of the capital rarely seen by tourists, comprising forgotten neighborhoods like Ivy City, Brentwood, Langdon, and Brookland that were centers of genteel social life in the 19th century, but had since turned into scarred, pockmarked war zones full of iron-gated strip malls, trash-strewn streets, and abandoned houses. These were the forbidding parts of the inner city where gunfights were related by the Washington Post in 2-sentence summaries, and where the crack cocaine trade had boosted the District of Columbia into America's murder capital. But it was here, in the ghetto, that some very strange bedfellows were gathering to determine the future of Iridium. Calusi and 2 other men were wending their way to the office of Bob Johnson, founder of the Black Entertainment Television Network. Johnson's executive suite sat high atop the BET studios, located in a lonely section of Brentwood, noted mostly for its railroad yards and for being in a slough where residents' basements regularly filled up with water from flash flooding. With a postal sorting facility as one neighbor and a sketchy McDonald's as another, BET headquarters was cut off from the reality of the streets by high security walls. Beyond the gate, it was like entering Oz. Rising skyward was the gleaming, mirrored facade of a 90,000-square-foot pinstriped tower set in an immaculately landscaped campus. Calusi parked his car in one of the VIP guest spaces and was soon ascending to the opulent office of the charismatic dealmaker who had launched BET in 1980 and built it into a media empire traded on the New York Stock Exchange. Bob Johnson wanted to help. Bob Johnson, a friend of every president since Carter, could get to the people involved. Bob Johnson had information from Jesse Jackson, and more important, from the president. Bob Johnson was about to put Calusi's quest back on track. How Dan Calusi became intimately tied to the black power structure of Washington, D.C. was a lesson in long-shot networking. Calusi had first met with some African-American businessmen in April after Dorothy Robin passed along their names as part of the Jesse Jackson Group. Calusi was talking to anyone and everyone who had the remotest interest in helping him, so he arranged a meeting almost immediately. Calusi was skeptical of their third world business plan, but he liked all of them personally, especially Herb Wilkins, a big, somber grizzly bear of a man who was known in D.C. as the first investor in the Radio 1 syndication network and the owner of cable TV franchises in major cities across the country. Wilkins and his partner, Terry Jones, were both Harvard business grads who had met in the late 70s and scraped together money from the Ford Foundation, the Office of Economic Opportunity, the Presbyterian Church, and Aetna Insurance to form a company called Syncom Capital, devoted to minority-owned media investments. What the two friends raised was a mere pittance, only $1.75 million, but since they had invested in more than 150 companies with a combined market value in the billions, and most of those companies were devoted to media ventures in inner-city neighborhoods not unlike Boston's Roxbury, where Wilkins had grown up in a large, close-knit family in a housing project next door to St. John's Episcopal Church, where he spent most of his free time as a boy. Wilkins was a man on a mission inspired by affirmative action programs, that had taken him out of the inner city and put him through Boston University and Harvard Business. The turning point in his life came when he took a course devoted to what was considered a new concept at the time, the venture capital fund. The idea of putting together an investment fund that would dole out startup money to promising but high-risk businesses seemed to Wilkins exactly what the black community needed. It was, in fact, the only way he could envision any kind of future for black entrepreneurs, since the very fact of their being black meant they were classified as high risk. A year after his graduation in 1968, he convinced Bache & Company to back a $10 million venture capital fund devoted to minority businesses, but Bache reneged when the stock market went sour. By 1973, Wilkins had become a senior investment advisor at a firm financed by J.P. Morgan and Morgan Stanley, but their idea of a minority investment was a white firm with black corporate managers, which angered Wilkins, as it seemed to him patronizing. "They were turning down the deals I brought them in a very sarcastic fashion," said Wilkins. Tensions built until Wilkins abruptly quit in February 1975. "The best thing that could have happened to me," he would say later. He would no longer ask white men to finance black businesses. He would raise the money himself. And so, Syncom was born. Syncom specialized in taking over ventures that the mainstream business establishment had abandoned or avoided, the most notable being the cable television franchise in Newark, New Jersey, where white businessmen feared to tread. Wilkins and Jones built out a cable system there that became much more profitable than the systems in wealthy suburbs that were considered more desirable by the media tycoons of the day. "We knew our audience," said Jones. The traditional model for making money on cable TV was to go into a high-income suburb and get 30 to 40% penetration at $19.95 a month. But in those suburbs, there are only 80 to 100 homes per mile. In Newark, there were 350 homes per mile. We could make twice as much money with 10% penetration. Yes, the construction costs are higher, and yes, the collections have to be done a different way. You need a lot of cash windows on payday. But for low-income families, cable TV is often the only entertainment they can afford, so demand is very high. Blacks and Latinos overconsume technology. Fortunately, we know this. Unfortunately, the companies we tried to partner with simply studied our business model and stole it. Despite their bruising battles with media conglomerates, making it impossible for them to grow as rapidly as they would have liked, Wilkins and Jones were often profiled as being among the most successful African-American entrepreneurs in the country. That's why they were approached in 1993 as potential investors in Iridium's African Gateway. Jones was intrigued by Iridium even then. A small-town Kansas native with a master's degree in biomedical engineering from George Washington University, he had grown bored during his first jobs out of college with Westinghouse and Litton. "I realized I wasn't an engineer," he said. Then spent 4 years in Kenya in the 70s, creating Kiambare Savings and Loan and several other East African businesses that eventually had to be abandoned for reasons he blamed on weakening currencies and endemic corruption. While living in Nairobi, he met his future wife, an organizer for a Chicago-based non-governmental organization called the Institute of Cultural Affairs. And when they got back to the States, Jones went to work for the Booker T. Washington Foundation for Excellence, trying to obtain minority-owned cable franchises in major markets. That's how he met Herb Wilkins, who had just formed Syncon. The two men pooled their resources and were soon investing in FM radio stations, cable, and any other media property that seemed to have value overlooked by the mainstream. Wilkins hated taking money from the government. It led to invasive regulations, limitations on how much you could pay people, and constant oversight by bureaucrats, but was coaxed by Jones into facing reality and realizing minority contracts were a resource they couldn't afford to ignore. Syncom ended up relying on several federal programs, essentially increasing the capitalization of the company fivefold because of its ability to borrow, but all that money came with strings. "We're making money," Wilkins would tell friends, "but at every turn we're hamstrung on what we can do." He spent enormous sums on lawyers who did little more than fill out government reports. He had to get permission to reinvest his profits, and that could take years. He was often drowning in arbitrary and unnecessary paperwork required by local governments. He resented being constantly asked to do what is socially significant instead of what is economically important for success. But he never wavered from one core belief. Black people should sell black products into black markets. He was convinced that was the way to solve the problem of perpetual black poverty. It was not a popular view, even among many of his friends who spoke about integration into the larger American economy. "That's Republican laissez-faire bullshit," he would shoot back at them. Meanwhile, Jones remained tied to the African continent by serving on the board of the Southern African Enterprise Development Fund, an agency run by Andrew Young that was empowered to dispense $100 million in USAID funds to newly democratized countries. That's how Motorola found him when it went looking for early partners. Though sentimental about Africa, Jones and Wilkins turned down the deal. The Iridium phone seemed to Wilkins a high-end toy for rich people, and the startup costs for the gateway seemed excessive. It also seemed like an example of rich white men coming after poor black money, and Wilkins insisted above all that the black business community hang together. "The black middle class can't go home and enjoy the fruits of the labor they have supposedly earned by their own initiative," Wilkins told his colleagues, "while leaving that kid in the ghetto unable to compete." So there were a lot of reasons Iridium didn't fit Syncom's objectives in 1993. But the two partners continued to follow the ups and downs of the company, and when it started to issue junk bonds, Wilkins even bought a few with his own money. It was only after Iridium started making headlines in 1999 as a spectacular business flameout that they looked at it again. "We were sitting around waiting for a partners meeting to start one night," recalled Jones, "and Iridium came up, and Herb said, 'We ought to buy it.' And we all broke out laughing." Iridium was a $6 billion company, whereas Syncom was virtually unknown at those levels of American business. And yet the more they looked at it, the more it seemed not that different from what they had done with cable TV. The big boys at Iridium had targeted the wrong customer, rich business executives, and ignored the millions who had no alternative service. "We're into the underserved," Jones said. "That's what Syncom is all about. It can be old people, it can be marine vessels. We always had limited capital, so we have to see the gold in the hills that others missed." Bringing telephones to Amazonian outposts and tiny Indonesian islands didn't seem that different from bringing cable TV to neglected inner-city neighborhoods. They thought, at the very least, that they could be a minority investor with a bigger partner, and that they could open doors in Africa and Latin America that others might have trouble penetrating. They cautiously started looking at the numbers, and when they mentioned it to Bob Johnson, the idea started making its way through the Black Power establishment, eventually reaching Jesse Jackson, who buttonholed President Clinton at a White House party. Within days, the idea of a Bob Johnson bailout of Iridium had percolated through the White House, and allies at the FCC even agreed to exercise leverage over Motorola so the new coalition would have time to put together a business plan. Less than a month later, Ty Brown, Herb Wilkins, and Terry Jones were settling in for dinner at the venerable Metropolitan Club as the guests of a guy named Dan Calusi. Now, 10 weeks after that dinner, Castle Harlan had announced to the world that Iridium wasn't worth investing in. Calusi's money was gone. His credibility was gone. His business plan was portrayed publicly as toxic and misguided. But Calusi remembered Herb Wilkins. He remembered Wilkins as the silent, hulking presence at every due diligence meeting he'd attended. He remembered Wilkins as forthright, honest, good as his word, following through on everything he said he would do. He remembered Wilkins swallowing his pride when he attended Castle Harlan meetings in New York, only to be stung by dismissive remarks indicating that the black guys were only grudgingly tolerated on Fifth Avenue. Calusi hadn't noticed the snubs himself, but he had to admit that, yes, that was just the kind of thing that might happen at a company run by John Castle. Even if it wasn't overt racism, it wouldn't be surprising for a Washington, D.C. minority-owned firm to be treated as a lightweight junior partner. But now Castle Harlan had been even more overtly rude to Calusi, and Herb Wilkins started to feel the kind of bond you feel when you're kicked out into the alley by a bouncer and notice that someone else has been kicked out with you. It was a bond that would turn out to be crucial for the future of the satellites. The day after the bombshell Castle Harlan announcement, Calusi's phone had gone quiet. People had seen the newspapers. Iridium was dead. Craig McCaw had pulled out in March, and now John Castle had pulled out in July. Obviously, the whole satellite phone thing was a white elephant. The sole exception was a woman named Ginger Washburn, a Motorola sales and marketing veteran who now worked with a service provider in Austin, Texas. She was apparently oblivious to the fact that the financing for the deal had fallen through, and she called Calusi to tell him that several Alaskan Indian tribes were in love with the Iridium phone, perfect for use on their remote reservations above the 65th parallel, and that they might want to invest. A day earlier, Calusi would have penciled in her call on a list of potential revenue sources for Jonathan Marks' due diligence report, then forgotten about it. Now, he eagerly took down the information and told her he would call back. He doubted any Indian tribes in Alaska had $100 million, but miracles do happen. And he needed one. If Calusi had known what was going on at the White House, his depression might have turned to despair. When Calusi's name appeared in government documents, it might be spelled Colucci, Kaluchi, or Colussi, the partner of Stan Kapala, in a project backed by Castle Harwin. This was because the only names that mattered among the handful of people trying to save Iridium were John Malone, Craig McCaw, and John Castle. Once they were gone, Dorothy Robin got on the phone with Iridium lawyer Tom Tuttle to find out how much time there was for Plan B, Calusi acting on his own. But Tuttle was pessimistic. It would be nice for the Iridium estate to have 10 to 14 days to patch together a deal, he said, but Motorola is not going to wait because they feel like they keep getting sucked in. Iridium can't object to a deorbit because of the legal issue of who bears the costs. It's a $40 to $50 million issue, and the creditors don't want to be responsible. They want that on Motorola. Fortunately, this judge does not want to deorbit, but Motorola has taken this all the way to Chris Galvin, and they want it to be over, and the banks may be feeling the same way. Robin then called Ty Brown, the lawyer for the Rainbow Coalition guys, and asked him if there was still hope for a deal, but he too was downbeat. Castle Harlan wouldn't work with us, Brown told her. Herb Wilkins even told Castle Harlan, I'll guarantee the revenue, but they weren't interested. What about the international aid organizations he was pitching? Their response was, we can't commit until we know the system will be there, and it's a 9-month budget process. Robin was barely starting to process all this gloom when she heard that the Department of Justice was preparing press releases to deal with the possibility of public panic. She warned the lawyers to hold off, reminding them that Motorola still had to coordinate with NORAD, and it also had to produce the proof of insurance it promised back in March. Almost alone among government employees, Robin refused to admit the battle was over. She came into the office on the weekend to send out a bad news email to everyone involved in the Iridium situation, hoping to control the panic, and Gene Sperling noticed. Clinton's top economic advisor and Robin's boss scribbled across the email, we need to do last-minute assist. Is there anything FedGov can do? Come to his office, he said. Let's get going on an Iridium salvation plan. Let's start fresh Monday morning. On that same Sunday morning, the time Dan Calusi usually reserved for making notes to himself, he too underwent a sea change in his thinking. After going over all the possible ways to deal with the situation, he took out a fresh legal pad and made a list of potential investors. Saudis, 50. Syncom, 50. Boeing, 25. Alaska, 40. John Malone, Bob Johnson, It was a fantasy fundraising list. Those wishful thinking numbers besides each entry were millions, of course, but the only principal at those companies he'd actually spoken with was Wilkins. Malone and Johnson had already bowed out. Calusi was just holding out hope that Wilkins could execute some kind of last-minute turnaround in their thinking. Boeing, on the other hand, seemed like a natural investor, since its rockets had been used to launch much of the constellation, and it stood to make ongoing profits from a contract to operate the system. Calusi did know the chief operating officer of Boeing, Harry Stonecipher, from his days as a defense contractor, but so far his old friend was not returning his calls. Alaska was the recently discovered Alaskan Indians, and Calusi had them down for $40 million, so obviously he wasn't in complete possession of his faculties yet. But the key entry came on the last line of the legal pad. By the end of the week, Calusi wrote, I need to have a new company. But there was still one place where the dramatic Castle Harlan exit couldn't be avoided. On Monday, July 31st, Judge Cornelius Blackshear of the Southern District of New York U.S. Bankruptcy Court settled into his sizable chair behind his sizable bench in his ornate courtroom facing Bowling Green at the foot of Manhattan Island. He was expecting to hear the final offer of Castle Harlan. All summer long there had been a steady stream of lawyers to the old custom house, many of them nominal buyers, most of them creditors. But now, Blackshear was startled to find just 5 people in his courtroom. There were 2 lawyers for Motorola, 1 lawyer for Iridium, 1 lawyer for Chase Manhattan Bank, and 1 lawyer from Baltimore, representing Dan Calusi. Something had obviously changed. So Blackshear's first question was, where is counsel for Castle Harlan? The Motorola lawyer quickly stepped up, telling Blackshear that Castle Harlan was no longer interested, and therefore the case had returned to the same place it was 5 months previous. There were no qualified bidders, and the deorbit of the Iridium constellation should be allowed to commence. Fortunately, Blackshear was seasoned, skeptical, and rarely impressed by the first thing he heard out of a lawyer's mouth. Knowing he would get a lot of posturing in open court, he invited the lawyers into his chambers and, off the record, asked them the equivalent of, "What the hell is going on here?" Isaac Newberger told him the media had it wrong. The Castle Harlan withdrawal had been a minor event, and that Calusi's consortium of investors was prepared to buy the satellite constellation with or without the help of an investment bank. The judge didn't hear anything that gave him confidence in what Newberg was saying, and he was not in the mood to let the case drag on much longer, but he considered the satellites such valuable assets that he decided to give it one more try. He told Newberger to get back to him with a concrete proposal and prove he had the money, and get back to him quickly. When Motorola's lawyers objected, he told them he couldn't do anything to prevent them from destroying the constellation, since Iridium was no longer objecting to it, but he appealed to their common sense. Those 66 satellites were worthless unless they were orbiting the planet. Motorola shouldn't do anything stupid if there was even a remote chance of a sale. Motorola agreed to wait, but only 48 hours. The hearing concluded on a decidedly dismal note. "Hurry," the judge told Newberger. The brief hearing was widely seen as the death knell for Iridium, especially since the press treated it that way. The events yesterday effectively end the tumultuous, underachieving existence of Iridium, reported the Financial Times. For the first time, Motorola had a green light to deorbit anytime they felt like it, without having to go back to court. Dr. Hans Binnendijk, the most senior analyst at the National Security Council, informed National Security Advisor Sandy Berger, and Berger prepared to inform the President. Colonel Victor Villard in the Office of Science and Technology Policy, and Breton Alexander, his space policy analyst, put their inform the public plans into overdrive and circulated a draft news release. For the complete Iridium system, it read, there is a 1 in 250 chance that some person on Earth would be struck by debris. Thus, the risk of an accident is not insignificant. And if a deorbiting satellite hit a population center, the level of damage could be substantial. This was too much for Dorothy Robin, who became alarmed that they would panic the public before the deorbit was even a certainty. "Just be careful not to get ahead of the process," she told Villard. "There's still an active effort on the part of Dan Calusi and others to get the funds to keep the system in operation." 2 days later, Robin and Mike Greenberger at Justice presided over a meeting requested by Motorola. Oddly enough, the request for the meeting came not from the executives in Schaumburg or the government affairs people in D.C., but Danny Stamp at the Chandler Lab. "Everyone was gone on the technical side except me," said Stamp, and so he had been charged with getting the system ready for the deorbit. "But I had all these technical approvals I had to get from various agencies, and I couldn't get these blokes in Clinton's office to coordinate it for me. I couldn't get any one person to say, 'Okay, fine, you're clear.' So I went to DOJ to get all of Clinton's minions together." Stamp's idea was to gather in one room everyone who had authority over Iridium, at the Pentagon, the FAA, the FCC, the State Department, the Commerce Department, the Department of Transportation, and the Justice Department, and get an unequivocal statement from the government that a deorbit was legal. Robin saw this as an opportunity to delay the process, but Greenberger was downbeat. "We don't have a very good story to tell." Robin and Greenberger went over all the insurance issues, but didn't think they could get any more mileage out of that. They considered buying time by telling Motorola that its press statements were misleading, and it needed to coordinate with them on that. Ultimately, they simply asked Motorola to delay the deorbit until August 16th, another 2 weeks, in order to give the government time to inform everyone. The way Robin worded it to Bruce Ramo, the Motorola lawyer, was that, "You've been very cooperative, and we don't think that ultimately we will stand in the way if there's no deal, but we need a little more time to talk to our principals. It's in your interest to have the government stand down, and your deorbit is too soon." Greenberger went further with Ramo, saying, "Having the U.S. government be able to stand down on this would be very helpful. Conversely, we don't want to have to seek an injunction. I'm not saying we would do that." Perhaps where persuasion didn't work, an implied threat would. Neither Robin nor Greenberger was surprised when Motorola, impressed by neither argument, refused to commit to any more delays. Back home in Maryland, Calusi took the call from Neuberger, reporting on the judge's comments, and knew he was out of time. He called Herb Wilkins and said, "Herb, I need to know what you can do right now." And Wilkins came through. He had always thought he would be the junior partner of Castle Harlan, or Bob Johnson, or John Malone, but he was angry about how this whole thing was coming down, and he stepped up. He said he could raise $25 million in 17 days and could pledge another $25 million for later, but that was all he had. Calusi's research now indicated that it would take $84 million to run the system for a year, plus $50 million to $100 million to purchase assets owned by Motorola and Iridium. If Calusi ran everything on a shoestring, the total bill for year one still stood to be $200 million, and he didn't know where that would come from. Fortunately, Wilkins, who had sat like a silent Buddha at most of the due diligence meetings, now became proactive. Wilkins picked up the phone to call Ty Brown. "Ty, you're not going to believe this," said Wilkins, "but for the first time in my life, I'm going to back a white man." Brown was indeed stunned. Brown had known Wilkins for 25 years, since the late 70s, when Brown was a commissioner at the FCC and Wilkins was a hustler trying to land cable franchises, and the two men had become even closer friends while both were serving on the board of BET. Brown knew Wilkins as a man who had deep-seated resentments toward the white business establishment. Herb Wilkins avoided doing business with any white people, much less financing white-run ventures. Just the mention of John Malone's name could send Wilkins into outraged rants, as he believed that Malone had pretended to be a loyal partner only to steal his business plans and contacts. But Brown also knew that Wilkins had built a small media empire backing startup companies that no one else cared about. He had put up the money for the most successful black radio network in America at a time when the founder was still operating out of her basement. In the early 90s, when you still needed a credit check to own a cell phone, Wilkins and Brown had figured out a way to provide phones to people in the inner city who didn't qualify. "If you wanted to get something done," said Brown, "show Herb Wilkins a situation where there's a service or a product available to the haves and not the have-nots. He would always say, 'Throw me in that briar patch.'" Since that partners' meeting when they joked about buying Iridium, Wilkins had turned fierce in his position. Ty Brown, in fact, had been one of the first people he called once he got the fire in his belly, and Brown still remembered the earlier conversation. "Motorola is getting ready to Deep Six Iridium," he had said. "Why not?" said Brown. "It's a piece of junk." "No, it's not a piece of junk. I want to buy it." "What will you do with it?" "It's a telephone system for the third world. We got to fight for it, and we want you to be the lawyer." Brown knew that Wilkins' instincts were rarely wrong. "I don't want to be the lawyer," said Brown. "I want to be a partner." And so WorldTel was born. Calusi remained unimpressed by the whole sub-Saharan angle. He had vast experience dealing with African governments. Ugandan dictator Idi Amin once put out a contract on Calusi's life after he canceled 747 service out of Kampala. And he knew that any government deals would be hard to acquire, harder to maintain, subject to nepotism, impossible to enforce, and likely to be attached to kickback schemes that were illegal for an American company. Then there was the fact that Africa hadn't shown much interest in Iridium the first time around. Fully 41% of the Iridium users in Africa were in the mining industry, and most of those probably weren't even African. Still, he had to pay lip service to Iridium as the ultimate solution for the third world, since that's what people like Jesse Jackson and Bill Clinton wanted to hear. Meanwhile, Mark Adams was checking with his Pentagon spies every day, and he called to say that Motorola was now trying to give Iridium away. Nick Negroponte, founder of MIT's renowned Media Lab and a Motorola board member, had called Dan Golden, the administrator of NASA, to ask if there was any way Motorola could simply donate the system to the government for civilian use. NASA turned the gift down, having no budget for operations and no real use for it. Running out of easy options, Motorola decided to give Calusi one more chance. "Come to the tower, let's talk," said Keith Bain. "Come to the tower," said Ted Schaffner. The Motorola executives wanted this to be over, and they wanted it to be over now. As Calusi boarded a flight for Chicago on Tuesday, August 1st, he carried a prospect sheet that had exactly one confirmed name on it: Herb Wilkins. Everyone else was vague to the point of being infuriating. Ed Cherney and Tom Sperry, two investment banker types at UBS Warburg who worked for Prince Khalid, called to say they heard rumors that Craig McCaw might still want in on the deal. They were implying that the prince might invest too, but only if someone major like McCaw were involved. Calusi was skeptical of McCaw since he'd come and gone so many times, but he still thought there might be a shot with another someone major, Boeing. The senior Boeing executive involved with the Iridium launches was a man named Don Hull, and he had been very helpful when Calusi was doing his due diligence in Arizona. So Calusi called Hull to find out why Boeing COO Harry Stonecipher was not returning phone calls. It took about 5 minutes for Hull to get the answer. The company wanted no part of an equity investment in Iridium. Boeing had already gotten involved in the stillborn Ellipso project and then pumped $100 million into Teledesic for a 10% stake, and it now looked like all that money was up in smoke. The company would no longer be buying any equity in satellite ventures. Meanwhile, Ginger Washburn kept calling to say she was sure the Alaskan Indians would invest, but Calusi didn't really have time to fly to the Arctic Circle to talk to them unless he could be certain they were real. In combing back through the original Iridium investors, two prospects seemed most likely. Carlton Jennings, an American who had been CEO of Iridium South Pacific in Australia, was a fast-talking sort who kept referring to the licenses he controlled, including the island kingdoms of the South Pacific, saying he wanted in, maybe not at the $50 million Syncom level, but at some level. Jennings was a former employee of Motorola, hired by Jerry Adams in 1994 to find investors in Asia because of his experience in Japan, Australia, and New Zealand. Colucci told him to get his checkbook ready and optimistically penciled him in for $25 million. Another promising lead was Kazuo Inamori, the Japanese tycoon who had founded Kyocera Corporation in 1959 as a ceramics manufacturer, then turned it into one of the most powerful electronics companies in the world when ceramics turned out to be ideal for semiconductors and cell phones. Kyocera had been an investor in the original Japanese consortium and had built handsets for the service, handsets universally considered superior to the ones built by Motorola. But the Japanese had been especially stunned when Iridium went bankrupt, since they had invested $581 million, making them the largest shareholders after Motorola. Now, thanks to overtures by Tom Tuttle, the courtly Japanese magnate said he was open to a meeting during his upcoming visit to the United States. Colucci decided to treat all these potential investors as solidly in, at least while he was talking to Motorola, but he knew he needed to get some real commitments within a matter of days, or else the whole thing would crumble into dust. Colucci got another big surprise when he touched down in Chicago, a new date for crashing the Constellation. Motorola had issued a press release this time announcing that the satellites would come down on August 9th, 8 days away, and it had already hit the Chicago Tribune in a story headlined, "Burn-up of Iridium Satellites to Begin." It was one thing to ignore the pleas of Judge Blackshear, or bluff deorbit deadlines, but going public with it? Why did he even bother to fly in? The only satisfying part of the Tribune story was that it referred to Castle Harlan as an asset stripper and buyer of last resort. Colucci decided to ignore the news. It would just sidetrack his ability to get anything done, and drove straight to the tower, where he and Schaffner instantly plunged into a meeting about insurance issues. Meanwhile, in another part of the building, Motorola spokesman Scott Wyman was telling the Dow Jones News Service that the satellites would be destroyed as soon as possible. At the end of the day, Colucci was nervous. When he left the tower, the August 9th deadline was still in place. The only thing that could dislodge it was an agreement with Boeing, an agreement that Boeing had already ruled out. Motorola made it clear. He had exactly 1 week. Meanwhile, in Washington, the Iridium Interagency Working Group had given up on Motorola and was preparing for deorbit. Staffers dusted off the government press announcement that had been circulating for 4 months, saying that A, they were not governmental satellites, B, deorbiting was an imprecise science, C, there was a slight possibility that some debris would reach Earth with a minuscule risk of casualties, and D, the government was monitoring the situation. When it came to the actual risk of casualty statement, they chose new, even more confusing language. NASA calculates there is less than 1 chance in 18,000 that any person on Earth will be hit by debris from each Iridium reentry, and that there is less than 0.5% chance that any person on Earth will be hit by debris as a result of all 74 Iridium reentries. The eventual press document ran to dozens of pages of if-asked responses to theoretical questions from the media. It didn't help that since the whole Iridium mess began, a 70-pound piece of debris from a Delta II rocket had landed on Peter Viljoen's vineyard in Worcester, South Africa, and that a 110-pound metal ball from the same rocket had landed on a farm in Durbanville. Once again, Colucci bunkered down in his wood-paneled office overlooking the Severn, immersing himself in phone calls at all hours of the day and night, frequently getting up at 3 or 4 in the morning to write notes to himself. Helene, sensing a work mode to end all work modes, sharply abbreviated their social calendar and did her best to make it easy for him to take meals in his office and run what had become the Iridium War Room. Even at this late date, he couldn't always tell the real from the unreal. A man named Keith McNerney called from the West Coast representing Venture Partners, the company run by Gene Curcio from the Los Angeles suburb of Rolling Hills Estates. McNerney now claimed to have $350 million in committed funds. Lockheed Martin and General Dynamics were both involved with the deal, McNerney said, and General Dynamics had agreed to run the constellation for $5 million a month. Frank Morton, a descendant of the founder of Morton's Salt, was investing as well. Maybe, McNerney said, Calusi wanted to join them instead of fight them. Even though he was desperate for financing, Calusi had a sense that Curcio had nothing to offer. He asked a few questions and told McNerney he would call him back. But McNerney apparently interpreted this as a snub. The next day, Curcio turned hostile, sending a letter to the Iridium Board of Directors calling Calusi a Castle Harlan splinter group that is neither operationally or financially capable of acquiring the satellite assets or indemnifying the Iridium estate. Curcio went on to say, I have spoken to Boeing Corporation in Seattle, and I can assure you that Boeing has no intention of operating a satellite system, nor will they foot the bill, and they certainly will not indemnify Iridium. The only thing that gave Curcio any credibility at all was the letter he had produced from General Dynamics. Apparently, General Dynamics executives had gotten wind of Calusi's deal with Boeing and were simply taking a competitive position so that, if Calusi failed, they might be considered in line for the operations contract. Curcio was right about one thing, though. As of August 4th, Calusi was not yet financially capable. That's why the team was spending 24/7 on finding money. Ed Stiano called to say that Bain & Company of Boston might be interested in investing. Calusi was skeptical. That was the firm that Jonathan Mark had come from, and it was indeed an asset stripper. Mark Adams called with bad news from the Pentagon. Art Money, the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Command, Control, Communications, and Intelligence, was the key official with a portfolio for Iridium, and he was only lukewarm about whether the military needed it at all. Then more depressing news from Motorola. The board of directors had met the previous day and drawn a line in the sand. Either total indemnification from Boeing, or else the satellites would be destroyed. Stiano called to make the bad news worse. Motorola had sent out an official letter to all employees saying there were no buyers for Iridium and that the constellation would be deorbited. For some reason, the company not only wanted to get rid of the satellites, they wanted to be as public as possible about it. And then Calusi's caller ID lit up with the last name in the world he expected. John Castle. Castle was calling from the Harlem River Drive in Manhattan on his way to work, and he had just gotten off the phone with Prince Fahd, eldest son of Prince Khalid. Prince Fahd had called Castle from Paris after weeks of silence. There had been intermittent static on the line as the two men spoke briefly, but Castle was able to make out that Fahd was giving him a green light for an investment in Iridium. The Saudis would like a chance to recover their original investment. Although Fahd didn't state a number to Castle, their total losses on 2 gateways would have been about $250 million. The call caught Castle off guard, since it was a belated response to a presentation earlier that summer at Castle Harlan headquarters, but he went into none of this during his call to Calusi. He simply said he was calling to help. You know, I've always been the biggest supporter of the Iridium phone, he told Calusi. I tried to do it myself, but it was outside the scope of my investment criteria. I couldn't justify it to my partners. Calusi knew that Castle would do whatever he wanted with Castle Harlan money, partners or no partners, because he had an iron control over the voting shares. But he didn't say that. Calusi also knew that Castle could have withdrawn from the Iridium effort without announcing it to the world. But he didn't say that either. What he did say was, "How can I help you, John?" "I want to give you Prince Fahd's phone number in Paris. It's the only way to get to Prince Khalid, and I think he might invest." Did Castle feel guilty? Was this a peace offering? Calusi didn't have time to ponder the imponderables. He just knew that when it came to the Saudis, Castle always knew what he was talking about. Prince Khalid and another Middle Eastern investor named Suleiman Olayan had jointly owned 22% of Donaldson, Lufkin, and Jenrette when Castle was running it. And since 1975, the prince's son and 3 other family members had all trained under Castle as DLJ interns. Prince Khalid was such a private man that Castle had met him only twice during the 2 decades he worked with the family. Once was for dinner at the historic Saratoga Springs racetrack in upstate New York, where the prince and Castle both had horses running during the August resort season. And the second time was when DLJ was sold to Equitable Life Insurance Company in 1985, and Castle personally delivered Prince Khalid's check for $180 million to the lobby of the Waldorf Astoria Towers. Castle knew the prince to be a gentle, thoughtful man who was a rare bird in Saudi Arabia, a man with a royal pedigree who chose not to be involved in either oil or government, even though his wife was a full sister of King Fahd, and his father had been an older brother and trusted advisor to Ibn Saud, founder and first monarch of modern Saudi Arabia. Since the last time Castle saw him, Prince Khalid had become even more isolated and reclusive as his business passed into the hands of professional managers, but Castle had remained close to all Prince Khalid's children and their extended families, and especially to his former intern, Prince Fahd. Calusi took down Fahd's phone number and found himself softening a bit toward his old friend. Castle was just not a risk-taker, he thought. He was so ultra-cautious that he became his own worst enemy when it came time to make an actual investment. Calusi thanked him, got off the phone as quickly as possible, and immediately dialed Prince Fahd. The prince answered his cell phone, acknowledged that he was expecting the call, then said, "I'm on the train. May I call you back?" It was the kind of phrase that strikes fear into a cash finder's heart, especially when dealing with the famously elusive Saudis. But, miracle of miracles, Prince Fahd did indeed call back a few minutes later. "As you know," he began, "my father had a very bad experience with Motorola. But we still believe a partnership is possible if the terms are right. I have strong faith in the Iridium system, and I know that John Castle has a strong confidence in your abilities. At this point, we need to be made more comfortable." So Calusi proceeded to make him more comfortable, quickly reviewing his plans to buy the company out of bankruptcy, run it with the help of Boeing, and reconfigure the marketing goals so as to make it profitable. At the conclusion of the impromptu presentation, Prince Fahd said, "All right, that makes me very happy. That's a very exciting proposition. The marketing is very important, and of course, our advisors at Warburg will play a role for us. Could you by any chance meet us in London on Wednesday so that we can discuss this further?" Wednesday was only 4 days away, and it was the day Motorola had announced to the world as the D-Orbit Day. But Calusi said, "Of course, I'll be there." Instantly, he dropped everything and put into motion plans to join Prince Khalid, Prince Fahd, and their armies of advisors at Cadogan Place in Knightsbridge, just off the gardens behind Harrods department store, where a townhouse functioned as Prince Khalid Central. But that was the last time Calusi would ever speak to Prince Fahd. By the following day, Prince Khalid's major domo, a punctilious, somewhat demanding lawyer named James Swartz, called to say, "No need to come to London. I'll be coming to the U.S. We'll talk there." Calusi was learning the first lesson of dealing with the prince, namely, that you never deal with the prince. There were CPAs, lawyers, bankers, household employees, and all of them jealously guarded access to the prince and the members of his family. The prince himself was said to be a charming guy, capable of perfect English, always impeccably dressed in Savile Row suits, but few people had ever met him. "Of all the wealthy men I've met in my life," said John Richardson, "he was by far the most pleasant of all." But the prince also preferred his investments to be anonymous. The important thing now was that his son had already gone on record encouraging Calusi to seek an investment, and so the family's word had been given. Everyone working for them accepted it as a fait accompli, but each now wanted to control it. James Swartz, the functionary intervening to make himself the chief intermediary between Calusi and the family, was in fact the ultimate insider. After graduating from Yale College, he acquired 3 law degrees, from Oxford, George Washington University, and the University of London, worked briefly for the venerable London investment bank Morgan Grenfell, then spent most of his life handling the prince's foreign investments. That job included managing the prince's residence in London, as well as managing the financial aspects of 250 racehorses and 300 employees at 6 stables in Kentucky, England, and Ireland. Swartz actually lived in the Cadogan Place townhouse and had somehow acquired an English accent, although he was an American who had grown up in Farmer City, Illinois. From now on, Calusi would deal with Swartz and anyone Swartz assigned to the Iridium matter, and he would assign many people. Calusi knew that a Prince Khalid investment could still fall through, though, primarily because, in his opinion, the prince's advisers were determined to nitpick it to death. The sole exception was a pale, thin Australian named Tom Alabakis, whose job was to manage the original Iridium investment from the Middle Eastern Gateway sales offices in Dubai. Alabakis was interested in seeing his job continue, so he flew to Washington to try to influence the deal. But his personal manner was abrasive, especially toward Calusi. Alabakis made it clear that the prince didn't invest in small-time operations. He invested with the blue-chip corporations of the world. He had a full-time chief financial officer, David Hall, working out of his London townhouse. He used PricewaterhouseCoopers, the most prestigious accounting firm in the world. He had 2 lawyers, Steve Pfeiffer and Larry Franceschi, on call at Fulbright and Jaworski, one of the largest law firms in the world. All of these people had to be convinced that reinvesting in Iridium was the right thing to do. Everyone employed by the prince, from the guys at UBS Warburg to Swartz himself, kept insisting, "We have to partner with a major player." By major player, they meant Castle Harlan, or Craig McCaw, or Boeing, or anyone other than the company that was referred to simply as Nuco, because it had yet to be named. Anyone other than Dan Calusi acting alone. Calusi was just starting to wade through the intricacies of the Saudi business world when he got an excited call from Herb Wilkins. "We can get to Cohen," said Wilkins. By Cohen, he meant Secretary of Defense Bill Cohen, the only guy in the world, aside from the president, who could invoke the national interest as a way of saving Iridium. "What do you mean you can get to him?" said Calusi. "I can get a meeting with Cohen." Calusi could hardly believe it. From that first meeting at the Pentagon, when General Jack Woodward confessed that he was not powerful enough to save Iridium on his own, Calusi had known that getting a military contract would be an uphill fight. "There's support for Iridium within the Pentagon," Mark Adams had told him, "but not that much support." And the Pentagon didn't move fast even when projects had universal support. Now Herb Wilkins had somehow landed an audience with the man who ran the whole building. William Sebastian "Bill" Cohen was an odd duck in the Clinton cabinet, a former Republican congressman from Maine who had been drafted for the Pentagon job when Clinton was trying to move toward the center after winning re-election in 1996. Cohen was the sort of patrician New England moderate that had started to become a dying breed after the one-term administration of the first President Bush. At the time he became SecDef, Cohen was known mostly for being the only Latin scholar in Congress, Bowdoin College, 1962, the lawyer who drafted the 1984 Competition and Contracting Act to eliminate Pentagon waste, and, as far as anyone could remember, the only SecDef in history who was also a published poet. This latter skill didn't seem very suited to the personality of a warrior, especially when you consider his staggered meter decrying the Strategic Defense Initiative. "Before they unleash hurricane winds, before they breathe through nostrils red, beyond all Fahrenheit, turn them to endless ash, yes, save us from their savagery." But that was a poem about war satellites. Maybe this pacifist warrior had a soft place in his heart for the peaceful satellites of Iridium. Besides, Cohen had no more time for poetry. He had become better known as the guy accused of running interference for the Monica Lewinsky sex scandal. First, by firing missiles at terrorist camps in Afghanistan 1 day before Lewinsky's testimony. Then, for bombing Iraq 1 day before the president's impeachment hearing. The only reason any of this mattered at all was that Cohen had been reamed by the press several times and was unlikely to touch anything controversial. But Wilkins had a secret weapon. First of all, he told Calusi, Cohen is a Democrat in Republican clothing. He'll want to help us. More important, his wife works for Bob Johnson. And indeed, as Calusi was soon to learn, Cohen was married to a flamboyant television diva named Janet Langhart, now Janet Langhart Cohen, after the secretary became her third husband in February 1996. The former Ebony Fashion Fair model was finishing up a long broadcasting career that began as the weather girl in WBBM in Chicago in 1966, continued with regional morning host jobs on Indy Today and Good Day in Boston, and included stints as a spokeswoman for Avon Cosmetics and a correspondent for Entertainment Tonight before Bob Johnson brought her to BET. She'd made her presence known at the Pentagon, first by masterminding a $52,000 redo of her husband's office, then by anointing herself First Lady of the USO and printing her new nickname on personal stationery until the head of the USO complained to Cohen and she was told to stop. She also created, produced, and hosted Special Assignment, a weekly television program that aired on the Armed Forces Network during her husband's tenure as SecDef. Herb Wilkins didn't come right out and say it, but the implication was that Bill Cohen would listen to Janet Cohen, and Janet Cohen would definitely listen to Bob Johnson. Even though Johnson had decided not to invest, Wilkins had prevailed on their long-standing friendship. The Syncom guys had known Johnson ever since he was an obscure lobbyist for the National Cable Television Association in the 70s, coming to Ty Brown to ask for assistance in getting things through the FCC. The bottom line, come to Bob Johnson's office. He can fix everything. And so it was that on August 8th, 24 hours before the publicly announced deorbit, Calusi found himself sitting in the waiting room at the Pentagon with Ty Brown, Herb Wilkins, and the genial Bob Johnson. They had all come from BET headquarters in Johnson's limo and would return there later to rehash the events of the day. They cooled their heels for a good part of the morning, as people tend to do when they're waiting for an audience with the cabinet member charged with the defense of the free world. But once the young officer escorted them on the long walk to Cohen's inner sanctum, it went off like any other meeting. There was the usual chit-chat, and then Bob Johnson took control. "Bill," he said, "we need your help." And he nodded toward Calusi. "Dan, would you fill in the secretary?" Cohen then listened patiently as Calusi began outlining the situation, emphasizing the indemnification problem, the hostility of Motorola, the support for the Iridium phones on both the civilian side, in the form of the CIA and the DEA, and the military side, in the form of the Air Force and Marines, and making the point that even as they spoke, Motorola was threatening to deorbit the constellation within 24 hours. "Well, I've certainly heard about this situation," said Cohen at last, "and what you're saying makes a lot of sense. I'll look into it." There was a pause. Calusi added a few pertinent facts. Cohen seemed to be mulling it over. "So, you need me to say that saving these satellites is in the national interest," he said. Was it a question? Calusi decided to answer it. Yes, that would certainly help. "And it is in the national interest, correct?" Calusi assured him that yes, it certainly was. "I'll get back to you one way or the other," said Cohen. As they made their way back to BET headquarters to get their cars, the men agreed that the meeting had gone well, but they probably didn't know how well. An hour later, the phone rang in the Pentagon office of Dan Oliver. As they made their way back to BET headquarters to get their cars, the men agreed that the meeting had gone well, but they probably didn't know how well. An hour later, the phone rang in the Pentagon office of Dave Oliver, whose official title was Principal Deputy Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition, Technology, and Logistics. His unofficial title was The Fixer. It was Secretary Cohen on the line, and his message was clear. The President wants Iridium saved. The reason is that he thinks the system would be useful for the economic development of Africa, providing phone links between villages. But that's not a good enough reason for Pentagon intervention. Your job, Cohen told Oliver, is to find a reason the military can't live without Iridium, and do it now. Oh, and one more thing. You can't use the president's name. He doesn't think he should be directly linked to this effort. It was not uncommon for Dave Oliver to get a call from the secretary, but it was rare for him to get one with this degree of urgency. As the number 5 official on the civilian side of the Pentagon, Oliver was known as a bulldog, the guy who could cross any line and bring together any warring factions. When General Woodward told Calusi he didn't have enough juice to save Iridium on his own, he was hoping the case file would pass to someone exactly like Oliver. Oliver had spent 32 years in the Navy, retiring as a 2-star admiral after running the nuclear attack submarine program during the Cold War and then the Navy space program in the 80s. He then spent several years working for Westinghouse and Northrop Grumman before coming back to the Pentagon on the civilian side, partly because he believed in Bill Clinton. He liked to compare Clinton with Admiral Elmo Zumwalt, with whom Oliver had served in Vietnam, the kind of leader who wasn't afraid to be unpopular in the present when he had a clear vision of what needed to be done for the future. Oliver, like Clinton, was willing to run against the conventional wisdom, and Dave Oliver loved the Pentagon. He was a true believer, an appellation sometimes used derisively, but in Oliver's case, usually spoken with respect. He honestly thought what he was doing was important to the free world. And there was one more thing about Dave Oliver that made him perfect for the Iridium situation. His specialty was the dirty job. He had smuggled arms into Israel in the 80s, keeping everything under the radar. After the Soviet Union crumbled, it was Oliver who got the nuclear weapons out of Kazakhstan. He headed a secret mission that located 92 Scarp ballistic missiles and 2,000 pounds of enriched plutonium, then found a way to bring everything back to the United States. "We fueled Detroit with it," he said later, without irony. Oliver was used to keeping secrets and dealing with brinksmanship situations. Skills he learned as a nuclear submarine commander in the Sea of Japan, where he frequently played chicken with the Soviets, and then honed while handling every kind of secret backdoor assignment since then. He thrived on this stuff. Secretary Cohn knew Oliver could work fast and get results because one thing he'd heard loud and clear during the Calusi briefing was the time element. This had to get done before Motorola destroyed the satellites. It was a threat that Oliver was slow to accept. He thought the deorbit deadlines were simply negotiating tactics. But then I learned real quick to take them seriously. He decided he needed to somehow neutralize Chris Galvin, so he placed a call to the tower, leaving the message that he had been assigned to the Iridium problem and was hoping Galvin would help him get up to speed on it. But Galvin was in no great hurry to get back to him. "Not the most dynamic guy in the world," Oliver said to colleagues, "and every time I try to call him, he's at a party." It took a day or two, but Oliver did get up to speed on Iridium, and what he discovered served to motivate him even more. Like most people who studied the engineering of the Iridium constellation, he was in awe. The Motorola handsets, on the other hand, were dog meat. If the system was going to be saved, it would need new handsets, but Motorola didn't want to make any new ones. I could also see that in a couple of generations, the Iridium system was going to be really, really good, he said. So I thought a big company would want to buy it. If you were a big company and you took over Iridium, you could blame all these current problems on a previous chairman. And in fact, Chris Galvin was a great guy to blame it on. But that wasn't happening. In other words, Oliver was stuck with Dan Calusi, Herb Wilkins, and whoever else showed up on the NUCO side. He was not in control of that, though, so he proceeded on the assumption that someone would buy it. He just had to make it easy for that someone to make it survive, hopefully with a government contract. Oliver was an old hand at Pentagon politics, so his first effort was devoted to building support within the building. That meant physically walking from office to office, talking to every service branch, and especially the senior communicators. "Wouldn't you like to have this system for nothing?" was his message to all of them. And all of them gave him the same answer. No, not interested. These were the stovepipes Jack Woodward had warned about. Increasingly disgusted, Oliver found himself going higher and higher in the hierarchy. After all, he had carte blanche from the SecDef to get this done. And one day he happened to see the vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff leaving his office. Oliver hustled over and collared him in the hallway. He then launched into a passionate pitch for the Iridium phone, telling him how they could take the existing device, amp that baby up, and have connectivity in places we've never had it before. The general was unmoved by Oliver's pleas. "The phone is a piece of crap," he said. "We don't need it." "You dumb fuck," said Oliver, and turned on his heel. Both men had been speaking loudly, so Oliver walked across the hall to the office of Hugh Shelton, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and more to the point, a decorated Green Beret in Vietnam, exactly the kind of Special Forces soldier who would be apt to use an Iridium phone. "Did you hear that conversation?" asked Oliver. Shelton said that he had. Oliver asked him if there was any reason the Pentagon shouldn't take advantage of the only truly global handheld satellite phone system ever put into space. And the chairman said he didn't see any reason why the government wouldn't do that. "I'm going to take that as a yes," said Oliver to the highest-ranking military officer in the United States, "and I'm going to run with it." "Fine," said Shelton. But Oliver very quickly picked up on the major fear of both Motorola and the government, that a deorbit of the constellation, even if delayed for years, would create a nightmare scenario of burning satellite components crashing to Earth and killing people. Oliver had university-level training in statistics and ran the numbers himself, concluding that the NASA study estimating a 1 in 249 chance of injury was ridiculous. But it was out there, and I couldn't destroy it, he said. I couldn't get rid of that stupid number, and the fear was real. The fear was tangible. It wasn't that the government cared that much about falling space junk. 168,000 kilograms of space debris already entered the atmosphere every year. But everybody cared about the kind of debris that gets attention. Bureaucrats have a long memory for anything that makes headlines. In 1978 and 1983, there had been crashes of Russian spy satellites with radioactive components aboard, one of them strewing debris all over northern Canada. The Salyut 7 space station had gone into premature orbital decay in 1991 and hit a town in Argentina, panicking the local population. Most famous of all was Skylab, the space station that broke apart in 1979 and plummeted to Earth in Western Australia, creating an international media event and comedy fodder for radio disc jockeys the world over. The Australian ambassador to the United States presented Jimmy Carter with a ticket for littering. But these events were rare. Most of the 14,000 re-entries ended up with a quiet plop into the ocean. Oliver eventually gave up on the statistical analysis altogether. He had worked for years with nuclear submarines and knew that no matter how safe you could prove them to be with numbers, the word nuclear made people irrational. He had to face the fact that the words crashing satellites had the same emotional effect. So he started using the following argument instead. Every time an airliner takes off, that plane is insured for $70 against things falling off it. Why? Because things fall off airplanes all the time. Yet here are all these insurance companies competing for this business. And we've all seen airliners flying over cities. There are many parts that can and do fall off airplanes. But there is only one part from each of these 66 satellites that can reach Earth, and when it does reach Earth, it will probably be microscopic. So the value of the insurance should be much less than $70 per satellite. Add to this the fact that 70% of Earth is water. A bunch of it is desert. A bunch of it is like Northern California. It's land, but nobody lives there. This folksy argument eventually carried the day with most of the people Oliver had to convince, and he even found a promising rivulet of support. The officers in charge of Command, Control, Communications, and Intelligence, or 3CI. People like Jack Woodward. People like Colonel James Mattis, senior military assistant to Rudy DeLeon, the deputy secretary. DeLeon was the ultimate power broker inside the Pentagon, and the person Oliver most wanted to convince. Unfortunately, that was going to be a tough sell. DeLeon was a civilian and a classic Pentagon politician, and after taking the temperature of the building on Iridium, he was not inclined to help. That's why Oliver went to work on DeLeon's assistant, Colonel Mattis, who had been a frontline warfighter, the commander of the 7th Marines, and the leader of a rifle company, a weapons company, and an assault battalion called Task Force Ripper in Operation Desert Storm. Oliver's best friends in the building were people who had been in the trenches, and they wanted that handheld sat phone. But in the meantime, he had to find a law authorizing the Pentagon to do what he wanted, accept liability for the safety of the satellites. It's not clear exactly who unearthed Public Law 85-804. Dorothy Robin first heard about it from Rick Stevens, head of the Space Communications Division at Boeing, who said it was used all the time for rocket launches. "That's when the light bulb went on in my head," said Robin. Calusi was aware of it, remembering the time during the Vietnam War when the government agreed to indemnify Pan Am. He had passed along that suggestion to Isaac Neuberger, his personal attorney, who was working virtually full-time now on figuring out how to buy Iridium, and Neuberger had passed it along to lawyers in the White House. As luck would have it, one of those lawyers was Linda Oliver, wife of Dave Oliver, who worked in the Office of Federal Procurement Policy. So Dave told his wife to stand by. He was going to need her for a special assignment. The call Dave Oliver was waiting for, from Chris Galvin, finally came on a Friday night while Oliver was attending a wedding. He had left numerous messages for Galvin and felt like he was being ignored, so he excused himself from the ceremonies and picked up the call. Then he got right to the point. "I need to meet you in your office tomorrow," he told Galvin. Tomorrow was Saturday. "I need to meet you in your office tomorrow. It's very important to the government." The next day, Dave and Linda Oliver took an early morning flight to Chicago and a cab to the tower. They were quickly ushered into Galvin's office, and again Dave Oliver was abrupt. "Look, if I can get you immunity from lawsuits, will you give me this thing?" Galvin hesitated, then suggested that perhaps Oliver's wife would like to wait in the outer office while they talked. Oliver didn't like his tone. It sounded like he was suggesting the little woman can read some magazines while the men are talking. "That wouldn't be a good idea," said Oliver. "She works at the White House. She's the number 2 person in federal procurement policy. I brought her here because only she can sign off on this." Galvin then proceeded to tell Oliver how expensive it was to keep flying the Iridium constellation and how unfair that was to Motorola. Oliver kept re-emphasizing why he was there. "Will you play ball with us if we get you a solid buyer?" But Galvin said he'd already been through that. There were no buyers. Oliver said he could probably come up with a government contract that would bring some new buyers out of the woodwork. Galvin pushed back again, saying he had already wasted too much time. And then there was the insurance issue. Galvin didn't want Motorola to get sued, and destroying the satellites now meant his company would be fully covered. Oliver said he would get him the same insurance somehow, someway. "Will you play ball with me?" he repeated. An hour later, Oliver had an agreement in principle with Galvin, but Galvin wanted it in writing. He wanted a decree, or an authorization, or a letter, or whatever document Oliver could produce for Galvin to take to the Motorola Board of Directors. Oliver said fine, he'd get it. But he couldn't get it. At least not immediately. When Oliver got back to Arlington and placed calls to his counterparts at the Justice and State Departments, he was not happy with what he heard. Lawyers working for Attorney General Janet Reno and Secretary of State Madeleine Albright were skeptical. It sounded like a corporate bailout. They were not sure it was legal. Not only that, the Iridium Interagency Working Group had been laboring for 5 months to force Motorola to do exactly the opposite: buy additional insurance to indemnify the government. The committee preparing for the Mir deorbit had been so disgusted by government exposure to a private initiative that it had been studying the issue with an eye toward requiring all corporations in the future to buy additional insurance, especially to indemnify the United States. Now the government was supposed to give them insurance? Oliver still had a lot of work ahead of him. In the course of his full-court press, Oliver discovered his old friend Dorothy Robin was already on the job at the White House, and he knew right away that she would understand, that this was a war where they were going to need to cross lines and kick ass. Oliver told her there were log jams in the building, and he wasn't sure he could get past the cautious Deputy Secretary Rudy DeLeon. "Let me assist on that," she said. "I'll get Jean to call him." But Robin was worried on other fronts, she said. She was following the Calusi negotiations through reports from Tom Tuttle, and he had told her that Motorola had turned flaky. "It will seem to be going well," Tuttle told her, and then in classic Motorola style, they ask for more. Two executives keep coming up with more and overruling the negotiating attorney. Those two executives, she had found out, were Motorola attorneys Bruce Ramo and Kathleen Massey. Both seemed spooked by the idea of the Calusi group taking over the system and then being unable to manage it. Mike Kennedy, one of the Motorola lobbyists, had been especially blunt. "It's not about money," he told her. "It's a legacy problem for us. We're being hit hard by the Wall Street analysts. The company would very much like to keep the Iridium system going, but we're fighting this mindset. It's about finding a replacement company that can keep the system up there, but distancing ourselves from it so Wall Street won't continue to hammer us." Meanwhile, Calusi continued to field 30 to 40 calls a day from the Iridium war room in Glen Oben, Maryland. Many of those were strategy calls with Isaac Neuberger. Neuberger had tapped into his network of rabbis and, as luck or divine intervention would have it, found a personal friend who worked as outside counsel for Motorola in Chicago. Neuberger now knew every move Motorola made, which created some confidence that, as each day began, they could at least know whether the D-orbit had been ordered or not. Also helping was Danny Stamp, the Motorola employee who had supervised the launch of the Constellation and who had already made it known to Calusi that if the satellites were saved, he would like to work for the new company. Slowly, Calusi was building a team, and what all the players had in common was shock and outrage that Motorola might bring the Constellation down. When the August 9th de-orbit deadline passed, Calusi assumed it had been yet another example of Keith Bain crying wolf. Ted Schaffner didn't even mention it in his daily phone call to Calusi, and Calusi didn't bring it up either. He told Schaffner he would be ready to close, with all his investors in place, no later than August 31st. He was nowhere near being ready to close, but he felt he had to tell Motorola whatever Motorola wanted to hear. Fortunately, the Japanese were acting friendlier in regard to a deal. In this case, the go-between was Yoshiharu Yasuda, the former president of Nippon Iridium, who had a good working relationship with both Ed Staiano and Tom Tuttle. And Yasuda-san was working hard to bring aboard Kazo Inamori. At least Calusi got the breakthrough call he was waiting on. Inamori would be at the offices of one of his companies in Irvine, California on August 22nd, and he would be happy to meet with Calusi and hear his ideas. Calusi immediately started making travel arrangements. But then Ed Staiano called from somewhere in Pennsylvania to say, "I hear that pressure is building in the tower. Call Keith Bain." When Calusi did call, Bain was curt and to the point. "Should we deorbit now or risk continued operations?" Calusi had been through this dance before. "Everything is almost finished, Keith. We're less than 2 weeks away. I want a letter from Boeing telling me that they are responsible for everything." "I thought we'd been through that." What was going on? Kathleen Massey, Motorola's senior litigation counsel, had been at meetings in London with Isaac Neuberger, the underwriters and Boeing lawyers, and all the details had been hammered out to make Motorola happy. Why was Bain going back to this tired refrain of wanting indemnification from Boeing? The insurance was in place. It was more insurance than Motorola had ever bought. It was more insurance than was needed. It was as much insurance as any company would ever write on any satellite constellation. "From our standpoint," said Bain, "there's no reason to take any risk. We're the manufacturer. Manufacturers of guns get sued. Manufacturers of tobacco get sued. The reason companies take a risk is to make money. But there's no money to be made here. Right now, we have an advantage because we have a mass deorbiting policy that's good for 18 months. We benefit from a policy written for Iridium that was a mistake. It's broad, and it includes all liability. But the message we're getting is that the insurers have learned from Iridium and they don't want to be stuck on this. That's why your policies are not as broad. Last year, Motorola wrote off $2.119 billion, and we're continuing to pay $2 million a week, and no one wants to help us pay for this. Bain had turned the call into a lecture on Business 101, and Colusi didn't like his tone. He was silent, letting Bain go on for a while, and then finally agreed to talk to Boeing one more time. After a few minutes, they conferenced in Rick Stevens, Vice President and General Manager of Boeing's Space Communications Division. Stevens, a veteran Boeing executive, an ex-Marine, and the tribal chairman of the tiny Pala band of Luiseno Mission Indians, had been talking to Motorola for several weeks, and he knew this conversation was going nowhere. Keith Bain and Ted Schaffner kept saying to me, "Rick, you have to indemnify us or this is not going to work. Get it off our plate. Get us out of this." Stevens repeated that Boeing had accepted liability for everything it could accept liability for. "Your company is thinly capitalized," said Bain to Colusi. "Your business plan is not demonstrated. I have to assume, Rick, that Boeing wants the satellite business to be successful. What you're doing can be a roadmap for the next generation of satellite systems. I know you want success for the launch industry. The way you can be certain to do that is to get me this indemnification." "I can't do that, Keith. Not what you're asking for. You want us to pay for everyone's mistakes, including yours. No one can do that. We could be sued if we did that." "Tell me what you can do." "Okay, I'll ask Harry." When they hung up, Colusi was troubled, but not that troubled. The most annoying thing about the whole conversation was that it was going over issues that had first come up 6 weeks earlier and had already been disposed of. And then, 2 days later, on August 22nd, Schaffner called with the bombshell. The Motorola board had just ordered Chris Galvin to destroy the constellation. Motorola was giving formal notice to the government. It could happen within 48 hours. There was nothing anyone could do to stop it. Iridium was finished. Schaffner expressed no emotion as he ticked off the points. Just like that, it was over. Prince Fahd didn't matter. Prince Khalid didn't matter. Secretary Cohen didn't matter. Public Law 85-804 didn't matter. Nothing from the White House or the Pentagon or anywhere else had made the slightest bit of difference. Nothing mattered except the single-minded determination of Motorola to get what it wanted and everyone else be damned. All the work, all the accumulated goodwill, all the promises of help had come to naught. Iridium was history. Chapter 13. Chicken Little. August 24th, 2000. 6-continent conference call, Iridium country code 8816. "There's no better time than now to deorbit," Ted Schaffner kept saying. As Colusi listened to Schaffner's deadpan recital of decisions that were fatal to everything he'd worked for the past 5 months, he went into a slow burn, but didn't let Schaffner hear his anger. "There's too much risk for us," Schaffner repeated. "There's no better time than now." Colusi hung up the phone, slightly stunned. Danny Stamp called to confirm the worst. He had been ordered to Schaumburg and installed at a desk in the reception bay outside Ted Schaffner's office so that he could supervise the destruction of the satellites, and technicians had already started writing the suicide software. "Chris wants to be sure he can grab my nose in 5 minutes," said Stamp. Colusi called Schaffner back and got Keith Bain on the call as well. The Motorola board had made the standard very simple, Bain said. If it was safer to deorbit now, using the existing insurance policy, then Motorola would do that rather than risk lawsuits later. Chris Galvin was leaving on a business trip to China, and as he left, issued an order to decommission the constellation. An official news release had already gone out, and Reuters was reporting that Motorola was finalizing a schedule to destroy the satellites. Bain sounded like he was finished talking and wanted to get Calusi off the phone. "We very much appreciate the time and effort the Calusi team has put into the process," he said, "but no business plan has come into being that makes any sense." Calusi quickly placed calls to Ed Stiano, Tom Tuttle, Herb Wilkins, Ty Brown, and Mark Adams, wondering how this could happen when they just made such massive inroads with the government. Not only that, they'd made inroads with Kathleen Massey, the feared Motorola in-house lawyer who had refereed all the arguments about indemnification. Tuttle said, "I'll schedule an emergency meeting of the Iridium board." Ty Brown said that the FCC would be willing to go into emergency session so that Chairman Kennard could discuss whether there was anything the government could do. But these maneuvers sounded like Hail Marys. For the first time, Calusi thought he might be licked. He started making notes about getting his expense money back from Motorola for leading me down the garden path. But then he reconsidered. The Motorolans were blowing him off, so what did he have to lose? He was tired of their tough guy blather. If Motorola wanted to play hardball, he'd play hardball too. He called Tuttle back and said, "I like your idea. Get the Iridium board together and let me speak to them." A day later, Calusi was patched into a conference call with the Iridium board of directors and their assistants. Some 50 people ranged across the planet, representing virtually every time zone and 6 of the 7 continents. Calusi had decided to come out swinging. "Motorola has announced that it's going to destroy the assets that you have paid for," he told the gateway owners. "They say that we won't be allowed to save those assets because we're undercapitalized. But there are only 2 reasons why we're undercapitalized. One is Motorola's constant demands for liability protection, demands that become more and more outrageous the longer they talk about them. And the second reason is that Motorola has obstructed us at every turn by being on again, off again, stating the criteria that would be needed for an asset purchase, then changing the criteria, talking, then not talking, constantly raising the bar of what it expects from us. In such an environment, no wonder it's difficult to get investors to commit. I've gone through 3 months of increasing demands from Motorola, and each time they increase the demand, I've met the demand, and each time we've reached a plateau, Motorola has created a new mountain. Boeing has indemnified Motorola for everything that is within Boeing's control. I have gotten additional insurance for everything the constellation will need in the future. The cost to the new company is $1.1 million per year for insurance alone, insurance that doesn't even include the operating company. It's insurance for the benefit of Motorola long after Motorola has ceased to have anything to do with the satellites. Motorola has acted in bad faith. I will continue to fight as long as a fight is possible, and any gateway owner who is considering an investment should know that his investment will be safe." When Calusi finished his remarks, he realized that Keith Bain was on the call, and Bain was furious. "Motorola was clear from the start," he barked back. "We cannot accept an expansion of liability." Calusi usually took extensive notes, but this time he just listened to Bain's increasingly emotional rant, imagining his face turning beet red, and absent-mindedly wrote the words "Chicken Little" on his notepad. They enjoyed it, he thought. These Motorola guys enjoyed controlling when the sky would fall. But Bain's decision to speak was like throwing blood into shark-infested waters. Every gateway owner blamed Motorola for the failure of Iridium, and so they all started spitting questions at Bain. Tom Alabakis, the board member representing the African gateway, demanded to know when the deorbit would occur. "It's imminent," said Bain. "You won't give us a time and a date?" "We will not," said Bain. "Will you give us 24 hours' notice before the constellation is destroyed?" asked Tom Tuttle, the Iridium lawyer. "No, we will not," said Bain. Atilano de Oms Sobrinho, the amiable Brazilian universally liked by the gateway owners, tried to restore calm to the proceedings, pleading with Bain to delay his decision for a few more days. Bain grumbled that he was sorry, but the decision had already been made. If any performance was designed to portray Calusi as the White Knight and Motorola as the evil empire, this would be it. Later that day, an open letter to the valued Motorola customer appeared on Motorola's website. The pertinent sentence read, "Please be aware that any and all remaining Iridium service could end at any time without advance notice." But the letter went on about how hard Motorola had worked to make sure the Iridium constellation was saved, and how, going forward, Motorola will continue to look for new opportunities that will provide a path to the future. Provide a path to the future? What did that even mean? Motorola was piling sandbags across the road to the future. Motorola was making any kind of future impossible. After the meeting, Calusi had an empty feeling. He may have won the battle and lost the war. Rick Stevens faxed a letter from Boeing about how much respect he had for the professionalism of Calusi and Staiano. "While I personally feel bad that this has resulted in a non-resolvable issue, I can't accept the intent of Motorola's terms," Stevens wrote. Calusi called Stevens. Of course he understood. No one could accept the intent of Motorola's terms. And then he continued to make calls for a while, talking to his usual team, thanking all of them, feeling like a football coach whose players just lost the national championship in the last 3 seconds of the game. But one person refused to accept his resigned mood: Dorothy Robin. Robin had spent the 3 weeks since the Castle Harlan announcement networking, scheming, and working the bureaucracy. As soon as she got wind of Dave Oliver's involvement, she had dropped his name all over the Department of Defense, sometimes annoyingly so, she would find out later, since calls from the White House were not always welcome at the Pentagon. But she had continued to fight for the system even when she was warned to back off the touchy area of seeming to support a commercial entity. "Are you sure we're doing the right thing?" she asked Oliver one day in the midst of a strategy session. "Trust your instincts," said Oliver. And her instincts told her that Chris Galvin was on the wrong side of history. When Calusi called Robin after the disastrous meeting with the Iridium board, she said, "Don't despair, don't worry. We've got things working. It's not over." Calusi didn't really believe her, but she did have things working. During the week leading up to the Labor Day weekend, as Danny Stamp sat in the tower, waiting on a call from Galvin ordering him to throw the death switch, Dorothy Robin stayed on the phone with her counterparts at the FCC and Justice, trying to get through to someone who could stop Motorola. She also stayed close to Motorola's Washington office because she wanted to know the exact status of the deorbit process. Motorola was wiring the funds to the insurance underwriters, indicating that its deorbit plans were real. When Barry Lambergman, Motorola's Director of Government Relations, informed her that, "We will be taking the first irrevocable step in the implementation process within 48 hours. She even went so far as to ask about the specifics of the suicide software. After it was uploaded, how long before the first satellite started to tumble? Could the software be canceled? If it were activated and then canceled, how long would they have? "We might lose one satellite if we did that," she was told. Okay, she said she just wanted to know how long she should keep fighting and whether they could lose a few satellites but still save the rest. Strategically, Robin knew that the national security card was now the only way to stop Motorola, but tactically she was still using safety and Africa. Somebody at Motorola talked to the press on August 23rd, resulting in a Washington Post reporter turning up at NASA, and that ended up causing confusion that she used to her advantage. The press tended to call NASA to ask Iridium questions, even though NASA had almost no involvement, but it gave the government the chance to talk about risk to the public. Kathy Brown, Chief of Staff at the FCC, was still helping on that front by combing through regulations for anything that would require government approval prior to a deorbit. Brown even urged her boss, FCC Chairman Bill Kennard, to place a call to Chris Galvin directly. Kennard was well acquainted with the Iridium problem by that time, having gotten an earful from Jesse Jackson earlier that month when the two men shared a ride on Air Force One. Kennard did call Galvin to express his concern, and I was somewhat surprised when he pushed back. It wasn't a pleasant conversation. Kennard pointed out that the FCC had licensed Iridium for a specific purpose, and that the deorbit was not a part of that license. But Galvin replied, "You may have licensed it, but it's private property." Somewhat alarmed by Galvin's intransigence, Kennard authorized Kathy Brown to call an immediate meeting at the FCC for the next day, requesting the attendance of Motorola, specifically Keith Bain and Rick Severns, as well as Calusi, Randy Brockman, Rick Stevens from Boeing, Tom Tuttle, and Kennard's old friends Ty Brown and Herb Wilkins. But Robin was upset when Motorola seemed to be making a conscious decision to send people to the meeting who are not decision-makers. Robin found Dave Oliver at home and told him Motorola was stonewalling, and during the few remaining days before the Labor Day weekend, the three co-conspirators, Robin, Oliver, and Kathy Brown, came up with a plan. They didn't quite come out and say it, but they tacitly agreed Motorola was now an aggressor and a foe that had to be eliminated. As one Iridium executive put it, Motorola is taking a calloused approach. They've concluded that this is a no-win. They look bad either way. If Iridium succeeds after they're gone, they look bad. So when they take this up to the board, it's not a huge priority. When one of the Motorola executives said, "We've been at this since March out of the goodness of our hearts," it made everyone's blood boil. The FCC meeting slowed Motorola down, but only slightly. Calusi prepared a chart laying out the 6 types of insurance he had agreed to purchase, amounting to $1.1 million a year in premiums, while Brockman expressed surprise and dismay that all the positive meetings of the last 3 weeks were being jettisoned at the last minute. Rick Stevens had flown in from his Boeing office on the red-eye and had to leave the meeting at 11:45 a.m. to fly back to the West Coast. But he made good use of his time, going down the list of Motorola's most ridiculous demands, saving the best for last, Motorola's insistence that Boeing take legal responsibility for Motorola's own simple negligence. Ted Schaffner then described situations in which Iridium would need to be deorbited, but various government agencies would refuse to give permission, and Iridium attorney Tom Tuttle said, "Those scenarios are wild and ridiculous, Ted." Nevertheless, Stevens volunteered that Boeing would agree to remain in control of the satellites until either an acceptable replacement operator was found or until deorbit. Boeing would even agree never to sue Motorola. The only legal action Boeing could take would be against the government. None of this was good enough for Schaffner. "Why would anyone come to Motorola with these ridiculous requests," Stevens asked him, "if we, Boeing, are operating the system?" The FCC regulators tried to paint Motorola into a corner, but Mike Kennedy, Motorola's director of global telecommunications policy, kept insisting on Motorola's right to deorbit. At one point, he even brought up the Smith & Wesson argument. Who knew they would get sued for manufacturing guns? Motorola believed that there was some way to protect itself from any lawsuit, past, present, or future, including theories of legal liability that had not yet been thought of, to the point that Tuttle finally said, "Mike, there are some things that can't be put between the 4 corners of a contract." But that was really Motorola's point. "There will never be a better time to deorbit than now," said Kennedy, referring to Motorola's insurance coverage for the next 18 months. "Every other scenario puts us in a worse position." There will never be a better time. This had become the refrain of Bain, of Schaffner, of Galvin, of presentations to the Motorola board. It was the way every meeting started and ended, and ultimately, it was what turned everyone against Motorola. Because the unspoken conclusion of the sentence, "There will never be a better time," was for Motorola. There's a certain way businessmen speak to one another to show how tough they are. They often take a delight in their hard-nosed lack of sentimentality. So saying, "There will never be a better time," was fine for the boardroom and for internal Motorola meetings. But they were saying it to government regulators and career military men and people like Dorothy Robin and Kathy Brown who had dedicated their lives to service. They were saying it to people who really meant it when they talked about the humanitarian goal of providing phone service to the poorest parts of the world. They were saying it to people who were not going to gain a single penny from the success or failure of Iridium, but nonetheless felt it was important for soldiers and spies and scientists who otherwise had no advocates. For Motorola executives to constantly set the standard for action as what's good for Motorola was a course guaranteed to turn them into the enemy. It was a mistake Bob Galvin never would have made. Every speech he ever gave included love of country, even when that country was China. It was a mistake Paul Galvin wouldn't have been capable of. He provided police radios because he thought the police were the finest patriotic servants in America. He built walkie-talkies so that America's communications would be better than Nazi communications. So for Motorola executives to wade into Washington, D.C. against the advice of their own lobbyists and say, "You don't understand. It's all about money for us," was a position that turned them into the ugly corporate guys. That was why the results of the FCC meeting were so positive for Colucci. It made Kennard a true believer in Iridium, and it made Chris Galvin a pariah. The other new wrinkle from the meeting was that Isaac Neuberger brought up Public Law 85-804, which allowed the government to directly indemnify private parties in the case of extra hazardous situations that were in the interests of national security. Dorothy Robin now believed in 85-804 as the solution. It was tricky politically, she said, but if you could get the Department of Defense on board with it, it was doable. To get that ball rolling, she called the two top defense specialists at the National Security Council and asked them if they thought it was feasible. Unfortunately, they both told her that they thought the situation fell short of the legal definition of extra hazardous. "I'm not convinced that the national security argument is strong enough," said Ed Bolton, and he added that, based on his conversations with the Pentagon, there is no support for this approach. Still, just the mention of it required Motorola to spend some time preparing internal memoranda as to whether that would be acceptable. They had bought 48 hours. Motorola was now losing credibility every time a Motorolan opened his mouth. The #1 telecommunications regulator in America was upset with Motorola, and Motorola's whole identity was defined by telecommunications. "My greatest concern was that this would cause a public crisis and pandemonium," said Kennard. "People would be really concerned about news reports that these 66 satellites were going to come crashing down. I didn't want a public crisis. I thought the FCC would be vilified by the public for allowing this to happen." But, despite everything Kennard could do, Kathy Brown eventually called Robin to say, bluntly, "Motorola has decided not to play." "How can we make them play?" asked Robin. This was now a brawl. And Brown came up with two ways. First, Motorola wanted a waiver from the FCC requirement to inform customers 60 days in advance about termination of service. Motorola had given notice, but it was not necessarily formal notice. Second, Motorola's original license called for a controlled deorbiting plan, and it would be possible to challenge the word controlled. This was news that thrilled Robin. She urged Brown to be aggressive on both fronts, refusing the waiver and challenging Motorola on the basis of the controlled deorbit. The only drawback, Brown pointed out, was that Motorola would undoubtedly seek a court injunction. "No matter," said Robin, "it will buy us a few days." The Stop Motorola effort had gathered steam. Neuberger called Colucci with good news from his spies inside Motorola. "There's a power struggle going on there." Unfortunately, the power struggle was mainly about timing, not principle. Robin spoke to Tuttle the day after the FCC meeting, only to be told, "Motorola is not talking now. They declined to give us specifics, and we have no confidence that they won't take action quickly." Chris Galvin was not giving in. If anything, he was becoming more defiant. The 48-hour deadline passed, but it was impossible to find out why. A hasty meeting was called by the Department of Justice that included representatives from the Pentagon, the National Security Council, the FCC, NASA, the FAA, and the State Department, as well as White House counsel and Robin, representing the National Economic Council. By that time, Robin had talked to Motorola's Washington office several more times and heard even more ridiculous scenarios. Motorola's latest fear was that Al Gore would be elected president and that he would refuse permission to deorbit the constellation no matter how much money the operators were losing simply because he loved the technology. This led to requests for insurance against irrational acts of government agencies. On another call, a Motorola lawyer said, "What if the government requires us to send the space shuttle up to remove space debris?" In yet another conversation, Bain said, "Our concern is that, as more commercial satellites are put up, environmentalists will come up with new regulations." At the end of the day, there were three key decisions that came out of the DOJ meeting. The first was to have Chief Economic Advisor Gene Sperling call Galvin and try to turn him around. The second was to take all references to NASA risk study out of the public news release. It would be available only via Freedom of Information Act requests. The third decision was to haul everybody over to the Eisenhower Executive Office Building, Iridium, the Calusi Group, Motorola, Boeing, Pentagon people, DOJ people, and do it the way we do airline mediation. As one mediator put it, you bring in the CEOs and just don't let them leave the building until it's settled. What the mediator didn't count on was the obstinacy of Chris Galvin. There was no way he was going to show up for any meeting. So Robin went to the top, to Gene Sperling. "We should go to the mat to keep those satellites in the sky," she told him. "We have two choices. We can bring in Galvin and Stonecipher and Calusi and shake them by the shoulders and tell them to finish the deal. Or we can deal solely with Galvin, since that seems to be where the problem lies." Robin believed that the negotiations were being driven by Motorola lawyers with an overly narrow perspective. But if someone senior in the White House called, someone like Sperling, Galvin could overrule his team. "If you're going to make the call," she told him, "this is the time." "Maybe Chris Galvin has made a thoughtful decision," she said, "but it's not clear that this is the case. The government needs to make darn sure that Motorola has thought this through. Has the decision been made in the crucible of all facts, including the administration's interest? We're not sure this has happened. Dan Calusi's problem at this point is that he has to make up the capital he lost when Castle Harlan pulled out, and he feels that if he could make a solid deal with Motorola, he could raise that capital. That's why we don't understand why Motorola would suddenly change course." Sperling did agree to call Galvin, but that was more easily said than done. First, Galvin said he was unavailable. Then said he would be available for the call in 3 days. Then said he thought the call should be dealt with by Keith Bain, not himself. But the White House gave a firm no to that option. Sperling was the #1 economist in the nation. Senior people talk to senior people. This call had to be with the CEO, and Galvin finally agreed to talk to Sperling. The talking points had been worked out long before. "Chris, we appreciate the cooperation you have shown in working with the federal government on Iridium over the past 5 months," Sperling began. "I know that Motorola has made a decision to proceed with the decommissioning, and you may well be frustrated that the federal government doesn't seem to want to accept that decision. But let me explain why we have such a strong interest in the future of the system. First and foremost is public safety. Second is the future of the satellite telecommunications industry. Third is national security. The Department of Defense has invested $200 million to build a secure gateway in Hawaii and to develop a secure handset. Can they get by without Iridium? Yes, but we would much prefer to continue to use it. Fourth, the President has very much hoped that Iridium could provide a way to bring telephony to sub-Saharan Africa and other developing regions, including Native American reservations." But these were clearly not words that had any meaning for Galvin. He may have even felt relieved when Sperling made national security third on his list, since that was the reason that could stop him. "The Iridium satellites belong to a private consortium," said Galvin, adding that he was not inclined to pursue goals that had nothing to do with the goals of his company. "I would like for you to stand down," he told Sperling. The government concerns, said Galvin, were incompatible with the needs of his company. Motorola had wasted too much money on delays. He needed to destroy the satellites, and he needed to do it now. Sperling felt that he had to buy time. "What would it take, then," said Sperling, "for you to settle with the guys who want to buy the system?" "Total, unconditional release of liability forever," answered Galvin. "I need a few days. Can you work with us? We want to leave no stone unturned." "I can't agree to that." "Well, I wish you would reconsider." "I can't. Too much time has passed." Robin was listening in on the call and thought that Galvin sounded desperate. She had been wrong. It wasn't lower-level lawyers with narrow perspectives. It was Galvin himself who was the problem. 2 days later, Galvin placed follow-up calls to both Kennard and Sperling to say that Motorola could not accept Boeing's terms, and that was that. Discussion over. No more negotiating. Asked to wait for the government to research Public Law 85-804, Galvin refused. Kathy Brown felt that was a slap in the face to the government. Motorola had given assurances at the FCC meeting, and those assurances had now been rendered meaningless. The curious thing about Galvin's calls was that somehow he believed he could convince Kennard and Sperling of the righteousness of his position. Instead, they just thought he was inflexible, and based on what they knew about Calusi's insurance, irrational. Meanwhile, Danny Stamp got the call he had been dreading. "Deorbit all the stuff. Chris says it's over." His satellites were doomed. The only thing holding things up was an insurance policy rider. Motorola's main insurance company was in London, but the policy was jointly held with companies in France, Germany, and Belgium. All of those companies had to send a fax to London saying they had been paid. Then a fax had to go from London to Stamp. Once that happened, he was to call the SNOC and start the deorbit. Unaware that Galvin had ordered the deorbit, Robin pressed on, placing calls to her Motorola contacts, asking them why Public Law 85-804 was being ruled out. The answer was because it would require an annual renewal, something that had never before been mentioned and was not true. Robin insisted on talking to Motorola lawyer Bruce Ramo, and he finally agreed to look at Public Law 85-804 himself, only to tell her that, in his opinion, it doesn't apply to Motorola because the work is not ultra-hazardous, and we're not a contractor, and the scope of the indemnity we need appears to be outside this statute. We want Boeing to put something on the table. After Galvin placed the final calls to Kennard and Sperling, Keith Bain thought it was over. He called Calusi again to say, "The deal is off. Boeing won't agree." "You knew they wouldn't agree," said Calusi. "We told you they wouldn't agree. That's not the reason. If that was the reason, you could have called it off long before now. You led us on. You owe us for our expenses." "I'll think about it," said Bain curtly, and hung up. Mike Greenberger at the Department of Justice sent out an email to 33 people in various agencies and departments reporting the grim reality. The full court press to try and achieve a sale has now almost certainly fallen through. It is now virtually a certainty that the satellites will be deorbited. Motorola will do its best to give us 6 hours' notice before software adjustments are made to commence the deorbiting. The State Department followed suit with a diplomatic cable to every embassy in the world, giving official responses to host governments and media inquiries once the satellites started crashing. The NORAD command at Cheyenne Mountain prepared its formal notification to Russia that non-nuclear objects would be entering the atmosphere, and everyone moved on to other things. Everyone, that is, except Robin and Oliver. When a sympathetic Motorola executive called Robin on August 30th with a harrowing message, "If DOJ is going to enjoin us, better do it quickly," she organized a last-gasp White House meeting with the only 5 people left on the planet who didn't believe Iridium was dead: herself, Oliver, Calusi, Kathy Brown, and Isaac Neuberger. Robin ticked off the grim realities. September 1st was the key date, she told the group. 2 days from now, a wire transfer would be made to the European insurance companies that had the policy for the deorbit. And after that, there would be no turning back, because the $5 million was non-refundable. Calusi confirmed the $5 million figure, since he'd just talked to Keith Bain, who said, "Somebody give us $5 million or we deorbit." Robin was still incredulous that the whole conflict could hinge on insurance. Maybe, she suggested, there was some 11th-hour way to get insurance that no one had thought of yet. And so Calusi agreed to make one more stab at getting additional insurance from the private sector. He didn't really believe this would work, but he called Jean-Michel Ide in the middle of the meeting, and Robin took the extraordinary step of getting on the phone herself with experts from Aon, the leading aviation insurance company. What the Aon underwriters told her was that Calusi had already purchased state-of-the-art coverage that was as broad or broader than the coverage that Motorola had. In fact, it was more than they usually wrote on space launches, which were considered much more dangerous. Besides, said Ide, Iridium has been up there a while and hasn't caused any problems. Satellites are safe. Robin's conclusion? This was not about the insurance. After the meeting, Robin shifted gears. The Africa card wasn't working. The safety card wasn't working. The insurance card had been tried and found irrelevant. It was time to play the only card she ever thought would work anyway: national security. She told Oliver, "Get the DISA letter. Let's find out what the Pentagon will pay." She had heard a figure of $3.5 million a month. Was that number still in play? But Oliver couldn't be sure. Unfortunately, Oliver told her, no one in uniform gives a shit. Oliver had been hoping for a Joint Chiefs directive saying, "Save these phones at any cost," but the best he could come up with was a fax from Doug Larson, Deputy General Counsel for Acquisitions and Technology, containing a tentative promise of $3 million a month. Oliver had the letter faxed over to Robin, and Robin gave it to Ed Bolton at the National Security Council. "Ed, we're in crisis mode," she told him. "I need your help. Here's a letter proving that the government needs Iridium." Bolton told Robin, "We're going to spend the weekend developing memos for Podesta," meaning John Podesta, the White House Chief of Staff. "Then make this clear," she told Bolton. "It's not just that Iridium is needed for national security. The argument should be positioned to say that Motorola is damaging national security by the positions it is taking." Later that day, she called Oliver. "Motorola thinks the administration isn't serious," said Robin to Oliver, "but Motorola is very sensitive to customers, and the Department of Defense is a huge customer. You need to address this head-on within the DoD, and the message to Galvin needs to be this: I don't know what we need to do to convince you, but this is not just your decision." Oliver agreed. Oliver was on it. Meanwhile, Robin called Leslie Batchelor, Janet Reno's lawyer at Justice, and said, "I'm looking for ways to encourage Motorola. Could Justice do anything else?" "Is there any remaining issue?" Batchelor said. "Does Motorola have everything it needs from the government?" "Maybe not." On the Sunday afternoon of Labor Day weekend, Robin called Calusi with the news. The ball was teed up. Everything was in place. "Be at the Pentagon on Tuesday at 0900 to meet with Rudy DeLeon, the number 2 guy after Cohen," she said. Calusi flashed back to his conversation with Beverly Byron months ago before he ever set foot in the Pentagon. "Rudy DeLeon is the man you need to get to," Byron had told him. Also at the Tuesday meeting, said Robin, would be Dave Oliver, 3CI head Art Money, and the Pentagon General Counsel. Rick Stevens and the Boeing lawyer Bob Catania would be there as well. Bob Catania was an expert on Public Law 85-804 and said that it's used all the time on Delta IV rocket contracts and that the space shuttle couldn't be launched without it. Tom Tuttle would be present, representing Iridium, and she would be finding Keith Bain to request his presence. Of course, Calusi said he would be there bright and early. Next, Robin hunted down Bain at his summer home on Lake Minocqua in Wisconsin. Bain said he couldn't make it, but gave her Ted Schaffner's number. She eventually located Schaffner at a White Sox game in Chicago, and told him that it would behoove Motorola to show up for the meeting. Schaffner told her that it might be too late. The satellites might be gone by Monday morning. She told him that Monday was Labor Day, and surely Motorola could wait one more day before making that decision. Schaffner reluctantly agreed to come to the Pentagon on Tuesday. Tuesday turned out to be a long day, as most days at the Pentagon were. Meetings at 0900 never started at 0900. Calusi, Schaffner, and the others sat in the outer lobby, waiting for Rudy DeLeon to be available. Fortunately, when lunchtime came, they were able to avoid the annoying food courts and get tables in the Navy mess hall, finest of the 4 Pentagon dining rooms. Afterward, they returned to the lobby and waited all afternoon. It was almost dusk when the men were finally greeted by Oliver and ushered into skiff 3E 928. DeLeon, as the top decision-maker under Cohen, was a hard man to get to. The Deputy Secretary always was. The Deputy Secretary was the man who pulled the levers of the Pentagon on a daily basis. In many ways, a meeting with the Deputy Secretary had an air of seriousness that meetings with the SecDef lacked, mainly because you knew that, at the end of the meeting, the decision was likely to be made one way or the other. The SecDef was the person you talked to at the beginning of a process. The DepSec was the last person you talked to. DeLeon had a scholarly gravitas about him, enhanced by oversized wire rims that were slightly at odds with startlingly red hair that crested and curled like the feathers of a cardinal. He was known as a brilliant student of American government and foreign affairs, a Loyola Marymount graduate who went on to the prestigious John F. Kennedy School of Government at Harvard. By the time he became Undersecretary of the Air Force in 1994, he had served on congressional committees in both the House and Senate, and then spent 6 years in Pentagon jobs, where he acquired a reputation as a politically gifted strategist, able to negotiate through thorny public embarrassments like the tailhook scandal, but, more important, problems with Congress. He eventually ascended to one of the most crucial Pentagon jobs, Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness, and probably would have finished out the Clinton presidency there, but in January 2000, John Hamre abruptly resigned as DepSec to run the leading foreign policy think tank in Washington, the Center for Strategic and International Studies. DeLeon got the appointment for the lame duck year because he was about as seasoned as they come. His soft voice belied his steely resolve to do what he thought was right for the country. And for most of the past few months, the word was that he was opposed to any heroic efforts to save Iridium. He was wary of the political climate, afraid of the precedent, not sure there was enough support within the building. But Robin and Oliver had been working on him in roundabout ways. Robin through Gene Sperling, Oliver through DeLeon's senior military assistant, James Mattis. All Dave's meetings and memos had one overriding purpose: to bring Rudy on board, said Robin. That's why Calusi, unaware of the Byzantine backroom maneuvering, was surprised to be meeting with DeLeon at this late stage. DeLeon welcomed the delegation into the skiff and immediately took the floor. He knew everything about Iridium, past and present. He talked about problems with the Iridium business model that have brought us here today. He noted that the Department of Defense was not the only agency that had an interest in the Iridium phone, but that the Pentagon had become a clearinghouse for the concerns of everyone. He mentioned NASA, the State Department, the Treasury Department, the Justice Department, the White House, the FAA, the Coast Guard, the DEA, the Secret Service, as though to say, I'm not just speaking for the military when I speak today. The Iridium system, he said at last, does have value. For ships at sea, certainly, and in Alaska and in other places. It's not exclusively for military communications. It has law enforcement value, and it has value in hunting down global rascals. I think we should save it. So far, Calusi was liking what he heard. DeLeon then turned to Ted Schaffner. Mr. Schaffner, he said, I've noticed that the day has all but passed, and I'm looking out the window here, and I haven't seen any falling satellites, and as far as I can tell, nothing is crashing to Earth. So I have to assume you haven't followed through on your threats. Schaffner didn't say anything. He was curious to see where this was going. I have a message for your CEO, said DeLeon. Tell Mr. Galvin that if I hear one more fucking threat to bring these satellites down, then his corporation is going to have a really hard time doing business with the Pentagon in the future." The room went still. "I will give him that message," said Schaffner. "All right," said de Leon. "We should all now work together to get the constellation indemnified so that we can move forward without destroying it." And just like that, at the 11th hour, the dogs were called off. Motorola was on notice that it should never again mention the word deorbit. The Pentagon started actively working to guarantee that Motorola could never be sued no matter what happened to the Iridium constellation. Did Calusi dare think it was over? The private battle had been won. Dan Calusi's public battle was just beginning. Chapter 14. 4 Dead Birds in the Situation Room. November 20th, 2000. Iridium Space Vehicle 79. Tumbling through the mesosphere, approaching the stratosphere. And now, like a cosmic joke, Iridium Space Vehicle 79 was falling out of the sky. Other Iridium satellites had failed, become comatose, drifted off course, floated into the nether regions, but none of them had ever actually lurched into a crash orbit. After 2 years of chaos, after the Iridium system had almost died a dozen times, after thousands of powerful people had written it off or actively worked toward its destruction, the last thing Dan Calusi needed was a satellite defying the odds of 1,000,000,000 to 1 and plummeting into a populated area. Sure, it wasn't likely, but nothing for the past 8 months had been likely. One particularly eccentric congressman kept comparing Iridium to the Skylab scare of 1979. It was the kind of thing you could brush off if people were acting rationally, but nothing about this situation was sane. 6 months earlier, the Compton Gamma Ray Observatory, one of the heaviest payloads ever flown at 37,000 pounds, had been put into a controlled deorbit by NASA and dumped into the Pacific Ocean. But it had gyroscopes to work with. Iridium Space Vehicle 79 had nothing but gravity. It was a technician at the Johnson Space Center in Houston who first noticed. There was no way for the SNOC to eyeball the Iridium satellites once they left the grid, but NASA had access to spy cameras and monitoring devices that were operated by the Orbital Debris Program Office at Cheyenne Mountain. There was no question about it. Iridium 79 was going to re-enter the atmosphere around November 21st. And by the way, Iridium 85 was not looking too good either, although its crash orbit would probably take another month to come in contact with Earth. It's not really possible to predict where a tumbling satellite will end up, but you can do approximations based on trajectory and gravitational force. The most likely place of impact for Iridium 79, according to Aerospace Corporation, was a remote part of the Northwest Territories in Canada. That was some comfort. And the second most likely place was even better, the Indian Ocean, a few hundred miles off the coast of Antarctica. Then again, it wasn't the actual danger of fatalities that Calusi was worried about. This was just a bad time for any satellite, much less an Iridium satellite, to be crash landing anywhere. It was expected to come down on the very day the National Security Council was convening a meeting in the White House Situation Room to come to a final decision on Iridium. For all Calusi knew, his on-again, off-again luck could end up with Iridium Space Vehicle 79 plunking down on Disney World while the president's advisors were debating. Dan Calusi was nearing the half-century mark as a military officer, engineer, and businessman, and during that time he'd had a lot of dirty and disagreeable jobs. But this was the single most complicated and bruising of them all. It was worse than his first year in the Coast Guard, when he'd worked the International Ice Patrol out of Argentia, Newfoundland, bundled against frostbite, listening to the roar of the growlers as his ship picked its way through the scud ice, pinging radar signals off the deadly white canyons that would loom up just 50 yards away in heavy fog. It was worse than the Korean conflict, when it seemed like his body never got completely dry while patrolling Ocean Station Victor, the most brutal storm region in the world, a lonely grid 1,000 miles south of the Kamchatka Peninsula. It was worse than his first civilian job at General Electric, where he would sleep all night on a cot in the control room of a test cell so he could make sure prototype aircraft engines were thoroughly stress-tested. It was worse than anything he ever encountered in the airline business, where Calusi was always the odd man out, the Ivy League egghead in corporate cultures that never appreciated MBAs. No, Iridium was a whole new level of frustration. Perhaps that's why he couldn't let it go. And it wasn't as though Calusi was some starry-eyed novice who didn't know how to deal with the shocks and indignities of the real world. As the president of Pan Am, Calusi had dealt with terrorists on 3 continents and dictators on 5. He had gone toe-to-toe with Bill Genovese, head of the airline division of the mobbed-up Teamsters Union in New York. He had negotiated with the Ayatollah Khomeini, who chartered a 747 to take him from Paris to Tehran, then negotiated later the same day with National Security Advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski, who convinced him to cancel the flight. Calusi had suffered through what is to this day the worst aviation accident in history, when a KLM Airlines 747 decided to take off from Tenerife in heavy fog and plowed into a Pan Am 747 that was crossing the runway, killing 583 people. The Pan Am co-pilot bashed out a window and dropped 20 feet to the ground to find a phone so he could call New York headquarters, and the grim aftermath began. Then, as though that wasn't enough carnage, one of the most notorious tragedies in New York City history occurred on Calusi's watch when a helicopter, preparing to take off from the roof of the Pan Am building, 10 floors above his office, fell on its side and killed 4 passengers in the heliport and 1 person on Vanderbilt Avenue who was hit by a falling rotor blade. So, Calusi was intimately familiar with what it took to soldier on in the midst of adversity, and he had faced most of the slings and arrows of public criticism. He had been shunned by his friends and what seemed like the whole city of Baltimore after his Columbia Air startup had its landing slots pulled in 1981 during the air traffic controller strike. He was branded as an interloper and insulted to his face when he reported for duty as the CEO of floundering Canadian Pacific Airlines, greeted by Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau with the opening line, "Why do we need an American like you up here?" In the 80s, while dealing with anti-nuclear protesters and dissatisfied shareholders, he had to close down UNC's nuclear reactor plant in Connecticut, and it took him 2 years to deal with all the people who lost their jobs, eventually authorizing a year of severance pay for those who found it impossible to be rehired. But still, this Iridium mess was worse than anything he had ever encountered, because he was constantly treated as a pest, or even worse, a nonentity. He was the only guy in the room who had no funds, no support, and no corporation to back him. And the most annoying part of it all was raising the money. It was one thing to stop Motorola, but now that the Pentagon had intervened, he had to put up or shut up. And the fact was, he didn't have the money. He didn't even have a fraction of the money he had led people to believe he had, and he had never seen businessmen run so far and so fast at the mere mention of a company's name. Yet he truly believed his business plan made it self-evident that Iridium was a safe and promising investment. He went so far as to produce a document called the Finite Life Project, which was a plan B in case it became impossible to raise the money for replacement satellites. Calusi knew that engineers always design redundancies into technology, so the effective life of any device is often 5 times greater than the official estimate. In a project as complex as Iridium, there were hundreds of these redundancies, and according to Danny Stamp, the expected life of the constellation was closer to 20 years, not the 5-year average specified in Motorola contracts. Back in 1992, Iridium CEO Jerry Adams had insisted on a Motorola operations and maintenance contract to reassure investors, like having AAA insurance for your car, and since that contract was worth $140 million per quarter, Motorola kept making the system more robust so that they would have to replace as few satellites as possible. The bottom line was that the new Iridium owners could simply run the constellation until it died, meaning until it had so few functioning satellites that calls became impossible. Without ever replacing a satellite, they could get their money back and make a small profit. That's not what anyone wanted, of course, but it meant the investment was safe. Still, Lucy didn't think anyone was listening very well amid the constant bad press and erratic behavior from Motorola. During the year 2000, Calusi spoke to perhaps 100 potential investors, everyone from billion-dollar corporations to foreign governments to religious organizations that wanted to use Iridium to propagandize the Third World. But the nadir came in early September, shortly after he received yet another ultimatum from Keith Bain. After the Labor Day massacre, the meeting where Rudy DeLeon said he would call down the wrath of all the Pentagon gods on Motorola if they didn't stop their threats, Bain had finally agreed to put the D-Orbit on pause. But the pause wouldn't last forever, and he was now calling to say that the proposed government contract was only $72 million over 2 years, and as far as he could tell, the only other money Calusi had came from 2 black guys with some cable TV franchises. It sounded too puny to bother with. "I don't believe you have enough investors," Bain said. "Show them to me within 48 hours. Prove up to $150 million. Bain also gave Calusi a list of deal breakers and told him that if he expected Motorola to continue to manufacture Iridium handsets, he would need to produce a $30 million letter of credit, because he didn't intend to get stuck with any unpaid bills when Calusi's little company inevitably went out of business. Calusi responded in his usual way, saying he would produce everything Motorola needed, and then went into a controlled panic. He didn't have $150 million. He didn't even have the $30 million to secure the letter of credit. All he had in hand was $25 million from Herb Wilkins at Syncom. Everyone else was still talking. Fortunately, a potential investor named Charles Medlin was flying in the following day, and he came with the highest recommendations. Jim Walls, CEO of Iridium's North American Gateway in Tempe, Arizona, told Calusi that Medlin had access to deep-pocket investors related to family winery money. Walls had Calusi check him out with Laura Lobianco, the senior attorney for Iridium North America, and she said Calusi should definitely meet with Medlin. The man was a genius. He was managing director of a company in Porterville, California, called CMC International, that designed and sold embedded microprocessors and remote data devices, and more to the point, he was a visionary in telecommunications. So Calusi called Medlin and invited him to spend the night at his Maryland home so they could have plenty of time to discuss his proposal. Medlin turned out to be a personable guy with a fairly complete understanding of Iridium. For several hours he outlined his ideas, even going so far as to propose his own management team, which would have Jim Walls as CEO, attractive to Calusi since he didn't want to get stuck with being CEO. After a while, Calusi said, "All right, this is all well and good, but how much money do you think your people can invest, and how quickly?" Medlin put off the question a couple of times, then Calusi became more insistent. "We can't talk about anything else until I know about the money," he said. At this point, Medlin asked forbearance while he made a phone call to his investors. Calusi sat across the room while he tried several times to get a connection to a foreign number. After 2 or 3 tries, Medlin started using an operator and asked to be put through to the Minister of Finance. Again, the call failed. Finally, Calusi said, "What country are you calling?" "Fiji," said Medlin. "Is that the source of your funding?" "Yes, it is." "You're calling the Minister of Finance of Fiji?" "Yes, why?" "All right, this meeting is over," said Calusi. "You can stay until the morning, and I'll have a car take you to the airport." Medlin made some weak protests, but Calusi had done business with every country in the world. Fiji was an isolated, struggling archipelago in the Pacific with less than 1 million in population, and it couldn't even pay its own bills. Medlin was either a smoke-and-mirror man or hopelessly naive. Somehow he had gotten the ear of Jim Walls, but there was nothing there. And so Calusi ended up on September 8, 2000, the day of the Keith Bain deadline to show me the money, with only $25 million in the bank, a promise of $25 million more later, and various credible maybes. $10 million to $30 million from Kazu Inamori, the founder of Kyocera. $10 million from Atalano de Om Sobrino, one of the investors in the original Iridium and CEO of a company in Brazil called Inipar. $10 million from Stratos Global, the largest sat phone service provider in North America. $25 million from Prince Khalid. After that, the list got dicey. Even if all the maybes became yeses, Calusi was still $20 million short of the $100 million he needed to get through the first year. And that didn't include the money he would have to pay the banks to get the company out of bankruptcy, or the money he would have to pay Motorola to purchase spare satellites, handsets, and facilities. No matter how you sliced it, the number he needed always came out at $200 million, with $150 million as the bare-bones budget and $100 million as the lowest possible startup capitalization, meaning he could open his doors, but would have to seek additional funding right away. Thanks to the efforts of Ed Staiano, Motorola's purchase price for all the buildings, launch contracts, intellectual property, and equipment had come down from $100 million to $25 million, plus a 5% piece of Calusi's new company. This was a true bargain, since the book value of everything Motorola was transferring to Iridium was around $231 million. Even scrimping on startup costs, Calusi had to admit that he really did need $150 million more. As much as he disliked Bain's constant badgering, the man was right. So he decided to wait until the end of the day on the 8th and tell Bain a few polite lies. The letter of credit and the investors list would be coming shortly. He patiently ticked off the various maybes, portraying them as certainties, but he said he needed a little more time for the paperwork. The investment group, after all, was spread all over the globe. And so the tap dance continued. After the intervention of the Pentagon, the sales efforts should have gotten easier, because the bureaucrats were now indicating they might be willing to give Calusi a guaranteed contract. Mark Adams had been meeting all summer with the Colonel Dick Godino at the obscure Defense Information Systems Agency, DISA, a combat support division of the Pentagon that was widely known as the place you had to go when you needed to pull money out of a hat. DISA's charter involved Common User Information Infrastructure, which was sufficiently vague as to be almost meaningless, other than to say this was where the IT functions of the military were funded. No one inside the building used the term slush fund, but if you went deep inside DISA, through a virtual library of inscrutable acronyms, to the part of its operations known as the Global Information Grid, you would find provisions for the coveted IDIC contract, which stood for Indefinite Delivery, Indefinite Quantity, and was essentially a blank check for supplying goods and services to the government without much oversight. Mark Adams was angling for an IDIC, and although he fell short, he didn't fall that short. Colonel Godino did an in-house investigation into what Adams was looking for, some type of guaranteed pricing, and was told by General Jack Woodward and others that the military's Iridium gateway in Wahiawa, Hawaii, needed to be preserved at all costs. Godino was shocked to discover that the government was currently paying through the nose for every Iridium call. The fee for each handset was a reasonable $69.56 a month, but most of the actual calls were from the Balkan Theater to the United States, and those were averaging $5.34 per minute. Elsewhere, it was even worse. Government users in Africa had made calls to Diego Garcia that cost $8.18 per minute. So although Godino eventually ruled out a straight IDIC, he came back with some pretty simple requirements. The Pentagon wanted 20,000 phones for a flat fee, with options to buy more later, and it wanted unlimited minutes as part of the monthly price. It also wanted its phones to be fitted with a secure module that would allow their signals to be encrypted. If Iridium could deliver on these requirements, the Pentagon would guarantee a monthly payment. At first, that payment was expected to be $3.5 million per month, but it was eventually curtailed to an even $3 million. Changes like that made Calusi wince. That was $6 million a year he lost at the stroke of a pen, but he was still able to tell investors that he had $36 million in annual revenue guaranteed. Still, nothing had been signed. Everything remained at the what-if stage. and even the what-if stage was causing problems. There were too many enemies of Iridium inside the building for word not to leak into the Pentagon gossip mill. Admiral Bill Owens had been trolling the halls of the Pentagon for months, pushing for the government to use Craig McCaw's Eagle River investments to ruin Iridium, but at the premium price of $120 million per annum guaranteed for 4 years. General Tony McPeak, a former Air Force Chief of Staff, had been hired by Carl George, the Minneapolis businessman who had been one of the early bidders in bankruptcy court. George's plan was to invest $18 million of his own money, but only if he was allowed to keep the $155 million in cash that Iridium had on hand. And then there was Gene Curcio, California wireless guy who had somehow gotten a letter of partnership with General Dynamics and was also making his presence known within the Pentagon. With rent-a-generals and rent-an-admirals all but bumping into one another in the corridors, news of a potential government contract was bound to travel fast. It took less than a week for Dave Oliver to call Calusi with the bad news. "Bill Owens is all over the building," said Oliver, "and Bernie Schwartz is all over the Hill. They're screaming bloody murder about the DISA contract." That would be the DISA contract that didn't yet exist. And of course, it would be Global Star that was most upset. The other satellite phone company. The one that was eking out a hand-to-mouth existence after getting partial service going 9 months earlier. Calusi and Mark Adams were trying to get DISA to make the Iridium contract for 5 years, since the resulting $180 million would make guaranteed revenue enough to borrow against. But now, there was political pressure on Colonel Godino not to do that. The Pentagon didn't really believe the Global Star system would ever match Iridium, but they had to make it theoretically possible for the contract to be transferred to Global Star at some future date. So, Godino refused to approve any term longer than 24 months, the time Global Star claimed it would take to develop its own encrypted secure module. And all of this was theoretical anyway, because Godino couldn't negotiate anything until the bankruptcy court had awarded Iridium to Calusi. Global Star was a formidable opponent. The pet project of Bernard L. Schwartz, chairman and CEO of Loral Space and Communications, it was a co-venture with the San Diego wireless company Qualcomm that, from the beginning, was conceived as a lower-cost alternative to Iridium. Even after concluding his end-of-career deal in the mid-90s, selling 43 companies to Lockheed Martin for $9.1 billion, Schwartz remained chairman of Global Star. The only thing that had wrecked his business plan, he believed, was Iridium. Schwartz was very vocal about it, telling the New York Times that Iridium was a three-legged racehorse that had wiped out the equity markets for everyone else's more sensible satellite ventures. Even though the Global Star constellation used traditional bent pipe transponders and was useless across large parts of the globe, and even though Global Star's reliance on Earth stations meant it wouldn't be as secure, Schwartz had to be taken seriously because he was almost ridiculously well-connected. He was, in fact, the largest single contributor to the Democratic Party in the 90s, and had celebrated his 71st birthday at the White House, with Bill and Hillary Clinton both in attendance. Adding to the stakes was the fact that his New York-based Loral was a conglomeration of companies that competed head-to-head with Motorola every day on radar systems, electronic warfare systems, guidance systems. So the idea of Iridium suddenly landing a government contract at the very moment Global Star was building out its Earth stations would not only be a bitter personal pill for Schwartz, but would have the appearance of dirty dealing by Motorola. Schwartz had made the first Global Star called Qualcomm founder Irwin Jacobs on November 1, 1998, the same day that Iridium launched service, but it was purely ceremonial. The company didn't launch real service until February 2000, and after 9 months in business, had just 21,300 customers, and had defaulted on a $250 million line of credit secured by Global Star's partners, including Lockheed Martin and Qualcomm, who were none too pleased when they had to pay it off. Schwartz also had $1.4 billion in junk bond debt that was trading at 8 to 13 cents on the dollar, due to what he called the Iridium syndrome. Schwartz's original business plan was based on the theory that Motorola had it all wrong. The world didn't need global coverage, and it didn't need a science project. Globalstar executives were openly scornful of Iridium's claims to blanket the planet. "Yes, they dominate the penguin market," said one. All that was really needed was a $750 phone at 70 cents a minute, which could be provided by 48 Globalstar satellites at 876 miles above sea level. This was the orbit that required flying through the Van Allen belt, which meant Globalstar could be done for a mere $1 billion, not $6 billion. The actual price tag years later was $4.6 billion. But after word leaked from the Pentagon that Calusi was about to get a DISA contract, Schwartz announced that his plan had changed. He would no longer seek individual customers. In the future, Globalstar would go after the military, the government, and large corporate customers. In other words, he pursued the original business plan of Iridium for most of a year, then switched to the future business plan of Iridium, all the while decrying Iridium as a failed system. But it was unlikely that Globalstar could wrest the contract away from Calusi, mainly because Mark Adams had already trashed it in his reports to the Pentagon. Globalstar was one of a half-dozen satellite phone systems studied by Adams at MITRE Corporation in the early 90s, and he had ruled it out for military use, mainly because it was bent pipe and it lacked the global coverage that was essential for the disadvantaged user. Apparently none of these shortcomings mattered to Schwartz. The lack of a formal government bidding process was patently unfair. This was a bailout of the spendthrifts at Motorola. Everything about it was wrong. When word reached Robin that Schwartz was crying foul, she got an instant headache. Too many friends of Bill. She now had FOBs trying to buy the system and FOBs trying to kill the system. At first, she thought Schwartz's arguments would be easy to parry, since the government owned a functioning Iridium gateway but no secure Globalstar gateway. "That was no problem," answered Globalstar. "You could just install a Globalstar Earth station on a U.S. flagship anchored off the coast of wherever you needed the service." "Very inefficient, and it would cost a lot of money," said Robin as soon as she heard it. And even if the government did that, Globalstar had no secure encrypted handset. But Robin thought the main fact working against Globalstar was that it was a bent pipe system, meaning its calls could be geolocated by the enemy. Since Iridium's architecture was all in space, its military handsets could never be traced. Nevertheless, part of her job was to protect Bill Clinton against his friends. She made a decision to inoculate the president. She needed a policy paper, and that required hearing out Globalstar's case. So she agreed to a briefing by Larry Atlas, the Loral executive who had formerly worked at the FCC. Atlas's argument was that there was room for only one satellite phone company in the marketplace, and the government's actions to save Iridium were patently unfair because the nation could be destroying Globalstar at the same time it was preserving a company that should have already gone out of business. Robin then took that argument to Bob Pepper, the respected economist who headed the FCC's Office of Plans and Policy. As expected, Pepper rejected the natural monopoly theory, saying that the market would sort out how many companies could compete. The Calusi investors had a novel business plan, and they may well fail, he said, but they should have an opportunity to try. If Iridium had been a land-based system, reasoned Pepper, it would have simply been auctioned off and then continued to operate in one form or another. In this case, a contractor had the power to destroy the cell towers, and so it was appropriate for the government to try to solve that problem so the auction could occur. Robin summed up Loral's position as, "Let Iridium die and then give us all the spectrum," and sent all Pepper's conclusions to Dave Oliver, who instantly launched a reconnaissance mission inside the Pentagon to locate and neutralize any Schwartz allies with stars on their shoulders. Meanwhile, Calusi was running out of time in the fundraising department, so he bunkered down again in his home library, making dozens of calls per day, changing his pitch to fit each potential investor. The Iridium system was extremely attractive to so-called tracking companies, firms that already used GPS satellites to monitor trucking fleets, fishing vessels, and the like, but could use the Iridium transceiver to get more extensive real-time information. Mark Adams was handling ongoing talks with GlobalTrack and Parview, trying to sign them up as investors, but as an alternative, trying to lock them into contracts as customers. Calusi was talking to the Colorado real estate mogul Pat Bro, who had resurfaced looking for a communications solution for the 800 locomotives he used for his private railroads. Honeywell International, which owned the AirSat system for private jets, also seemed like a natural strategic partner. Calusi knew many of these companies would become future customers, so he played on their desire to dominate their markets and suggested they become owners as well. A man named Henrik Broby called from Eutelsat, the French communications satellite company, to say he was considering Iridium for a South African project backed by Saab, but then he disappeared like so many before him. And then there were the gateways. Calusi still had hope for a few of the less alienated gateways. Some of them wanted to save face. Others still believed Iridium would eventually find its market. A few were run by people trying to save their own jobs. And all of them despised Motorola. He had to be careful when he told them that part of their investment would end up in Schaumburg, Illinois. Calusi had all but given up on Wall Street. He remained in contact with Texas Pacific Group, the huge private equity firm that sometimes took minority positions in distressed companies like J. Crew, Del Monte Foods, and Oxford Health Plans. But otherwise, he knew he didn't have time to go through the lengthy process of convincing the boards of directors at blue-chip firms. Alan Holt, a managing director at the multi-billion-dollar Carlyle Group, called to say he wanted to see Calusi's business plan, but then never followed up. Better to focus on firms that had a single decision-maker, firms like ID Vector, run by the strange Parisian Paul Morani. ID Vector was situated in an office of the Champs-Élysées and had some connection to the Quai d'Orsay, where Morani had once worked. Morani was paranoid about email communications and contacted Calusi only by voice or fax, but he spoke of a Project Iris that could use Iridium to create the only secure e-commerce system in the world. To do that, he was talking about a strategic alliance worth $220 million over 10 years. So Calusi continued to take his calls and continued to wrap his mind around the arcane uses for Iridium that Morani had in mind, described in one document as 300 ideas for products and services, out of which an anticipated 40 will be launched, and in another as a worldwide e-commerce platform that would be used in remote, unwired villages around the world. Then there was Kazuo Inamori, the founder of Kyocera, who had agreed to meet with Calusi the last week of August in Irvine, California. Inamori was one of the richest men in the world and one of the most legendary businessmen in Japan. Unfortunately, his meeting with Calusi had to be canceled on the day of Motorola's doomsday announcement. During the hectic days following, the meeting had been rescheduled twice more for Kyocera International's U.S. headquarters in San Diego, but those meetings were postponed when Calusi was summoned to the meeting at the FCC. After a fourth attempt to set up an Inamori meeting, his major domo said there was a problem. Dr. Inamori doesn't like frequent changes, said Yoshiharu Yasuda, the former head of Nippon Iridium. Apparently, Inamori was offended by the canceled meetings, and that offense might be fatal to any investment. Calusi wrote an elaborate letter of apology, but the next contact with Yasuda-san brought the news that Dr. Inamori is now in deep China, where he cannot be reached. Calusi wasn't sure whether deep China was a physical place or a state of mind. Inamori had recently entered the Buddhist priesthood, but Danny Stamp would later find out it was both. Sometime that fall, in the Japanese prefecture of Nagano, on a hillside not far from the arenas and stadiums built for the recent Winter Olympics, 3 Japanese executives lit a torch and set fire to the gateway of Nippon Iridium, burning it to the ground in a ritual of shame. More promising were the talks with Toronto-based Stratus Global. Stratus was a $176 million corporation specializing in remote communications, data transmission systems for industrial users in isolated areas all over the globe, but especially offshore drilling platforms in the Gulf of Mexico and the North Sea. So it was no surprise that it had been the largest service provider for the Iridium phone. CEO Derek Woods was optimistic about a $10 million investment by the Stratus board. The only other investor that seemed halfway solid was one of the partners of the original South American gateway called Inipar, a conglomerate of 18 companies based in the remote Brazilian state of Paraná. Inipar had started out in the 1950s, providing equipment for hydroelectric dams, but had more recently branched out into cable TV, pagers, and cell phones, mainly owing to the enthusiasms of company president Atilano de Sobrinho, who grew up as a ham radio devotee in the Paraná capital city of Curitiba. Like most of the gateway owners, Ohms was an outsider on the national level. His company was provincial, but he had already proven immensely valuable to Calusi since he was popular among Iridium board members. Calusi used him to communicate with the other gateways and get them to define what precisely they wanted. More important, he was now entertaining a possible investment himself in the new Iridium, at least $10 million, perhaps more. Calusi was now telling white lies on a daily basis to the Pentagon, to Motorola, and to potential investors. He had to convince the Pentagon he was well-financed. He had to convince Motorola that regardless of what they might want to do, the government wasn't going to let them deorbit. And he had to convince every investor that the guaranteed DISA contract was all he needed to jumpstart the company and get it into the black by the end of the second year. The truth was, if anyone started to sense weakness, if he seemed to be underfinanced, if the regulators didn't trust his ability to run the system, if the Pentagon decided Iridium was not that important, if the White House decided it couldn't risk a Bernie Schwartz public relations offensive, there was a real danger of everyone deciding the whole thing is just too complicated. Calusi made daily calls full of unbridled optimism. He had figured it all out, he told everyone. The new Iridium would be well-financed, all the licenses needed to operate would be easily transferred, he had lined up customers all over the world, and all the gateway owners would be able to save their businesses with all the free minutes and discount handset deals he was willing to offer them. If any of these statements were technically untrue, they were at least possible once he had the money. And besides, if he didn't state these goals as though they had already been achieved, then nothing would get done. He didn't stop to think about it, but what he was doing was willing a company into existence. The pressure from Motorola was relentless. The 15 members of the Motorola Board of Directors, including a former FCC Commissioner, Ann P. Jones, were all squirming in their upholstered chairs. Chris Galvin was all over Keith Bain to get rid of the Iridium problem. This made Bain and Ted Schaffner even more determined to back Calusi into a corner so that he either bought the constellation or admitted he had no money, which they knew to be the case. In mid-September, Schaffner called to say, "We want this done by next week." So increasingly, Calusi had to work with the art of the possible. He narrowed the prospect list to Prince Khalid, Inipar, Syncom, Stratus Global, and maybe the guys at the Italian gateway who kept calling to say, "Come back to Fucino. We can get you $15 million. The Italians had devised a plan to get a new investment from Filmiccianica, the Roman aerospace company. All they wanted in return was to keep Fucino open and to let the Italians have the territories of 14 countries in Europe and North Africa. Oddly enough, everyone else wanted Africa too, even though it was the least lucrative part of the planet. The Syncom guys wanted it because it fit their third world vision. The Italians wanted it because it was traditionally part of Italy's market area. And the Saudis wanted it because they'd owned the African gateway the first time around. In fact, the Saudis resented Syncom wanting to take Africa away from them, which probably helped boost their investment to $50 million, since that was the only way they could make themselves equal to Herb Wilkins and Terry Jones at Syncom. Fortunately, Africa was a big continent, 54 nations with Iridium licensing agreements, and there were convenient ways to split it up, marketing-wise. WorldTel was primarily interested in sub-Saharan Africa. The Saudis were interested in the Maghreb nations, and the Italians were flexible about everything. In late September, Calusi flew to New York City to attend a dinner at Ristorante San Pietro, an upscale establishment on 54th Street, where so many billion-dollar deals had been hashed out that owner Gerardo Bruno had a special seating section called Chairman's Row. The restaurant had been chosen by James Swartz, Prince Khalid's de facto chief of staff, because he believed that everything about the prince's image must be elegant and classy. The prince's retinue always flew first class, always stayed in five-star hotels, and wouldn't think of dining anywhere but a place like San Pietro, which served fairly simple southern Italian food at haute cuisine prices in an environment that glittered with gilt trim and ceramic wall murals. Calusi had been hoping to speak to Prince Khalid, or to his eldest son, Prince Fahd, but Swartz called himself the chief executive officer of Prince Khalid's overseas family office, which meant he brought a team of hired hands, including the prince's chief accountant, a Scot named David Hall, and Jeddah Gateway manager Tom Alabakis, as well as two analysts from UBS Warburg, Tom Sperry and Ed Cherney. Cherney had already requested so much information that Calusi was starting to long for the days of Jonathan Mark. Typical question: financing from WorldTel, where will it come from? Answer: from WorldTel. Coordinating the team's effort was a square-jawed lawyer named Steve Pfeiffer, representing Fulbright and Jaworski, the law firm that had represented Prince Khalid since the early 1980s. Pfeiffer was a Rhodes Scholar and retired Navy commander, with law degrees from Yale and Oxford, not to mention a master's degree in African Studies from the University of London. Like everyone else working for Swartz, his time was not cheap. As white-jacketed waiters loaded up the tables with Neapolitan specialties like sea salt-encrusted branzino, Swartz selected several bottles from the 800 vintage wine list, then pronounced himself unimpressed with Calusi's business plan. Why weren't there any big corporations involved? And more important, why was Ed Staiano still around? The prince couldn't work with Staiano. Staiano was an arrogant puppet of Motorola who flew around in a Gulfstream jet and wasted corporate money on fancy parties, and he didn't have proper respect for the prince. The prince might come in on this investment, but there was still a lot of work to be done. Swartz was laying down a gauntlet. Prince Khalid bin Abdullah bin Abdulrahman Al Saud, the entire name was necessary in order to distinguish him from other members of the royal family with similar names, was said to be a charming and courteous man, but his organization seemed to live in a state of paranoia, constantly alarmed that his status would be unacknowledged or not respected. After the Swartz rant was complete, Tom Sperry took the floor to repeat his hostility toward the whole deal. At two prior meetings, he'd been nasty to Calusi almost to the point of viciousness. Sperry's usual role at UBS Warburg was to beat up the creditors, so he was accustomed to focusing on minutia and going in as the company's pit bull. Sperry was just following orders, but that didn't make him any easier to take. After Sperry had gotten through his tirade against Calusi's business plan, the conversation turned to Syncom, and Calusi thought he detected barely disguised contempt for a company Swartz and Pfeiffer considered too small to bother with. The prince was accustomed to partnering with blue-chip firms, and in fact Pfeiffer had already talked to the investment bank Lazard Frere, which advised him, "This thing has no chance unless Craig McCaw does it." As a result, Pfeiffer had breakfasted with McCaw's Pentagon representative, Admiral Bill Owens, on the very day John Castle made his bombshell announcement that he was backing out of the deal. Now Pfeiffer was telling Calusi the prince wanted to see more muscle. The prince would not be impressed by Syncom. The prince did not want to collaborate on Africa. The prince wanted performance milestones that would allow him to pull his investment out if the company didn't make progress. The prince also wanted approval of the CEO. The prince had a high regard for Craig McCaw's company. Was there any chance that he would be involved? The prince would be pleased if Boeing were to become an investor. And did they mention that the prince didn't like Ed Staiano? The entire time Swartz and his lieutenants were talking, Calusi kept wondering one thing. If the prince feels so strongly about so many things, where is the prince? But at that moment, Calusi couldn't have cared less about the eccentricities of the prince's crew. All he wanted from the prince was $25 million, with an agreement to provide $25 million more if needed later. These were the Syncom numbers, so he played on their sense of superiority to Syncom to get them up to that level. He also indicated that they could have Africa. Let the various parties fight over Africa later. Better yet, tell all of them they could have Africa, because they apparently didn't understand that there were no more territories, no more regional operations, no more gateways. There was only one call processing center, and it was in Arizona. Sometimes he wanted to scream, "No one will have Africa. We will all have Africa." Then again, ignorance of how the new Iridium would function sometimes worked to Colusi's advantage. The prince's team saw it differently, of course. They were tempted to say, "What's your hurry?" Unaware of the perilous 5 months during which Colusi had fought 24 battles just to keep the satellites aloft, they considered him imperious, irascible, and far too impatient for their tastes. They felt like they'd been too passive in 1993 when they accepted the blandishments of John Mitchell and invested in 2 gateways, so now they were doubly determined not to be rash. Yes, there were a lot of them, 8 people so far assigned to due diligence on Iridium, and yes, they were pushing back against virtually everything Colusi said. But this was the prince's A-team. The very fact that they were all assembled in one place meant that the prince took this situation very seriously. Steve Pfeiffer was vacationing in Montana when he was summoned to the San Pietro get-together. What looked to Colusi like obstructionism was, to them, simply assembling the team that could get the job done. They had no idea that Colusi had been knifed in the back by several other would-be investors, so they took his assistance on quick action to be insulting. It was the classic clash between an operator and a pure investor, and it would continue throughout the fall of 2000. The next day, Colusi shifted gears to attend a big marketing meeting at Stratus Global, the Canadian corporation that had its operations headquarters in Bethesda, Maryland. The Achilles heel of Iridium had always been marketing. How do you sell the service, and whom do you sell it to? But the Stratus people were optimistic. They believed, for starters, that Iridium could easily woo back the 63,000 people who had initially purchased a phone, especially since customers continued to flock to Iridium long after Staiano was gone, Sentinelli was gone, and the multi-million-dollar advertising campaign was gone. This indicated that the product was considered brilliant even if the marketing had been all wrong. And in fact, a poll of the Iridium North America users indicated that 85% of the former subscribers would come back. Even more encouraging, Stratus was optimistic about the ability of Iridium to deliver limited data service. When the system was created, everyone assumed it would be voice only. There was no discussion of data at all. And when it was abandoned, one of the reasons was that it was narrowband. But Randy Brockman and others pointed out that it was capable of handling up to 2.4 kilobytes per second of data transmission, which was all that was needed for short-burst messaging. Stratus recommended dropping the handset price from $3,500 to $1,200 and made it clear that they wanted to be the marketing solution for Iridium going forward. The Stratus investment was looking better every day. By the end of September, Motorola was saying, "Come to the tower and let's do this," which was Keith Bain's way of saying, "Put up or shut up." When Colusi showed up in Schaumburg for what seemed like the 100th time, he said he was 1 week away from closing. Not true. Then spent most of the day in Ted Schaffner's office going over things like launch contracts and the transfer of property. Motorola still had some future launches of spare satellites that were mostly paid for, and Colusi wanted those deposits released to the new company. Motorola eventually did agree to release $37 million worth of deposits already paid to Boeing for Delta II launches. Colusi also decided that he couldn't pay $25 million for the old Iridium property that Motorola controlled in Chandler and Tempe. "You're going to scrap all that anyway," said Colusi. "I should pay the scrap price, which is around $15 million. They talked about how to transfer the licenses in 160 countries from Motorola to the new Iridium, how to handle the transition, and particularly how to handle Danny Stamp. Stamp had decided he loved the satellites more than he loved Motorola, and he needed permission to talk to Colusi about a job with the new company while he was still working out of Chandler Lab. As they talked about each item, Schaffner would work out deal points with Colusi, then take them down the hall to Keith Bain for approval. Bain, kibitzing from afar, would accept some and reject others, but was mostly helpful. Calusi figured this was as close to a good mood as Bain was ever likely to slip into, so near the end of the day he said, "I need one more thing, Ted." Schaffner had a sense of foreboding. "I have $25 million from Syncom, $25 million from Prince Khalid, $10 million from Inipar, and probably $10 million from Stratus. I'm $30 million short." "And?" said Schaffner. "I want Motorola to invest $30 million. A moment to catch his breath, then, "Do you realize how much Keith is already yelling about how much he dislikes this deal?" "Yes, but I don't have as much cash as I expected to have. I want you to get me $30 million so we can get this done." "He'll have a heart attack. I can't ask him that. And even if I ask him that, he would have to ask Chris Galvin, and there's a good chance Chris would have to ask the board." "I don't mind speaking to Keith myself." And so the two of them went into Keith Bain's office and settled in before the skeptical gatekeeper. A heart attack, in fact, didn't seem out of the question, since Bain was overweight, red-faced, and had mentioned having health problems a couple of times. Using as calm a voice as he could summon, Calusi said, "Keith, I need you to go in on this for $30 million. Bain's skin flushed. "Go in as what?" "As an investor." "You've got to be kidding." "I need it to get this thing done." "You don't know what you're asking. You don't know how this company feels about Iridium." "I know what I'm asking. I thought I would have more than this, but this is where I am." When Calusi left the tower that day, he had an agreement in place with his new investor, Motorola Incorporated. What Motorola didn't know, what no one knew, was that, in terms of money in the bank, Motorola was now the principal investor. Syncom and Prince Khalid would be contributing only $25 million each in the first year. That is, if the prince's representatives ever got beyond all the melodramatic due diligence meetings orchestrated by UBS Warburg. The rest of the Syncom and Saudi money was in the form of later cash calls if needed. Calusi was on a roll, so a week later he decided that, if his Italian friends were telling the truth, it was worth a trip to Rome to get another $15 million. Mark Adams asked to tag along on the Alitalia flight, and Calusi was happy to have him, since his knowledge of Iridium was unparalleled. Fulvio Ananasso and Antonio Marzoli were as good as their word, not only getting a hearing with Finmeccanica, but setting it up with its most eminent board member, a national celebrity named Pierfrancesco Guarguaglini. Guarguaglini had run the company's defense business until 1999, but was currently CEO of Fincantieri, a Trieste shipbuilding company, and he was so revered that they never referred to him by name in messages, using instead Very Frequent Flying Person, or VI person. Finmeccanica was a national institution, Italy's version of Boeing and Motorola combined, dominating the region in airplane manufacturing, electronics, and communications equipment. This was the kind of company that could invest in Iridium out of petty cash. When they arrived in Rome, Calusi and Adams checked into the Hotel Gioli on the Via Nazionale and had a pleasant lunch, spending part of the time talking about what would happen after the new Iridium was operational. Adams, to Calusi's surprise, wanted a job. He, too, had fallen in love with the satellites. In fact, he wanted to run the system, perhaps in some role like Chief Operations Officer. Calusi certainly had confidence in him, but he knew that Danny Stamp wanted the same job. He would work it out, he told Adams, but it pleased Calusi that the people who understood Iridium best, the engineers, the scientists, the service providers, now even the intelligence operatives, were asking to join his team. Later that afternoon, Calusi and Adams arrived early for their appointment with Guarguaglini and decided to grab an espresso at the San Marco, a sidewalk cafe next door to an imposing office building on the Via Sardegna. After a few minutes of chit-chat, Adams jumped up from the table. "My briefcase is gone," he said. Inside that briefcase was his laptop computer. Adams went into a full-scale panic. They searched all around the table, looked up and down the street, but whoever took it was long gone. It had happened so fast that they didn't see or hear anything. If they had been ordinary tourists, they might have just thought they were victims of an especially adept Roman thief. But they weren't ordinary tourists, and Mark Adams didn't have ordinary things in that briefcase. Adams was, in fact, the supervisor of 50 other engineers with top-secret security clearances at MITRE Corporation. "We have to go to the police," he said. At the station house, Adams identified himself as an employee of MITRE, not likely to inspire much awe in the average agente. And then he insisted on reporting the theft. The report took a couple of hours and was greeted by the reporting officer as you might expect a sidewalk theft to be greeted in Rome, with indifference. Adams couldn't get over it, though, and was rattled during the 2 days of meetings with Guarguaglini and Telespazio. On the plane ride home, Calusi didn't know what to worry about more, the decision of Finmeccanica or the loss of whatever Adams had in that briefcase. Both men hoped the computer was in the possession of someone who had no idea what he had stolen. As it turned out, the trip to Italy was a waste. Finmeccanica would dither around for another month, and then, like every other big aerospace company, pass on the opportunity to invest. Adding insult to injury, they would invest a few weeks later in Globalstar, raising suspicions that the whole trip to Rome was just a ruse to inveigle trade secrets out of Calusi. It looked like Stratus Global was the best option now, and Calusi agreed to go to its international headquarters in a downtown Toronto skyscraper to present the investment to the Stratus Board of Directors. He ended up staying there 3 days, so grueling was the decision-making process. Then, at the end of that time, they didn't say yes and they didn't say no. What made it frustrating was that this one had seemed like a slam dunk. These were some of the few people who understood the Iridium system completely, and their investment would allow them to dominate the market. Moreover, they were already in the middle of a shopping spree, having spent $553.6 million in the past year acquiring 4 companies, and another $10 million would have been enough to buy a huge position for what was chump change. Stratus had a 1.76% ownership position in Inmarsat, so perhaps the board members thought they would be competing with themselves. At any rate, there was this hesitance, the same hesitance Calusi had encountered with every large corporation. Yes, they would say, we see your numbers, and we see your plan, and we believe in it. But tell us again why Motorola couldn't do this? The implication was that if Motorola couldn't make it work, no one could. Investment or no investment, Calusi knew he wanted Stratus to handle the first-year Iridium marketing. He trusted the company's expertise, and he knew they could sell the phone. He also knew that he couldn't afford a marketing department of his own. Meanwhile, Calusi continued to put out grass fires. Apparently, Ted Schaffner had a bad meeting with Colonel Godino and was upset that the government wasn't willing to indemnify new satellites, spare satellites, or lawsuits against subsidiaries. "We want more insurance," he called to say, "and we want it from Boeing." Calusi gave an almost audible sigh. Increasingly, this was a dance in which the competing interests of Motorola, Boeing, the banks, the bankruptcy court, the FCC, the Pentagon, the White House, and the new investors all had to be perfectly balanced, so that at the moment they came into alignment, the door could be quickly slammed shut on anyone's attempt to change the deal. It's the kind of problem best solved by the man who keeps the best notes, and so Calusi started slowly, painstakingly, meeting by meeting, call by call, pushing everyone toward convergence. Even though the DISA contract looked more and more likely, Calusi kept having to defend himself. Dave Oliver and Rudy DeLeon called one day to say they needed some reassurances. "By my calculations, the Department of Defense will be investing $114 million over a 2-year period," said DeLeon. He was including $18 million for handsets, $12 million for insurance, and $12 million for gateway maintenance, in addition to the $72 million that the Pentagon would be paying to Colusi's company. What I want to know is, are you sure you can do this? In other words, after all this time, the number 2 man at the Pentagon was saying, "Who are you and where did you come from?" These were the kinds of deals that were normally done with the TRWs and Boeings and Northrop Grummons of the world. Not a guy from Palm Beach who penciled NUCO into the contract he printed out that morning on his home computer. Colusi was used to explaining who he was by now, and he didn't resent it. He thought it was understandable for someone like DeLeon, who had never met Colusi until Iridium happened, to ask questions about his competence and financial health. It was less understandable, on the other hand, for John Castle, who called around the same time to ask for $10,000 for the Harvard Business School reunion, to inquire, only as an afterthought, "How's your Iridium deal going? Are you going to be able to get that done?" It was going quite well, answered Colusi. So well that he probably wouldn't have time to attend that year's reunion. Now that the grouchy Keith Bain was an investor in Colusi's company, Bain wanted to meet the other partners. Be careful what you wish for, thought Colusi, and set up the meeting. There were 9 people on the conference call, and 4 of them worked for the prince. The other 3 shared an equal dislike for Bain, especially when he outlined his plan for letters of credit. Motorola and Boeing had so little faith in the ability of this pack of misfits to run Iridium that they now wanted $60 million in advance letters of credit, meaning Colusi would have to park $60 million of his scarce resources in a bank somewhere in case either company had claims for unpaid handset bills or delinquent operations and maintenance bills. The only thing more controversial than that provision was Colusi's suggestion that Ed Stiano be appointed CEO. Bain heartily endorsed Colusi's suggestion, and that was like being sponsored by Satan. "Absolutely not," replied the Saudi delegation. "Stiano should retire to one of his 4 homes, preferably the one farthest away." The meeting was full of friction. Steve Pfeiffer, the prince's lawyer, was so annoyed that the next day he called Isaac Neuberger to tell him the prince was out of the deal. Neuberger apparently misunderstood. Pfeiffer was just making it clear that Stiano would not be acceptable. But he reported this alarming development to Colusi, and Colusi called Pfeiffer to find out what was going on. A few minutes later, Colusi called Neuberger back. "They're still in," he said, chuckling. "Apparently they just don't like some of the other lawyers involved. That would be you, Isaac." Colusi decided he needed to spray some flame retardant on the embers that were starting to glow among the various would-be partners, so he spent a day placing calls to each investor calling for compromise. "We can all share Africa," he said. "You don't have to talk to Keith Bain if you don't want to. I'll handle that. And I'll tell Ed Stiano that we have to move on without him." Colusi actually thought this last decision was unwise. Stiano had proven himself to be incredibly dedicated, influential with Motorola, and willing to work without salary. But he couldn't fight the 3 years of pent-up frustrations and personal slights. When he called to tell him, Stiano was devastated. "We'll work out some payment for you," Colusi said. "The Saudis have my hands tied. I can't do this without their investment." Stiano said he didn't blame Colusi and wished him luck. The next week, Colusi hired an executive headhunting firm so that someone could be found before he was forced into the CEO job himself. By early October, Dave Oliver had identified 9 areas of disagreement among Motorola, Boeing, and the government, and he flew to Chicago to try to hammer them out with Bain. But it proved impossible. The complexity of the upcoming interconnected deals had become so Byzantine that phone calls were constantly flying back and forth from Boeing to Motorola to Colusi to Iridium to the SNOC to the Gateway in Tempe to the various investor groups and the various legal teams, not to mention the Washington regulatory agencies and the Pentagon. With the DISA contract still not issued and the indemnification not hammered out, With Motorola being increasingly regarded as a schizophrenic cousin who had to be watched at all times, the same conversation would have to be repeated 30 times to get everyone informed and up to speed. Finally, Keith Bain suggested they get everyone into the same room on the same day. All parties should come together on the 47th floor of 35 West Wacker Drive in downtown Chicago, world headquarters of Winston & Strawn, which Motorola sometimes used as outside counsel. Winston & Strawn was the kind of law firm that had $3,000 leather chairs in the conference rooms, so Calusi knew the Saudis would be pleased. Dave Oliver would be there representing the Pentagon. Linda Oliver would be there representing the Office of Federal Procurement Policy. Boeing and Motorola would have their legal teams in place, ready to draft any necessary documents. Isaac Newberger would be present, annoying Steve Pfeiffer and Larry Franceschi. Herb Wilkins would represent CINCOM. And of course, the Prince would send a workforce suitable for negotiating the end of the 100 Years' War. Anyone who had to sign off on anything had to be present in the room on the day of the meeting, because Bain asked everyone to agree, "We will meet until finished." But before that could happen, international events conspired to make the meeting both more urgent and more complex. On an otherwise uneventful day in October, USS Cole, a guided missile destroyer out of Norfolk, Virginia, was going through a routine refueling stop at the port of Aden in Yemen after coming through the Suez Canal. It had pulled up next to a Dolphin platform, the equivalent of an offshore gas station, and the ship's mooring operation had been assisted by several small craft that worked for the port. The expanse of Aden Harbor was in fact full of small tugboat-type vessels due to the large number of ships that used the port every day. 48 minutes after refueling began, an inflatable small craft manned by Ibrahim al-Thawr and Abdullah al-Misawa was seen pulling alongside the Cole by the duty officer. Al-Thawr and al-Misawa both stood at military attention and saluted as they approached. What was impossible to see from the deck was that the two men were standing on top of 250 kilograms of composition C4 plastic explosives, and once they pulled alongside, they used a detonator to blow a 1,600-square-foot gash in the side of the Cole, directly opposite the mess hall, while most of the crew was at lunch. The two al-Qaeda bombers died instantly, and the Navy casualty toll would end up being 17 dead and 39 injured. Back at the Pentagon, it was 3:30 a.m. when confused messages about the explosion started coming through the National Military Command Center, which was operated by the J3 Directorate of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Jack Woodward's bailiwick. Woodward was awakened by his staff and started trying to find out exactly what went wrong so that he could send out emergency action messages, EAMs, to all the other vessels operating around the world. But the communications center aboard the ship had been disabled by the explosion, so his only contact with the Cole was through a single phone borrowed from the U.S. Embassy, an Iridium phone. A week later, he went before the Joint Chiefs and said, "Do you need any further example of why we need Iridium phones?" Every other communication system needed a box and a handset. When the box got blown up, the handset didn't work. With the Iridium system, all you had was a handset. The box never got blown up because all the boxes were in the sky. The attack on USS Cole had a sobering effect on the Pentagon even greater than that of the Black Hawk Down massacre in the streets of Mogadishu in 1993. Mogadishu had been a total surprise, the first encounter with asymmetrical warfare. But now, after 7 years of preparation for just this sort of guerrilla tactic, they had been beaten by two punks in a rubber raft. With FBI agents swarming all over Yemen, many of them sleeping in their clothes with loaded weapons at their sides, the realization sank in that no Middle Eastern port was safe. These guys were everywhere. And that may or may not have had something to do with the Pentagon Legal Office suddenly becoming fixated on the possibility of a Middle Eastern Arab about to become a part owner of Iridium. Dave Oliver got wind of a flurry of questions coming down the pike from the Pentagon Legal Office, all of them directed at the background and sympathies of one Khalid bin Abdullah bin Abdulrahman al Saud, owner of the Mawarid Holding Company, better known as the Prince. Oliver asked what Calusi knew about him, and Calusi replied that he had never met him. He referred Oliver to the Prince's attorney, Steve Pfeiffer, and Oliver indicated there was going to be a thorough vetting of Mawarid's 65 companies and possibly an objection to foreign ownership. That would not be good, said Calusi. He had Brazilians, Australians, Canadians, and Italians who were also being considered for equity positions, and he had outstanding licensing issues with gateway owners in China, Russia, Korea, and India. He was purchasing a global corporation. Some foreign ownership was inevitable. Oliver said he thought the problem could be worked out if the Prince would be willing to file some formal disclosures. But when that idea was broached with James Swartz, the Saudis dragged their feet. The Prince would prefer not to have his name registered anywhere, said Swartz, much less his address or any other identifying information. He would prefer that his ownership position be as discreet as possible. If there was any behavior more designed to arouse suspicion, Calusi couldn't imagine what it would be. By the time all the parties gathered at Winston and Strawn, it had become a full-blown issue. But now there was an even bigger problem. Calusi stopped at the Pentagon on his way to Chicago, and Dave Oliver told him that Rudy DeLeon and the SecDef had gotten wind that Motorola was about to become an equity partner, owning 2% of the new Iridium, with an option to buy 5% more later. That's not going to fly, Oliver told him. No ownership for Motorola. They've burned their bridges. They're not allowed to own anything. Oliver had just gotten off the phone with Dorothy Robin, who had been on calls with Motorola discussing this very issue. Any equity interest is unacceptable, she told Ted Schaffner. That would allow Motorola to take advantage of the upside gain even as indemnification eliminated the downside risk. Schaffner offered nothing in response, so she called Motorola lawyer Bruce Ramo, and Ramo was inclined to be reasonable. He stressed those features of the deal were not locked in, Robin said, and that Motorola would do what was necessary. What was necessary was for Motorola to give up any hope of having any income from Iridium at any point in the future. Apparently, the intransigence of Chris Galvin had been branded into the collective psyches of everyone at the Pentagon and the White House. They wanted to be rid of Motorola just as badly as Motorola wanted to be rid of the satellites. Mark Adams called later to confirm the news. Motorola can't own a single spare part on a single satellite. When Calusi got to Chicago, Keith Bain didn't seem that upset about the Pentagon's position. Perhaps he was relieved by the prospect of never having to deal with Iridium again. Calusi didn't care about that so much as he cared about protecting his $30 million. We'll just convert the investment to a loan, he told Bain. I think you should give us a commitment fee. A what? You need us to commit to this deal. You should pay us $4 million to commit to the loan. A commitment fee. Calusi mulled it over for the rest of the day, then came back to Bain and Schaffner. Loan me the money, and I'll give you a success fee. A what? If the company survives and thrives, you'll get a fee after 10 years. A success fee didn't sound as desirable to them as a commitment fee, but Isaac Newberger had also been working overnight to find out what loan terms might be acceptable to both sides. I'll give you 11.5% if you meet certain conditions, Calusi told them. What conditions? We have a right to another $80 million loan later. You've got to be kidding. Calusi never got his additional $80 million loan, but he did get the $30 million, with success fee attached. The Winston and Strawn meetings were not unlike the Paris Peace Accords of the 60s, in which the various warring parties spent weeks arguing about the shape of the table. The Vietnamese negotiators ended up using two tables, one circular and one rectangular. In this case, Calusi made it clear that unless everybody backed off on demands for guarantees and letters of credit and escrow accounts and upfront payments, The whole thing was going to fall apart, and the last year of agony would have been in vain. He said, "It will simply not be possible to achieve every single element needed to give all parties the level of certainty and security that every advisor or every law firm believes is necessary." He then went down a list of concessions he expected from Motorola, Boeing, the Pentagon, and the banks, telling them that if they required him to spend $60 million up front on the equivalent of insurance policies, then the whole deal was going to die. He didn't get everything he wanted, but all parties except the Department of Defense did back off their original demands. A $12 million letter of credit went away. A $20 million escrow account disappeared. But now the parties were far past the point of deal fatigue. They were reaching deal exhaustion. Back in Washington, Boeing kept calling about the DISA contract. When would it be signed? Why was it taking so long? And when Calusi asked Dave Oliver for a progress report, the answer was alarming. Colonel Godino was no longer involved. The contract was out of his hands. They were now talking to General Harry D. Radigy, Jr., who had become director of DISA in June, but was just now getting around to looking at the contract. The good news was that Radigy was a satellite man, having served in the Cheyenne Mountain bunker at NORAD, heading up the command and control systems for the ICBMs. The bad news was that the head of DISA would not normally be personally assuming control of a contract so small. The even worse news was that the Attorney General's office had also called to get a copy of the contract. Janet Reno wanted to see it. Most people who work in Washington, D.C. are policy wonks. They study graduate-level civics. That's what they know. That's what they love. And the Iridium problem had so many policy implications for the United States and the world, implications analyzed by 24 domestic agencies and 5 international ones, that everyone wanted a piece of it. Everyone had an opinion. And every time a new opinion was expressed, the whole process slowed down by a day, or 2, or a week. The days started to pass in a blur. "We need to get this thing wrapped up," said Schaffner. "The presidential election is coming up," said Oliver, "and we need to be finished before then." Bain chimed in with, "We're at the bitter end." But after all this time, Calusi still didn't have his money. Stratus was being flaky, Inipar was hesitating, and Prince Khalid's hired hands were impossible. Tom Sperry and Ed Cherney, the UBS Warburg bankers, kept coming up with reasons to delay or obstruct any potential deal with the prince. Calusi couldn't have known it at the time, but Sperry and Cherney were new to the prince's team and were probably showing off in an effort to prove how tough they were. But Calusi didn't have time or patience for that anymore. He needed cash, and he needed it yesterday. He had enough for the Iridium purchase price and for the Motorola assets, but very little more. He wouldn't have anything left over to actually operate the satellites if he paid it all to the banks. On the other hand, if he didn't pay it to Chase, the bankruptcy judge could lose patience, and the satellites could be awarded to someone else, or, more likely, be destroyed. No matter, he had bought some time. It was time, not the details of how he would pay, that mattered right now. Calusi knew that if he could hold out another week or another month, he would become inevitable. He was on his way home. But the worst things can happen when you're on your way home. On November 2nd, when all of Washington was preoccupied with the upcoming presidential election, Bernie Schwartz struck at Calusi's most vulnerable spot. Representative Jerry Lewis of California and Senator Ted Stevens of Alaska co-authored a formal letter to Defense Secretary Bill Cohen demanding that the Iridium deal be stopped. It was bad enough, they said, that DISA was about to award a contract without competitive bidding, but now they had discovered that the government was planning to indemnify Motorola. This cannot happen, they were saying. There were important policy and funding issues being raised here. They expected the Pentagon to send them every bit of information on whatever deals it was making with the so-called Iridium Commercial Communications satellite system. This was un-American and possibly illegal. They would fight this. More important, they had the firepower to fight it. Jerry Lewis was not just any congressman. He was the chairman of the House Defense Appropriations Subcommittee. He controlled the specific purse strings that Iridium needed to unfasten. Ted Stevens was even more powerful. He chaired the Senate Defense Appropriations Subcommittee and the larger Senate Appropriations Committee, as in all appropriations. At the Pentagon, no one is feared more than Congress people with spending authority. Dave Oliver had already reacted to the new offensive, and he called Calusi to say, "They want us on the Hill. We have to go. Bernie has a whole Barnum and Bailey show going on here at the Pentagon." Lest the message be misunderstood, a woman named Betsy Phillips, on the staff of the House Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, called to say the representatives expected a formal Pentagon explanation of both the DISA contract and the indemnification agreement. "Rudy DeLeon needs to get up here to the Hill," was the way she put it, naming the powerful deputy secretary. It was the specificity of the request that made it so chilling. Obviously, Schwartz knew everything. Dan Calusi was an amateur student of history, especially the history of his ancestors in the Republic of Venice, and as a sailor, he knew that the Venetian fleet was most often attacked by the Ottomans when it was battle-fatigued and heading for its home port. At the Battle of Lepanto, perhaps the fiercest battle of the Renaissance, the Ottomans attacked just as the combined naval forces of the Roman Catholic maritime states turned into the open waters of the Ionian Sea on the edge of the Adriatic. John of Austria and Agostino Barbarigo, the two Christian commanders, could have sailed straight for Venice and avoided the Ottomans, but that would have emboldened the Turkish admirals to try the same tactic in the future. The other choice was to form all 212 vessels into divisions and face the 300 galleys of the Ali Pasha right there in the Gulf of Patras. Calusi chose to turn his ships toward Asia Minor. First he called Ginger Washburn, the woman who was soliciting him on behalf of the Alaskan Indian tribes. How was it possible, he asked her, that a senator from the state where Iridium was most popular could be opposing this? Didn't the Native Americans say they couldn't live without Iridium? Washburn said that yes, that was true. The members of the Tlingit, Haida, and Chimchian tribes had a corporation called Sealaska that ran a massive timber operation in areas beyond the reach of any phone except Iridium. Iridium was also being used by the Council of Athabascan Tribal Governments to stay in contact with Canyon Village, an abandoned settlement that was being repopulated by latter-day pioneers. But she could go one better. The Alaska State Troopers said that Iridium saved lives every day in the regions of the state where no other phone worked. The phones were also used heavily by the Bureau of Land Management, the National Park Service, the Alaska Fire Service, the Lifeguard Air Ambulance Service, and University of Alaska geologists in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. Quickly, the word went out. All Alaskan users needed to send messages to the office of Ted Stevens. It was not hard to motivate this crowd. Within 2 days, there was a Save Iridium website and an organization dedicated to doing just that. And Senator Stevens was soon feeling the wrath of mining companies, construction workers, bush pilots, wilderness guides, hunters, fishermen, stevedores in the Chukchi Sea, and hundreds of ordinary people whose lives had been changed by the introduction of the Iridium phone, only to be devastated when their service was cut off. Jerry Lewis was a tougher nut to crack. He was either a friend of Bernie Schwartz or truly believed that the contracts with Iridium would be illegal because he was serious about calling the Pentagon on the carpet. This was far beyond the capability of Colonel Godino to handle on his own, so a few generals, including Jack Woodward, were rounded up by Dave Oliver to do the briefing for an executive session of Lewis's powerful subcommittee. "We're going to have to go through the 8 cardinals," Oliver explained to Calusi. That was Pentagon jargon for the 8 subcommittee chairmen of the House Appropriations Committee. What Oliver wasn't revealing was that he had ended up on the congressional blacklist. The lawmakers didn't trust him because they felt like he was trying to sneak something past them, as one Iridium executive told Robin. That meant Oliver couldn't go alone. He needed some blue suitors with him. The night before the briefing, the Pentagon contingent decided to ask Mark Adams to come along in case they needed technical data on Iridium. Then, when they arrived at the committee room, one of the generals said, "Why don't you just make the presentation, Mark?" Adams had no notes or prepared remarks, so he was a little nervous, but agreed to give it his best shot. When the signal was given for the Pentagon to proceed with its presentation, one of the generals nodded to Adams, and he began. "Good morning. My name is Mark Adams." Jerry Lewis raised his hand, indicating that Adams should stop speaking. "We know who you are, Mr. Adams," said the chairman, "and we know what you're here for. I want to save as much time as possible. If you can't answer this one question, then this meeting is over. Iridium LLC and Motorola went through $6 billion in 1 year and couldn't make this work. What's going to be different? How can you assure the government you're not flushing money right down the toilet?" Adams swallowed hard. When he answered, it was slowly and deliberately. He explained, first of all, that most of the cost of Iridium was building and launching the system, and that it didn't cost that much to operate once the satellites were flying. So the new owners' costs would be only a fraction of what the old owners were spending. Then, he explained that the government would be spending only $3 million a month for services, and would obviously not be required to spend that should the system stop functioning. Finally, he said, the life of the satellites was much longer than 5 years. At some point, as Adams continued to talk, all those years of hanging out at the Chandler lab kicked in, and he reviewed the whole history of his evaluation of the Iridium system, how it differed from every other system in the world, and how the government was finding it indispensable. Adams was constantly interrupted for questions, and a lot of the questions involved references to the government bailout of Chrysler in 1980. The first time it came up, Adams answered the question directly. "There is no comparison," he said, "because in that case the government was authorizing a loan. This is not a loan. This is, in fact, a no-risk bargain for the government." But once the word Chrysler had been mentioned, it spread like wildfire through the committee, with one member stating, "I was opposed to bailing out Chrysler, and I'm opposed to bailing out Motorola." Adams wanted to say, "It has nothing to do with Motorola, and it has nothing to do with Chrysler." But he thought better of it, bit his tongue, and let the congressman rail. Eventually, the Chrysler bailout line of questioning played itself out, and as the meeting progressed, the question became less hostile. Some of the committee members even said they believed there was a reasonable chance of success. Mark Adams's answer to the one question had gone on for 2 hours. "We shook hands when we left," Adams recalled, "and it had not started out that way at all. Iridium had huge brand recognition and awareness, and at that point all that awareness was negative. I had to overcome that perception. I counted it as a victory." But now the Saudis were apparently gone from the deal. They had gone strangely silent, leading Calusi to wonder whether they'd really gotten spooked by the Pentagon's interest in the personal details of Prince Khalid's life. So, on Election Day 2000, Calusi was struggling once again to find the $100 million he needed, even though the recent publicity about Congress demanding explanations had, ironically, brought more potential investors out of the woodwork. Calusi fielded all the calls, but told everyone there was no time for due diligence. Anyone wanting to invest was going to have to make a seat-of-the-pants decision and do it now. The more time they wasted, the more time they were giving Globalstar to destroy his plans. One day, Mark Adams ran into Bernie Schwartz at the Pentagon. Schwartz was personally roaming the halls, demanding $40 million for Globalstar. If Iridium was going to get money, Schwartz kept saying, then Globalstar should get money too. Iridium was bankrupt, and Globalstar was not. The field belonged to Globalstar. Iridium should be nothing more than an interim solution until Globalstar was fully operational worldwide, and then the contract should be shared. "We need to move before this whole thing blows up," said Adams. "The 2-Star is getting involved for a reason." Since no one was quite sure how to pronounce General Radige's name, he was referred to as the Two-Star. Only at the Pentagon would this be considered somewhat of a snub. At any rate, the message was obvious. Iridium was turning into a white-hot career killer of an issue. It was now well over 60 days since the Pentagon said it would work with Calusi, but after all this time there was still no invocation of Public Law 85-804, and still no DISA contract. Increasingly, it seemed like the Pentagon was some kind of shifting ice shelf of loyalties and interests, or more appropriately, unstable tectonic plates presaging an earthquake. Every time the approvals seemed imminent, the whole problem got kicked up to a higher level. Bureaucrats treated it like a dead skunk and passed it to their bosses, and those bosses passed it even higher. It was such a small contract, but in the surreal world of Washington, a $36 million purchase could be highly toxic on the same day that a $36 billion purchase was invisible and routine. Schaffner was still working both sides of the deal, telling Rudy DeLeon one day in November that Calusi's little peanut of a company wouldn't be able to handle the job. DeLeon sighed. "Before the Clinton administration is over, I've got 3 problems to solve," he said. 1, figure out how to respond to the attack on the USS Cole. 2, bring North Korea under control as a rogue state. And 3, what do we do with Iridium? "Well then, Rudy, we should take care of Iridium right now," said Schaffner. "The other 2 things are much more important." But Iridium had become too big for any one person to solve. Mark Adams was hearing ominous noise from the State Department. Iridium was now scheduled for a showdown in the White House Situation Room. The technical name for it is a deputies meeting, in which each department and agency involved in a problem is required to send its number 2 official. Rudy DeLeon, the Pentagon representative, would be arguing strongly for invoking Public Law 85-804, while the representatives of Attorney General Reno would be arguing strongly against. Strobe Talbot, representing Secretary of State Albright, was expected to vote no as well. Talbot was the ultimate FOB, having roomed with the president during his Oxford days, and he had been a bulldog helping Iridium get licenses from countries that were dragging their feet in 1998. But now, the political landscape had changed, and the State Department was going to oppose any efforts to save Iridium on the grounds that it was unfair to Inmarsat. The National Security Council had decided to stay neutral because it was still troubled by the statute being used. The problem with Public Law 85-804 was that it was intended to be temporary. It had been enacted in 1958 as an emergency measure made possible only because President Truman had, years earlier, put the nation into a state of emergency. It was invoked because of the increasing menace of the forces of communist aggression, and communist aggression today was non-existent. In addition, you were only supposed to use it for risks to government contractors that were unusually hazardous or nuclear in nature. First of all, Motorola wasn't a government contractor. Second, the government wasn't the only customer of Iridium. Then, even if you could overcome those 2 objections, the idea of the government giving Motorola indemnity for lawsuits caused by falling satellites any time in the future seemed quite a broad interpretation of unusually hazardous or nuclear. What was being proposed by the Pentagon would oblige the government to pay claims that wouldn't have been paid by Motorola's current insurance. Motorola has not yet identified and defined the unusually hazardous risks for which indemnification is requested, said a Justice Department lawyer. And the threshold here cannot be ignored. It would take either the Secretary of Defense or POTUS saying that it facilitates the national defense. Whenever Public Law 85-804 was used in the past, it was for operations so dangerous that insurance wasn't available at all, whereas in this case insurance was available, it just wasn't enough to satisfy Motorola. If the government gave this insurance, the policy experts were saying, it was a horrible precedent for the future. What if some other corporation wanted the same protection? "Well, what if they do?" said Calusi to Adams once he was briefed on the battle lines. "You don't have to give it to them." The whole purpose of Public Law 85-804 was to be an exception to the rules when nothing else would work, by definition, it created no precedent. Adams agreed, but this was far beyond Adams' ability to exert any influence. This was one step away from the president, always referred to in memos as POTUS. Adams was still talking to various congresspeople who kept asking the somewhat bizarre question of why they shouldn't consider this a bailout of Motorola, just like the unpopular bailout of Chrysler in 1980. He had no answer for that. Congress had authorized $1.5 billion to go directly into Chrysler's coffers. That was the equivalent to $3.44 billion in 2000 terms. So the amount being talked about here was 1% of that. And it was not a loan at all, and it was not going to Motorola, and it was paying for an active service that the government needed at bargain rates. It was not just apples and oranges, it was apples and fried tarantulas. Asking why the government should pay it was like asking a man renting a used motorcycle why he was bailing out Harley-Davidson. By the time the deputies met, Dave Oliver had come up with 4 reasons why Iridium satisfied the definition of national security. 1. It was the only worldwide phone with secure capabilities. 2. The Pentagon had a shortage of bandwidth and capacity. 3. It provided instant communications for special ops forces like the Navy SEALs. And 4. There were no other global commercial satellite systems currently available. As to the foreign ownership issue, which kept being posed by various junior bureaucrats, Oliver pointed out that the original Iridium had been 65% foreign-owned, and the government had no problem doing business with it. Of course, the real problem wasn't foreign ownership, it was Saudi ownership. And it was a particularly bad time for the issue to come up because Senator Ernest Hollings of South Carolina was pushing for a new law requiring the FCC to deny permits to any telecommunications company that was more than 25% foreign-owned. And the policy wonks were proliferating. An FAA lawyer named Patty Grace Smith weighed in with a whole series of legal objections, the most important of which was, what about the fact that Public Law 85-804 was intended only for unusually hazardous situations? Dorothy Robin had spoken to 3 Pentagon lawyers about this precise point, but she had her own unique take on the issue. The fact that the commercial insurance industry is not willing to provide additional insurance is, to me, the definition of unusually hazardous. Stated differently, almost by definition, if you can't insure for it, it's unusually hazardous from an economic standpoint. That, rather than a technical definition of unusually hazardous, is what matters here, I think. Interestingly, this turned Motorola's insistence on complete and total indemnification into an asset, and created a situation where bureaucrats who despised Motorola were working to achieve exactly what Motorola wanted. Dave Oliver's official position was even simpler. Deorbiting 74 satellites at the same time was unusually hazardous. NASA's top orbital debris expert already said so. Most of these issues were worked out in interagency memo wars and preliminary meetings, so that by the time of the actual Situation Room meeting, the Justice Department's resistance had been greatly lessened. But now the Treasury Department was aroused. In the course of answering the question, where does the money come from if the government has to pay off on this insurance, the answer came back, we'll take it out of the Judgment Fund. The Judgment Fund was an account administered by the Secretary of the Treasury so that, when the United States lost a lawsuit, the Secretary could pay the damages. He was not required to pay the damages, though. If he thought the damages should be paid by a particular department, he could send it the bill. And in this case, the Department of Defense looked like a pretty good place to send the bill. At any rate, the issue was now something that could end up on Treasury Secretary Larry Summers' desk, adding a new layer of complexity to something that was already Byzantine. Until the sit-room meeting, Calusi's plan was to stay on the phone, poking at the maybe investors, hoping 1 or 2 of them would fall in at the last minute. His standard appeal was for $10 million, with a $10 million cash call later. But to his surprise, some of them would say, "Can we do more?" Carlton Jennings kept calling from Melbourne, representing a Perth-based healthcare magnate named Michael Boyd, and he was one of those inquiring about more equity in the future. Meanwhile, Stratus Global kept requesting more documents and going over the proposed DISA contract with a magnifying glass. Bob Kinsey would occasionally call with a suggestion. He was still working on the United Nations, but Calusi didn't really take that seriously. 2 or 3 more days passed with no progress on the list, and then the unpredictable lone wolf, Craig McCaw, poked his head up out of the haystack of potential investors and offered Calusi more money than all the others combined. McCaw, after 14 months of mind games with the bankers, tentative deals with Motorola, starts and stops, feints and demands, and private conversations with the Pentagon through his on-site admiral, apparently decided, at the 11th hour, that he could live with Dan Calusi. Or could he? Was he friend or foe? Was he coming with olive branches or false promises? Ever since the initial bankruptcy of Iridium, McCaw had been alternately bullish and bearish on satellite phones. Motorola had been encouraging McCaw to buy Iridium, but McCaw's engineers were always afraid of the system, mainly because it was narrowband. But now McCaw was making it clear he wanted in. McCaw had called his personal friend Paul Sarbanes, the Maryland senator, and asked him to ferret out copies of the contracts among Calusi's company, Motorola, Boeing, and the Department of Defense. Sarbanes said he couldn't do it, so McCaw called friends at the Pentagon. McCaw was apparently irked that someone else was about to conclude a deal. Of course, that's not what Eagle River President Dennis Weebling said when he called Calusi the next day. Eagle River wanted to invest in Calusi's deal, Weebling said. They wanted to be partners. And not only that, they thought they could bring Boeing along with them. Boeing was a close friend, tied to Eagle River through the Teledesic project. And by the way, it wasn't Teledesic anymore. It was ICO Teledesic Global Limited. Calusi listened carefully, took notes, and was amazed when, within a matter of hours, everyone wanted to be his best friend. An hour later, Keith Bain called to say he would highly recommend working with Craig McCaw. "Come to the tower," he said. "I've got it all set up for Monday morning." Bain then went on to talk about his long friendship with McCaw, how they were in Nextel together, and how McCaw could bring capital and operating experience to the deal. Calusi said he would agree to meet with McCaw's people, but he couldn't do it Monday morning because he had a possible meeting in Baltimore with the Saudis. "Forget the Saudis," said Bain. "You don't need them. They're giving you foreign ownership problems anyway. This is the best thing that could have happened. You don't have to be a poor boy anymore. Just talk to McCaw. He can provide everything you need." Of course, Bain had less than pure motives. Motorola had a long-standing arrangement with McCaw. He owned the systems, Motorola provided the infrastructure. In Mexico City, Motorola had built out the entire wireless system for a metropolitan area of 18 million people, but the system belonged to Nextel. McCaw could put Motorola back into its comfort zone, selling gadgets and systems but not owning anything. A few minutes after the Bain call, Steve Pfeiffer called Calusi from Fulbright and Jaworski. "Is it too late to get back into the deal?" he asked. Obviously, when Craig McCaw spoke, people listened. And Calusi thought it was worth a shot. Stranger things had happened. So 5 days later, he boarded a plane with Herb Wilkins and Isaac Newberger for a meeting with the 3 top Eagle River executives. Oddly enough, the meeting wasn't in Kirkland, Washington, where McCaw's company was based, but in Schaumburg, at the Tower. Motorola wanted to keep everything close. On the plane to Chicago, Calusi penciled in his new funding plan. Motorola, 30. Boeing, 30. Syncom, 30. Stratus, 30. Inipar, 10. Saudis, 30. Eagle River, 30. For a total of almost $200 million. He was liking Craig McCaw more and more. At last, this thing was starting to come together. At last, people were coming to their senses. Dennis Weebling came on strong at the meeting. "We're here to take all your risk away," he said. He then went into the history of Teledesic, hundreds of millions spent creating the future space-based broadband Ferrari of all communications networks, bolstered by Motorola's technical know-how and combined with the 36 ICO global satellites that were originally owned by Inmarsat but were now being converted from narrowband to broadband and would function as a startup constellation until the 288 teledesic satellites could be launched. Calusi asked if he could pencil them in for $30 million. Weibling said, "Not enough." Eagle River was willing to put $130 million into Calusi's company so that the two companies could be intertwined and 2 to 3 years from now merged into the ultimate satellite broadband communication system. After puttering along with $25 million for most of the past 3 months, Calusi was now being offered the carrot of a company capitalized at $300 million, which was 3 times what Castle Harlan ever promised. It's amazing what a guaranteed government contract can do for your prospects. Not only that, Eagle River would help out with a $250 million secondary stock offering so that the whole system would be heavily capitalized for a fast marketing ramp-up. If Iridium started to wind down, added Weibling, then Eagle River would buy out the Iridium shareholders with Eagle River stock. Calusi listened to the whole spiel, backed up by Keith Bain, and then said he needed time to think about it. Why did the Eagle River executives keep talking about Iridium winding down? McCaw's people were assuming that Iridium would quickly become obsolete and need to be phased out. But what would replace it? ICO Teledesic consisted of 3 drawing board companies, 4 if you counted Celestri, that together had launched a single space vehicle, and the 288 satellites that would someday make up the Dream constellation had not even been fully designed, much less manufactured. Increasingly, the deal looked like a tactic to use Iridium to lock in a relationship with the government so that Eagle River could then buy out Calusi, scrap Iridium, and appropriate the spectrum. Randy Brockman had heard a version of this plan earlier in the summer when executives referred to Iridium as a backup system. One thing was certain about the draft agreement they gave to Calusi. They would have the right to buy him out in 2 to 3 years at a predetermined price based on various milestones such as number of subscribers, amount of revenue, and the like. Keith Bain kept pushing Eagle River forward as an alternative to the problematic Saudis, but Craig McCaw had more in common with Prince Khalid than anyone would ever admit. Like the prince, he never came to meetings. The only access to McCaw was through Dennis Weibling. Back in Maryland, Calusi kept mulling over the buyout provision. Why would Eagle River insist on that? Why wouldn't McCaw just take an equity position like everyone else? If it made sense later for Iridium to merge with Teledesic, then the deal could easily be done. Why make it inevitable? Meanwhile, Mark Adams called to say that this was the week the Pentagon would be finishing up with the 8 Cardinals. For the key meeting, Rudy DeLeon was going to carry the ball, and he was taking 3CI Chief Art Money with him. The 2-star would be there too. General Radigy had reviewed the DISA contract and was worried about where to find the $3 million a month. He needed money to say it was okay. There were also annoying new wrinkles. Adams said someone needed to talk to Charles Rangel, the Harlem congressman, who was making noise about bailouts. Herb Wilkins called him, played the Africa card, and calmed him down. Weibling kept calling from Eagle River, calls that were usually followed up by pressure from Bain. Calusi thought McCaw was trying to have it both ways. If Iridium prospered, Eagle River could buy the company and the customer list without any risk. If the company failed, or puttered along without profit, Eagle River could just jettison the arrangement and pursue its original plan for Teledesic. Isaac Newberger spent 3 days going over the deal and said, "These terms are impossible." But Calusi didn't want to give McCaw an outright no. "Look, Dennis," he told Weibling, "the problem is this part about being able to buy us out after 2 years. I'll give you that, but only if we have the right to invoke the opposite. In other words, we want a put. After 2 years, we have the option to force you to buy us out." As badly as Calusi wanted to hold on to that $300 million investor sheet, The McCaw deal didn't smell right. It smelled like a way to buy Iridium and then get rid of Iridium. He wasn't going to save the satellites this year so McCaw could destroy them next year. A day later, Weebling called back. "We don't like the put requirement," he said. "Well, we need the put requirement. Think about it." Was he going away? Was that a withdrawal from the deal? When you were dealing with McCaw, you never knew. Weebling was on his way to New York for a meeting with Merrill Lynch to talk about the secondary offering of $250 million. "Look at all this money you're throwing away," Weebling seemed to be saying. "How can you pass this up?" Unfortunately, Senator Ted Stevens and Representative Jerry Lewis were not going away. Keith Bain, newly energized by the prospect of McCaw owning Iridium, had Motorola lobbyists in Washington working on Stevens, and even volunteered to make a call to the senator himself. The grassroots efforts in Stevens' home state were starting to work as well. Sam Romey, a rough-and-tumble mountain man and service provider in northern Alaska, was so infuriated by the Stevens-Lewis letter that he had rounded up a contingent of Alaska state troopers to talk to Stevens. But Bernie Schwartz wasn't defeated so easily. One of the most powerful Democrats in the Senate, Ted Kennedy of Massachusetts, was now lobbying for Globalstar, calling the Pentagon to ask questions. But even that was not as surprising as the fact that one of the most powerful Republicans in the Senate had jumped onto the Schwartz bandwagon as well, Trent Lott of Mississippi. "We need to get this done," Mark Adams told Calusi. "Yesterday, one of these guys called the Pentagon to find out when the rest of the Iridium satellites would be launched. They were under the impression that only 40% of the constellation was airborne." Calusi wondered, was false gossip like that even effective? "We need to get this done," repeated Adams. On November 7th, General Radigy finally approved the draft of the DISA contract, and Calusi prepared to go back to the bankruptcy court for the formal presentation of bids. The Calusi bid was the only one approved by Iridium and the banks, but the court allowed stalking horse bids. That meant the final sale could be stopped by anyone offering a minimum of $7.5 million backed by a 20% deposit, or $1.5 million in cash. Calusi called for a meeting of all prospective Iridium shareholders at the Millennium Hotel, across the street from the World Trade Center, so that he could get checks and give deadlines. But Dave Oliver called to say, "Not yet. Don't go to the court yet. I'm on my way over to brief Senator Stevens. Let's get him off of this thing first." And there was yet another problem. The DISA contract had been approved in draft form, but there was a process by which the final form was worked out by a contract officer. Her name was Charlene Capobianco, and she had become the personification of bureaucratic hell. For starters, she refused to put the number $72 million, the amount of the government's total commitment, in the contract. "We'll reserve judgment for later," were her exact words. Reserve judgment for later? Calusi was furious. Mark Adams was furious. Dave Oliver was furious. This was the money that the whole deal revolved around. With the DISA contract up in the air, all the lawyers agreed to ask Judge Blackshear to delay the hearing for one more week. The next night, wearied by the constant "now you see it, now you don't" jockeying with the government, Calusi sat down at the Metropolitan Club on H Street with all his investors. Of course, there weren't enough of them. Herb Wilkins and Terry Jones were there for Syncom. Swartz and Pfeiffer represented Mawarid. Atilano de Sobrino was present for Inipar. And the purpose of the meeting was for Derek Woods, president of Stratus Global, to meet all the others in advance of his imminent $10 million investment. "Here's the situation," Calusi told everyone. "We've got to get all the contracts signed and all the money to the bankruptcy court to finish this thing up by Tuesday, 5 days from now. Dorothy Robin at the White House is spending all her time on this. I was up past midnight on the phone with Dave Oliver and Keith Bain, and in the midst of the discussion, Bain gave me another deorbit deadline. The deadline is the 22nd, the day before Thanksgiving. I don't think the deadline is real, but what he's saying is that he doesn't like the way this thing is trending. Rudy DeLeon told me point blank yesterday that the Pentagon is now officially spooked. They don't like being on the wrong side of the Appropriations Committee. Everybody needs to move fast. Everybody needs to get in or get out. Everybody needs to write checks. And by the way, we can forget the Italian gateway. The Germans want $3 million for the facility, or about 10 times more than we're willing to pay. The next day, Calusi found himself in Isaac Newberger's office in downtown Baltimore, meeting with the mercurial Carlton Jennings in an attempt to squeeze $10 million more into a business plan that had returned to pre-McCall levels now that Dennis Weebling had disappeared. Jennings had worked for a partnership made up of the Bakri brothers of Indonesia, Kyocera of Japan, and the Taiwanese Gateway during the first incarnation of Iridium, but now he was representing Michael Boyd, best known for founding a medical diagnostic company called Sonic Healthcare that had grown to be one of Australia's largest multinational corporations. Calusi told Jennings it was now or never. If he wanted to attend the investors' meeting later that day, he needed to give proof of funds and commit. Even as they spoke, lawyers and bureaucrats were running amok all over Washington. Steve Pfeiffer sent the deposit agreement from the prince, and it had a weird provision that Newberger interpreted to mean that the Saudis could get their money back if performance goals weren't met. Unacceptable, Calusi told him, barely disguising his exasperation. Dave Oliver called to say that Rudy DeLeon was on his way over to meet with Senator Stevens and Representative Lewis. This should be the final showdown with Globalstar. General Radigy had issued a report comparing Iridium with Globalstar and finding Iridium far superior. Ted Schaffner called to say that Motorola needed $375,000 from Calusi to cover the cost of canceling its D-Orbit insurance policy. Sigh. The FCC called for the umpteenth time, asking for the list of company owners, obviously concerned about Saudi ownership. By this time, Steve Pfeiffer had prepared the necessary disclosures on the part of the prince. Pfeiffer had been through this drill many times over the years, since Saudis were always under scrutiny, but for some reason the issue continued to percolate. And then, the bombshell. Derek Woods called to say the Stratus Global Board had decided against the investment. Woods was profusely apologetic. "They're just afraid," he said. "Don't worry," said Calusi, "I'm used to it." So, that was it. Stratus Global was the last possibility of getting a publicly traded mainstream company to invest. And that was $10 million gone from the most recent plan, with 2 days left before everyone had to settle up in bankruptcy court. The new Iridium was going to be the polar opposite of the old Iridium. A communications company once run by the most powerful corporations and prominent nations of the world would now be run by 2 African-American cable TV guys who felt beaten up by the white establishment, an extremely private Saudi prince who seemed to care more about his racehorses than his 65 companies, a ham radio-loving industrialist from a remote part of Brazil, and 2 obscure guys in Australia who were coming in at the last minute. Whatever might happen from now on, this was likely to be the wildest ride of Calusi's career, a career he thought was over 5 years ago. Calusi's immediate problem, though, was Charlene Capobianco, contract officer who was not easily persuaded to give Calusi the language he wanted. At first, she refused to put the number 20,000 in the contract, denoting the number of handsets the government would buy, because one of the draft emails had a typo in it stating the number was 22,000. She still refused to put $72 million as the total commitment by the government, but did agree to put 24 months at $3 million a month, leading to discussions among lawyers as to whether that was the same thing. In one note, she agreed to remove a clause from the contract, then in the same note said she would reserve judgment until later. Eventually, she said that if Dave Oliver would give her the go-ahead, she would put $72 million and 20,000 handsets in the contract, but only if he initialed his email. "That's a request that may send him through the roof," Newberger told her. Finally, On November 15th, Calusi and 5 other bidders for Iridium showed up in the New York bankruptcy court for what Judge Blackshear said was the final chance to put down deposits and offer bids. Gene Curcio was there, offering a $27.5 million purchase deal, as were church consultant Carl George and the Fiji-loving Charles Medlin. William Griffith, chief executive of a previously unknown Nevada company called Global Development Concepts Power Corporation, offered $100 million in gold. It wasn't explained why the payment would be in gold. The paperless newspaper company of London had an $18 million offer on the table. Many of the formal offers stated that their bid was for assets that included the SNOC, which was, of course, the property of Motorola and not Iridium's to sell. Curcio showed up with a new partner, Silver Incorporated, a company that announced plans to acquire Iridium and sell it to yet another company called Parallax Corporation. Parallax professed to be the owner of an aircraft telemetry system designed by one Brian Zetlin of Seattle Scientific Corporation, and Zetlin complained that he had been shut out of the bidding process. Silver Incorporated executive Terry Martin sometimes seemed to be in partnership with Curcio and other times seemed to be making a bid on his own. At any rate, Martin failed to tell the court that his available funds came from a phony municipal bond scheme he had recently completed in Everett, Washington. He would eventually end up in federal prison after being convicted of conspiracy, securities fraud, wire fraud, and money laundering. The offers before the court ranged from $0 to $100 million. But Judge Blackshear ignored all of them and said, "Who is prepared to write a check today?" One by one, they told the judge that if their application were approved, they would pay the deposit on a particular date. When Blackshear asked Neuberger about the Calusi Group, Neuberger said, "Mr. Calusi has written a check for $1.5 million. Blackshear checked with his clerk, verified that Calusi had submitted a certified check, confirmed that no stalking horse had matched that deposit, and then admonished the others. "I told you to bring money. Being prepared to bid is having the deposit. Iridium is awarded to the Calusi Group for the sale price of $25 million. The cash on hand is awarded to the banks." When the bankruptcy ruling reached the financial press, there were 2 reactions to the $25 million sale price. One opinion was that everyone from Chase Manhattan to Barclays to Motorola to the Pentagon were incompetents who had been fleeced, because how could a $6.5 billion company be worth that little? Clerks at the bankruptcy court joked that if the satellites were that cheap, they should have been offered as the luxury gift in that year's Neiman Marcus Christmas catalog. Surely the hardware alone was worth 50 times that much. The second reaction was, this proves that satellite phones were never meant to exist. There was no market for Iridium. It was a colossal mistake. The company had been proven worthless. The new investors have unrealistic expectations for the system, said Robert Rush, inventor of the stillborn Odyssey system. The satellites are well into their design life, and a number have failed, or are in the process of wearing out. The new investors have high hopes based on unrealistic expectations. It didn't help that Global Star lobbyist Bill Adler was still characterizing the deal as a bailout. Iridium is essentially a failed technology, Adler told the Fairbanks Daily News Miner, and in the long run it would be hugely expensive to keep it operating, and that certainly is not in the interest of the Department of Defense. Industry analyst Karakan Jalalian was even more brutal. Why are we still talking about this? Investments to save Iridium have been discussed for months, and nothing has come to fruition because even at $25 million, there isn't a good business case to buy the Iridium system. But the cash up front wasn't $25 million. It was actually only $6.5 million. A few days before the hearing, Calusi had polled his investors and come up with just $102 million promised, with at least $10 million of that being kind of shaky. That would normally be enough to open for business, but he owed $25 million to the banks and $15 million to Motorola for the property in Tempe. That put him back at $62 million in working capital, give or take, and he really needed $80 million to guarantee he could operate the satellites for a full year while the company started to build up revenue. Time was short. He had to go to the bankruptcy court, and he was $18 million short. Calusi's solution? He told the banks that if they wanted the deal to close, they needed to lend him $18.5 million of the $25 million he would owe them at closing. In return, the banks would receive 5% of the new company. Since the main goal of the banks was to get control of the $155 million in the Iridium cash drawer, and since the other bidders for Iridium were unlikely to be approved by the bankruptcy judge, what other choice did they have? Ironically, the total cash outlay of the Calusi Group, $6.5 million, was the precise amount that Bob Galvin had authorized in 1989 to fund the Iridium Brain Trust. Calusi had to swallow hard before writing the $1.5 million deposit check out of his personal funds, because even at this late date, his investor agreements had not been signed. There was some concern going into the hearing that Gene Curcio would write a stalking horse check and hold everything up, and some surprise when he didn't bring any money at all. But now, the only thing that could delay the process was government approvals. Surely by Thanksgiving, everything would be done. Or so they thought. Back in Washington, Dave Oliver called Calusi to say, "I have neutralized the Democratic side in Congress." But now Globalstar had a new ally in the form of the Office of Management and Budget, OMB. For weeks, Oliver and DeLeon had been coordinating all the approvals Iridium would need through a group of 12 agencies and departments, and there had been dozens of emails, memos, and PowerPoint presentations as they got ready for the showdown meeting in the Situation Room. Danny Stamp called it organizing the circle jerk. But that debate had occurred without involving OMB. Now, OMB had announced its intention to oppose the Iridium deal. Bringing OMB up to speed was like starting the whole process all over again, with every policy wonk in the city now alerted to a unique situation that read like a case study at the Kennedy School. All over Washington, at the National Security Council, the FCC, NASA, the Office of Science and Technology Policy, and a dozen other agencies, bureaucrats were doing LexisNexis searches and pulling up everything from the War Powers Act of 1941 to the Anti-Deficiency Act of 1884 to Hercules, Inc. versus United States, a 1996 lawsuit in which the manufacturer of Agent Orange tried to get the government to pay for the liability suits filed by Vietnam War victims. Hercules lost. Dorothy Robin alone found 43 legal cases addressing the indemnification issue, but none of them on point. The closest, she thought, was the 1976 Emergency Act passed when, in order to avoid a swine flu pandemic, the United States insured those entities involved in manufacturing or distributing vaccines, regardless of whether they were at fault or not. She also discovered that NASA had invoked Public Law 85-804 at least 15 times since 1983 and never paid out a single dollar. The Iridium deal had now been studied by NASA, the State Department, the Justice Department, the Pentagon, the FCC, the FAA, the Department of Commerce, the Department of the Interior, and the National Security Agency. But the first question asked by OMB was, why not procure insurance from a private company? Indicating OMB officials had been asleep during the previous 9 months. Their first official email to the Pentagon contained 46 additional questions, including, why isn't this considered a bailout? Another dog and pony show would be necessary. Dorothy Robin set about writing yet another position paper addressing OMB's concerns. Eventually, the National Security Council changed its mind and decided to take an active role in the Situation Room meeting, which was now likely to be lengthy, complex, and full of pushback in the form of Jack Lew, powerful director of OMB. Chief Economic Advisor Gene Sperling would end up chairing it, along with Mara Rudman, NSC Chief of Staff. As it turned out, the NSC became a fierce advocate of Iridium. Dr. Johannes Hans Benedijk, the leading defense policy specialist at the NSC, turned in a report in advance of the meeting saying, "We ought to support Rudy on Public Law 85-804 because financial risk to the government was very low and potential benefit to the military very high." He admitted it would be a unique first-time use of this authority, but recommended the government do it anyway. Then, right before the deputies met, Rudy de Leon increased the stakes. "If there is no Iridium package approved, I want it decided at this meeting who is on the hook for all the consequences. Is it Justice? Or is it NASA? Or is it FAA? Or is it somebody else?" He was essentially saying to the committee members, proceed with caution if you're even thinking about denying this authority. And then, as if the story couldn't get any stranger, word came from Isaac Neuberger that weekend that President Clinton and Chris Galvin were playing golf together in Vietnam. No, there's no problem with the phone line. Golf in Vietnam. Apparently, Galvin had been traveling in Asia at the same time that Clinton was on his historic journey as the first American president to visit Vietnam since the end of the war. Clinton's first 2 days were spent in Hanoi, but on the final day, the Clintons flew to Ho Chi Minh City, where Gene Sperling conducted a press briefing at the Caravel Hotel, summing up the newfound friendship between the two countries. Careful listeners might have thought it odd that, in the midst of the briefing, Sperling made a reference to Iridium, citing it as an example of expensive technologies that took so long to be developed that they became outdated before they could become profitable. "Motorola, one of the best companies in the world," said Sperling, "their CEO would tell you that their Iridium project will be the last time any major company will ever try to plan something in this area 5 years in advance. Things move too fast. They're now dealing with what to do with the satellites in space. The notion that a government can predict these things is very suspect." Sperling was actually contradicting himself. His point was that private investors know how to stimulate the economy better than government-directed investment. So the whole digression was a "huh?" moment. What he didn't say was that on the golf course earlier that day, Galvin had spent most of the round telling Clinton that it was better to let the satellites be destroyed, because they had a lifespan of only 5 years anyway, and some of them had already been flying for 3 years, so it was silly to go through all these machinations in Washington just to keep a constellation alive that couldn't be replaced as satellites went out of commission. After all, who was going to throw another $6 billion after the $6 billion that had already been spent? Clinton was spooked by the remarks, according to Neuberger, and passed them along to Sperling. Why would Galvin do that? Why would anyone mess with this deal when it was on the verge of being done? What's up with Chris Galvin? How could anyone be this determined to destroy the satellites? Calusi wanted to ask Keith Bain for an explanation, but apparently Motorola was having one of its periodic bipolar episodes, because the next day Bain announced a deorbit. Lieutenant Colonel K. Martin, head of the Space Systems Division at the Joint Chiefs of Staff, faxed the news over to the White House. Motorola has issued an ultimatum to the Department of Defense. Finalized document by the 22nd of November, or Motorola will prepare for deorbit of the satellites. What kind of alternate universe was this, where a week after the bankruptcy court had awarded the satellites to Calusi, Motorola was telling the world they might get destroyed anyway? Galvin apparently had no idea how unpopular he was within the halls of state. Even as he tried to persuade the president, government officials were calling Neuberger to make it clear one more time. We don't want this Motorola loan being converted into equity at any time. It needs to be written into the loan agreement. Motorola can have no ownership of the new Iridium. Not now, not in a year, not in 1,000 years. Neuberger passed the message along to Keith Bain, who got on the phone with the appropriate government officials, and the next day they discussed how to structure the ban on Motorola equity language, further delaying the final draft agreement. Sperling was still jet-lagged from his 3 a.m. touchdown from Vietnam when he arrived at the West Wing to chair the Situation Room meeting on November 20th. Keith Bain's deorbit deadline was 2 days away, and the battle lines had been clearly drawn. There were 28 people present from 9 departments and agencies, but only 2 mattered. The Office of Management and Budget was determined to change this deal or get rid of it entirely, and the Pentagon was determined to make it happen. That meant Sylvia Matthews, Deputy Director of OMB, was the prosecuting attorney, and Rudy DeLeon was the defendant. OMB Director Jack Lew had thrown down a gauntlet in a memo. What's being proposed here is highly unorthodox, precedential, and there's a disproportionate gap between what we're giving away with the indemnification and the benefit to the government. The risk on this doesn't have a cap on it, and the government is getting 2 years on a service contract for 10 to 100 years of liability. I'm concerned about the moral hazard. Then Bob Kyle, OMB's National Security and International Affairs expert, took over the formal cross-examination and forced the plaintiff, Rudy DeLeon, to make his case. It was true that this was a novel interpretation of Public Law 85-804. All the lawyers on both sides agreed, and the Pentagon even conceded that Iridium was valued but non-essential. So, Kyle challenged DeLeon to prove that the military really did need Iridium, and that the need had nothing to do with White House pressure. As one Justice Department lawyer put it, national defense has to be a standalone reason. DeLeon also had to show that it made economic sense, and he did, arguing that an investment of an additional $100 million would save $9 billion the government would otherwise spend building its own system. And then he had to show that Public Law 85-804 was the only solution left after every other possible solution had been considered. Mike Greenberger from the Justice Department helped with that argument, outlining his 6 months of talks with Motorola. Finally, DeLeon had to prove that indemnification of a third-party corporation was legal, that the whole idea was good policy for the future, and that the benefits of having Iridium far outweighed the cost in case the whole thing went wrong. But the crucial part of the meeting came when addressing the language of the law itself. The issue of unusually hazardous risk had to be addressed, since that was what the statute required, and it was addressed directly by Dave Oliver. Forget these imaginary people on the ground. When you brought down 92 satellites, you ran the risk of hitting the International Space Station, and the damage that can be caused by contact with the satellite in space or on deorbit is potentially catastrophic. As expected, the chief government user of Iridium phones, the State Department, failed to show any enthusiasm. Deputy Secretary Strobe Talbot was a no-show, and his lieutenant said there was not a strong case to preserve the system. Asked to at least admit that the system had value in Africa, the State Department representative said that they were not previously aware of White House interest in Africa. Everyone was baffled by their apparent indifference. What about Madeleine Albright's love of the phones? But their position was assumed to be the handiwork of junior-level functionaries trying to enforce a strict interpretation of the U.S. treaty with Inmarsat. Had DeLeon proved any of his premises? The debate kept circling back to a single fact. There were 18 satellites that were already in uncontrolled, decaying orbits. Why should the government be insuring those when Motorola would have had to deal with them anyway? What OMB was pointing out was the blackmail aspect of Motorola's position, the idea that it should be insured far more heavily than it deserved for the simple reason that it had the power to destroy the satellites. DeLeon finally gave a little ground when he promised to go back to Motorola one more time. "I'll put the dead satellites on the table," he said, "and walk out if Motorola doesn't give us a compelling case for those." Somewhat surprisingly, this single promise by DeLeon seemed to be enough for the naysayers, and the meeting broke up. Was it over? Was OMB just looking for a face-saver? Was it trying to get a concession on the dead satellites to show that something was done and Motorola didn't get everything it wanted? One thing that everyone knew was that in the absence of firm, decisive action, Iridium was a black hole that would suck in new complications. And no, it was not over. The next day, OMB remained fixated on the dead satellites. After fielding several calls from the White House, all of them related to OMB problems, Mark Adams called Calusi to say that a dangerous game was going on there. Because OMB came in so late, their policy wonks seemed oblivious to the fact that Motorola had its finger on the trigger. Motorola was not going to be swayed by any fine-point moral hazard arguments, no matter how commonsensical they were. OMB was in the way. They needed to be stifled. "We have to get OMB off of this," said Adams. "Time to play the Africa card with Clinton." And Calusi agreed. Calls went out to Herb Wilkins, then to Ty Brown, then to Jesse Jackson and Bob Johnson. Targets: Sperling and Chief of Staff John Podesta. Message: time to ram this thing through. Within 24 hours, Ty Brown called back to say that Jesse Jackson didn't want to talk to Sperling or Podesta. He was going straight to the president. The FOBs were attacking en masse. The next day, Podesta was asking the Pentagon for a briefing. Keith McNerney, chief financial officer of Gene Curcio's company, called Iridium's lawyers to say he thought the fix was in at the bankruptcy hearing, and I'm filing fraud charges and you're all going to jail. Dave Oliver called Calusi to say the OMB is still holding everything up. It wasn't a face-saver issue at all. The dead satellite issue was now its main focus, and Oliver had gone back to his statistical arguments, bringing in a personal injury lawyer and computing the total risk to the government at $70,000 for the working constellation and $16,000 for the dead satellites, even using the NASA study. That wasn't the point, though. OMB was irked by Motorola expecting the government to cover the dead satellites at all. Dorothy Robin agreed that it didn't make sense, but she knew how prickly Motorola had become and warned everyone this might be a deal killer. James Swartz called Calusi to say the Saudis would invest, but only with a written guarantee that no executives from the old Iridium were allowed to work for the new company. And the argument kept swirling higher and higher, getting very close to the president. Rudy DeLeon is on his way to talk to the National Security Advisor, Sandy Berger, Mark Adams told Calusi. Apparently, it couldn't be worked out without Rudy going in person. The OMB wants the National Security Council to tell them that the national interest is at stake. Dorothy Robin called to say Representative Lewis is refusing to meet with Rudy. Finally, on November 22nd, the day Iridium Space Vehicle 79 was scheduled to crash into the ocean, the powers that be at the Pentagon made a collective decision to spend the entire day ignoring the problems of the rest of the planet so that Iridium could finally be put to rest in a nobody-leaves-till-we're-done session. Assembling in the largest skiff in the building were the four most powerful people in the Pentagon after Secretary Cohen: Deputy Secretary Rudy Leon, Pentagon Acquisition Czar Jacques Gansler, Pentagon General Counsel Douglas Dworkin, and Bill Lynn, Undersecretary for Fiscal Matters, popularly regarded as the CFO of the Pentagon. They had drawn up what they called a term sheet for getting things done, and most of the items were requirements that had to be approved by Motorola, represented at the meeting by Ted Schaffner and in-house attorney Bruce Ramo. Also attending were Calusi, Isaac Neuberger, Boeing lobbyist Shep Hill, Dave Oliver, Pentagon lawyer Harvey Nathan, the in-house expert on foreign ownership, and what Neuberger later called untold legions of others, all of whom were tripping over themselves. The big issues were settled in the first couple of hours. The DISA contract was to state clearly that Iridium would receive $72 million for 20,000 handsets over a 2-year period, with options to extend the contract in the future. DeLeon was even more effusive about the Iridium system than he had been 10 weeks earlier, stating that the total $112 million investment was something he regarded as equity that the government was putting into a private company because it would be impossible for the United States to duplicate what Iridium provided, and even if the government could build its own standalone system, it would cost $9 billion. Therefore, in the interests of the United States, the government would invoke Public Law 85-804 to indemnify Motorola for the 66 satellites in the constellation, the 8 spares in orbit, and the 5 dead satellites expected to fall to Earth in the next 10 years. But that wasn't all the satellites. Motorola had 7 satellites that were sitting in the Chandler lab and hadn't been launched yet, and they wanted those added to the indemnification deal. Dorothy Robin responded with some variation of, "Are you insane?" And that part of the equation was pushed aside for later consideration. Attention then shifted to what Dave Oliver called those troublesome dead satellites. 6 were in orbits that would not re-enter the atmosphere for at least 100 years, and after some brief discussion, everyone decided just to ignore those. That left 4 satellites, the ones that would be crashing to Earth later than 10 years hence, but earlier than 20 years hence, and for some reason Motorola was paranoid about these. Schaffner and Ramo kept insisting that the government should indemnify those as well, but the Pentagon officials kept pushing back, saying they shouldn't be expected to insure satellites that far into the future. After 10 hours of wrangling, Schaffner said he wasn't able to commit to the deal and suggested that DeLeon call Keith Bain directly. Everyone was stunned. After all this time, this thing was going to fall apart over 4 dead satellites? It was the last day before the Thanksgiving break, so there was no way to ask anyone to stay late. The meeting finally broke up at 6 p.m., with everyone frustrated and angry, and with all the anger directed at Motorola. After the long holiday weekend, everyone returned to work, only to find out the deal was being held up yet again, this time by Rudy DeLeon. "Rudy wants to get this past Representative Lewis," said Oliver in a call to Calusi. "He wants Lewis to sign off on it. It's bigger than Iridium. Lewis controls spending for a lot of other stuff the Pentagon needs." But Jerry Lewis was refusing to meet with him. "That's what's making it hard. Tomorrow for sure. Come to the building. We'll do the deal." So, on November 28th, Calusi and Neuberger went to the building and were ushered into a skiff where they waited for Oliver, DeLeon, and the others involved to come by with the various contracts that needed to be signed. At the end of the day, they were informed by a polite enlisted man that no one would be coming to see them this day, so they could go home. Apparently, John Podesta was being briefed again, and everyone was waiting to see what he said. DeLeon was also drafting separate letters to Senator Stevens and Representative Lewis, explaining why the government needed Iridium. Wasn't that something we already did a month ago? At the Pentagon, the policy for sending a letter to Congress was to call the congressman first and tell him everything that was in the letter in advance, which begs the question as to why the letter was being sent in the first place, but at any rate, that was why it took all day. The dead satellite issue persisted. The next day, the conference call with DeLeon, Sperling, Rudman, Liu, Bain, and Schaffner resulted in more confusion. NASA could locate only 2 of the 4 dummy satellites. The agency needed to know how many more were up there so they could be identified in the indemnification contract. Were there 90 satellites up there or 92? And in the middle of the debate about it, the number changed again, because word came from Cheyenne Mountain that Iridium Space Vehicle 79 had descended through the atmosphere, narrowly missed the Northwest Territories, and disintegrated into the Arctic Ocean at 4:44 a.m. Eastern Time. Not a single major media outlet noticed. On the last day of November, Dave Oliver and Keith Bain got into yet another heated discussion, with Bain saying, "Why is this taking so long?" and Oliver explaining about the need to debrief Representative Lewis. Oliver explained the Pentagon letter writing as laying down a soft gauntlet, but Bain didn't want to hear it and eventually said, "The decommissioning of the constellation will begin at noon on Monday, December 4th, in 4 days. Oliver called Calusi to say that Bain was a crazy man. "But it doesn't matter anyway," said Oliver. "I still have to clean up a few things over on the Hill tomorrow morning, but be prepared to sign tomorrow afternoon." Once again, Oliver had been optimistic. Jerry Lewis's staff members called later that night to say that they were dropping our objection, but 4 days later DISA still hadn't signed the contract, and Oliver still didn't have a formal okay from Senator Stevens. Finally, on Wednesday, December 6th, everyone gathered in Washington to go over the final drafts of all the contracts and, as Keith Bain liked to put it, stay put till finished. Motorola's team had already been camped out for a week at the Ritz-Carlton in Pentagon City. Calusi's people checked into the Lansdowne Resort, just a stone's throw from the Snock, for the first meetings of the management team. Calusi had designated Thursday as the day of the capital call, meaning everyone had to write checks. And, surprisingly, Michael Boyd, calling from Canberra, asked for an option for an additional $20 million. The other surprise that day was a new clause in the indemnification agreement. The government was insisting on a paragraph stating that Motorola would promise not to launch another low Earth orbit satellite system. Bain and Schaffner were highly amused by that particular provision and said, "How fast can we agree?" In an attempt to close the deal before the weekend, everyone stayed up most of Thursday night wrangling over details of the indemnification document, which had to be signed by Motorola, the Pentagon, Boeing, and Iridium Satellite LLC, which was the name chosen to replace NUCO. Apparently, nerves were so frayed that several emails were exchanged the next day apologizing for the way things ended last night, especially inappropriate tones and statements that added to the unpleasantness. Despite their best efforts, the deal didn't close on Friday because Ann Korinskas, the Chase Manhattan collection agent, said she couldn't allow the sale before 10:30 a.m. on Monday. She had sent out letters to the 30 banks in her consortium, and she had to give them time to object to the deal. If she didn't hear from them, she would approve the sale. On Sunday, December 10th, Secretary of Defense Cohen finally signed a letter saying a contract for Iridium would facilitate the national defense, and that Public Law 85-804 was being invoked to indemnify Motorola for any lawsuits that still remained after all of Calusi's insurance had been used up, after all of Motorola's current 10-year policies had been used up, and after all of Boeing's insurance had been used up. And the indemnification applied only to lawsuits against Motorola, not Iridium or Boeing or anybody else. This was essentially an endorsement of all the ridiculous scenarios that had been raised by the Motorola legal team over the past several months, including indemnification for the 7 satellites that hadn't yet been launched. Motorola, like the bratty child who constantly throws temper tantrums to get his way, was finally muzzled, isolated, and appeased. It was not until Monday, December 11th, after 6 hours of waiting in a Pentagon skiff, that Calusi and Neuberger were introduced to the infamous Charlene Capobianco, contract officer for the DISA contract, along with Dave Oliver, an assistant secretary, 2 Pentagon lawyers, and a controller. The precious signature was duly obtained, and an impenetrable 70-page document called a Source Selection Sensitive Contract, Pentagonese for a contract you're not supposed to discuss publicly, was handed over. Neuberger took photos to memorialize the occasion, reporting later to the Iridium investors that most of the 6 hours was spent watching several Motorolans cringe and cry. Shortly before 8:00 p.m., Calusi had his $72 million deal, which took the form of a comprehensive agreement among the Department of Defense, Motorola, Boeing, and Iridium. It was one of the few joyful moments of the year, and yet there was no champagne celebration because everyone was exhausted by the equivalent of a 15-round heavyweight fight. Mark Adams, Dave Oliver, Dorothy Robin, and Danny Stamp all seemed stunned, like they had finally slain a monster and were now watching the dead body, afraid it might come back to life. "When you serve a lifetime in government," said FCC Chief of Staff Kathy Brown, "you rarely have the chance to do something that you know is good, something that corrects a wrong, something you can be proud of. I was proud to be part of this." Dave Beyer, Chief Domestic Policy Advisor to Al Gore, told Dorothy Robin, "Few will remember your persistence if this succeeds, but the national security, both in the defense sense and in terms of advancing the connection by telephone of the developing world, will be advanced by your work. Robin's reply: Thanks, but Dave Oliver is the real hero of this story. The following day, Boeing took over formal management of the SNOC. Unfortunately, many of the engineers had been so spooked by the previous year of uncertainty that they had either quit or made plans to leave. Boeing didn't want to run the risk of losing people who had intimate knowledge of all the peculiarities of the system, so all salaries were doubled, and the workforce was largely retained. By December 12th, it was over. Oliver conducted a Pentagon press conference. Calusi conducted a conference call with the media, and almost all the news accounts of the sale were wrong. The London media said the Pentagon had stepped in to avoid mass panic from falling satellites. The Dow Jones News Service implied that the Calusi group was being uncommonly secretive when a reporter tried to find out the names of all the investors and couldn't, owing to the prince's obsession with privacy. Roger Rush, now president of a satellite consulting firm called Telastra in Palos Verdes, California, told Satellite News that the Pentagon contract was woefully inadequate, that the satellites were going to fall out of the sky in 5 years anyway, and asked the rhetorical question, who would invest in another Iridium constellation? Most of the analysts who bothered to look at the deal, and there weren't many since Iridium was old news by now, said it was a strange, pathetic ending to a really bad idea. Danny Stamp didn't think so. On December 11th, he turned in his badge at the Chandler lab. On the morning of the 12th, he reported to the gateway in Tempe, along with 2 other employees, including the janitor. On the way to his new office, he stopped at a convenience store to buy toilet paper, Scott towels, and coffee. Once again, he had the greatest job in the world. At the Battle of Lepanto, the outnumbered Holy League destroyed 210 Ottoman ships and killed 30,000 sailors, ending Turkish dominance of the Mediterranean and leading to a new age in which the nimble Venetian fleet would become the model for navies everywhere. The Iridium deal inspired historical comparisons. 3 years after it was concluded, a writer for USA Today was casting about for some parallel in business history, but he couldn't find a precise equivalent for a $6.5 million cash outlay that resulted in possession of a resource that would probably never again be available in the whole future history of the United States. The one he came up with was from the 19th century, when a Virginian, short of cash, had to borrow $15 million to satisfy a disagreeable French dictator who controlled a lot of real estate. That deal was called the Louisiana Purchase. Dan Calusi, the little guy, had won. Chapter 15. Moose Hunters, Marines, and Thugs. May 9th, 2004. Satellite Network Operations Center, Leesburg, Virginia. The story of Iridium wouldn't be complete without describing what happened to the satellites after the Calusi group took over. It took a little over 3 years, but on a day in May 2004, his instincts were all confirmed. The world couldn't live without the system. The day started with a technical problem at the SNOC. About halfway through the 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. shift, a technician on the third console received an inquiry from the military gateway at Wahiawa, Hawaii. It seemed that the system was experiencing a high level of dropped calls, or, more precisely, failures to connect, and an extraordinary level of traffic in general. Shortly thereafter, a similar call came in from the civilian gateway in Tempe. The system was jamming up. It was overloaded. The technician scanned his CRT screen. Everything looked normal. Most of the 1,200 care and feeding tasks had been completed for the day. It wasn't an anomaly or a bump, the most feared words among the 9 men on duty, meaning something in space has ceased working, and it wasn't an exception, which would mean some part of the constellation was working in an unexpected way. Any of those situations would have caused the whole room to scramble into emergency mode. It wasn't a weather problem, Sunspots and solar eclipses had been known to affect the system in the past. No, this was something else. It seemed that satellites in one of the 6 orbital planes had been stressed beyond capacity. But that was impossible. The Iridium system could handle 98,586 calls at a time. The math had been worked out by Ken Peterson long ago, and the company barely had 140,000 phones in service. Could there be a glitch in the pattern of cell reuse? Could the phased-out array antennas be duplicating the same call, or failing to pass it off to the next satellite? The technician dug deeper into the numbers scrolling rapidly across his screen, zeroed in on the heavy traffic, and then realized all the calls were originating in the same 50,000 square mile zone. It was possible to overload one small part of the system if, by some odd set of circumstances, massive numbers of people were all sending signals to the same satellite. And that's what was happening. It was a holiday in the United States, and there were 146,000 American troops in Iraq, and there was only one phone they could all depend on. Technically, you weren't supposed to use an Iridium phone for a morale call, but when you absolutely, positively had to get your call through at a certain time to a certain person, every soldier, sailor, Marine, and airman knew there was only one solution. The only situation that could max out the Iridium system was Mother's Day in a combat zone. Mother's Day 2004 was not only a turning point for Iridium. Around that time, the company reached cash flow break-even and started making money. But it was the first time the rest of the world realized there was a phone that worked everywhere on the surface of the planet. For cutting-edge professionals, there were actually 3 events that made Iridium famous. The first was 9/11. The second was the war in Afghanistan, even more than Iraq, since the terrain was so rugged and the infrastructure so primitive. And the third game-changing event was Hurricane Katrina, which was not the first natural disaster where relief workers used the Iridium phone as a lifeline, but was definitely the highest profile. The new company had started off with exuberance and great promise. On January 17, 2001, Danny Stamp dressed up in a spaceman costume for the victory celebration at the Metropolitan Club in Washington, and people let their hair down after almost a year of constant stress. The champagne flowed, the room was filled with warmth, and there was one brief moment when it appeared that Calusi's ragged coalition could form itself into a family of dedicated satellite operators. But it wasn't to be. With just a tiny marketing budget, the company struggled from day to day, surviving hand to mouth, trying to overcome the infamy of the name Iridium, while the boardroom descended into squabbling and dysfunction. Personalities and cultural backgrounds grated on one another. Prince Khalid assigned 5 different employees to oversee his investment, and their constant requests for microscopic details on every decision, combined with their refusal to make timely decisions themselves, annoyed the laid-back owners of Syncom even as the Brazilians and the Australians ran into money problems and started missing their cash calls. The very fact that the prince never introduced himself to the other partners, much less showed up for a board meeting, was regarded as insufferably insulting. But there was a more fundamental problem. Most of the 63,000 original subscribers never came back. In fact, Iridium would come very close to disappearing altogether during those first 3 precarious years after the Pentagon deal. Calusi began the year 2001 with just $14 million in the bank, enough to run the constellation for 2 months. But that wasn't the worst part. He also had no choice but to break his vow to Helene and take over as CEO. The Saudis wouldn't accept Ed Stiano, and there weren't a lot of telecom executives out there who wanted to associate themselves with Iridium. Still, it was gratifying to see that the small number of people who did use the phone were fanatical about it. Every time Calusi encountered an active-duty serviceman at an airport, he would ask if he was familiar with the Iridium phone, and the response was always immediate and ebullient. "We love the Iridium phone," the warfighters told him. "We can't live without the Iridium phone," they said. But awareness by the general public came much more slowly. Iridium was still mostly associated with a failed venture by Motorola, not a marvel of modern engineering. Even when the phone started turning up in popular culture. Robert Downey Jr. uses one in the Iron Man movies. Dirk Pitt runs his secret operations with an Iridium phone in Clive Cussler's adventure novels. Brad Pitt saves the world with an Iridium handset in World War Z. It blended into all the other devices, most of them fictional, that superheroes tend to make use of. The first time most people noticed an Iridium phone in a movie was in 2014, when Bradley Cooper, playing Navy SEAL marksman Chris Kyle in American Sniper, executed the longest kill shot in history, then extended the antenna on his Iridium handset so he could call his wife 8,000 miles away to say, "Baby, I'm ready to come home." It was John Castle, of all people, who made the first Iridium phone call from New York after the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001. With downtown Manhattan in chaos and the Pentagon on fire, Castle couldn't make any of the phones work in the East 58th Street skyscraper where Castle Harlan was headquartered, so he took out his Iridium handset to call Calusi. Castle's first thought had been, "I wonder if Iridium still works." And of course it did, on the day when there was no other service in Manhattan. Unfortunately, Iridium executives soon became alarmed that the guys responsible for 9/11 may have been using Iridium as well. In late September, Calusi got a troubling report from the SNOC and the Tempe Gateway. Technicians reported that 2 or 3 days prior to 9/11, the dormant Jeddah Gateway in Saudi Arabia had suddenly been activated after 18 months of being shut down. 2 or 3 days after the attacks, the gateway ceased operations again. Iridium was using only 2 official gateways, the one in Hawaii for military calls and the one in Arizona for civilian calls. But for some reason, the old Saudi gateway was still tied into the network. Calusi called a meeting of top executives to decide what to do. Should it be reported to the government? How many calls went in and out of Saudi Arabia during the activation? Was the company in any kind of peril because of the usage? Fortunately, Mark Adams was at the meeting, and he said cryptically, "I'll take care of it." So the report was made through channels, the FBI was informed, and no one heard anything else about it for 5 years. Then, when former Director of Homeland Security Tom Ridge was asked to join the Iridium board in 2006, Ridge insisted that the matter be reopened. This time, Fulbright and Jaworski was asked to investigate a number of issues involving the Jeddah Gateway, including whether it had been turned on around 9/11, whether Gateway manager Tom Alabakis had any contact with United Arab Emirates intelligence agencies from his office in Dubai, and why Mark Adams made 2 visits to Saudi Arabia around the same time. Alabakis's laptop computer was seized, all call records were examined, documents were accumulated, employees were interviewed, and Fulbright and Jaworski gave its findings to Michael Deutschman, Iridium's general counsel. That report concluded that the Jeddah Gateway had never been turned off because Iridium still had customers in Turkey and Egypt whose phones were homed on the gateway. Those customers were complaining of spotty service because one of the 2 Jeddah antennas was defunct and the other one only worked sporadically. As a result, Alabakis had hired a company called Scientific Atlanta to do antenna work between September 7th and September 14th, 2001, and test calls were being made during that time. The report also determined that UAE intelligence agents contacted Alabakis in October and asked for data on a list of Iridium phone numbers, but apparently the information was never turned over because the UAE had no court order. The visits of Mark Adams were meetings with the Saudi Minister of Defense and Minister of the Interior, and they were both deemed to be routine sales visits and nothing more, as Adams solicited business for his various ventures. Deutschman recommended to the Iridium board that no further action be taken, and Tom Ridge then agreed to serve as a board member. Of course, the backdrop to the whole 9/11 query was that Prince Khalid, majority owner of the Jeddah Gateway, was a 24% owner of Iridium, soon to rise to 31% as the Australians and Brazilians had their shares diluted, and various low-level government functionaries had been raising foreign ownership issues even before the prince invested. It also didn't help that the minority owner of the Jeddah Gateway was the Saudi bin Laden Group, especially once it became known that 19 of the 20 hijackers came from Saudi Arabia. Ironically, it was President Bush's actions after 9/11 that ended the foreign ownership issue forever. The president had just announced a coalition of the willing to fight the war in Afghanistan, and he was desperate for Middle Eastern allies. Envoys had been sent to Saudi Arabia to get the blessing of the royal family for the military action, and Prince Khalid was married to the sister of King Fahd. "We won't be issuing any edicts against Middle Eastern companies while this is going on," reported Dave Oliver. Meanwhile, Mark Adams continued his double life through a unique employment contract. He received a salary as Iridium's chief technology officer, but he also had a minority interest in a company called Next Gen Communications that would be developing top-secret Iridium applications that could be used by the military and other government agencies. The other owners of Next Gen were all engineers who worked together at MITRE Corporation. And perhaps Adams had a third job as well. One of the conditions of his employment was that 6 government operatives would be stationed at the SNOC. Calusi didn't know exactly what they did and didn't want to know. Still, it was not exactly clear where Adams' primary loyalties lay: with Iridium, with the government, or with the economic interests of his own highly privileged company. In December 2001, Adams suddenly turned up in London, having a face-to-face meeting with Prince Khalid. Reports of the meeting startled Calusi, since no one else at Iridium had ever met the prince or even spoken to him. It was an especially vulnerable time for the company, with cash on hand running low and Craig McCaw hovering around again, hoping to get a bargain if Iridium ran into trouble. When Adams returned to the States, he explained that the meeting was no big deal. The prince simply wanted to plead for the Jeddah Gateway being kept open. James Swartz backed up Adams's account, saying the meeting was just a coincidence. But how could any meeting with the reclusive prince be a coincidence? And if it was a coincidence, what was Mark Adams doing at the prince's townhouse in the first place? What were the Saudis attempting to do? What was Mark Adams attempting to do? The deeper you got into Iridium politics, the more paranoid you became. And then there were those 10 stolen phones. In January 2001, it was discovered that 10 Iridium phones had been in constant use, running up millions of minutes in airtime, without ever being registered to any particular user. Once the handsets were identified, they were blocked from using the system. But who were those people and what were they doing? No one ever found out. So there was this dark underside to Iridium usage. Bad guys seemed to know about it, and bad guys seemed to like it. But at the same time, it was becoming the favorite handset of the American military. The Calusi Investment Group had taken over Iridium on December 12, 2000. And less than 24 hours later, the first 6 orders for handsets came in, from the U.S. Army's Battle Command Battle Lab in Fort Gordon, Georgia. By April 2003, when the invasion of Iraq began, it was clear that Iridium was not just a great add-on for small units, but the only handheld phone that worked in Middle East combat zones. And because it worked all the time under all conditions, civilian contracts started to roll in as well, especially from Halliburton, Blackwater USA, and other companies hired to provide services in Iraq and Kuwait. By August 2003, the popularity of the phone had spread to other armies, those of the United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand, and Canada. But the ultimate badge of approval came when the Israel Defense Forces ordered 500 handsets, since Israel was notoriously hard to please when it came to military equipment. "We have some forces that can't get along today without the Iridium system," said Colonel Barry Patterson, chief of the U.S. Air Force Satellite Communications Division. It was ultimately the Marines who would become the most ardent supporters of Iridium. They had always relied on Navy satellites for on-the-move communications, but that system remained 250% over capacity through the first decade of the 21st century. Just as Jack Woodward had predicted, Iridium was perfect for platoons in motion. The Marine Corps Warfighting Laboratory started working with Mark Adams' company beginning in 2004 to develop a netted system that allowed every Marine to be issued an Iridium phone with a push-to-talk button on it. No dialing numbers, no delayed connection. Everyone can hear everyone else. And after being tested at the Combat Development Command in Quantico, Virginia, the new system was launched. It was called the Expeditionary Tactical Communications System, ETCS, and it became a $70 million addition to the DISA contract in 2009. Netted Iridium was, in fact, the most dramatic advance in combat communications since Motorola's invention of the walkie-talkie during World War II. For the first time, every Marine in a unit could communicate in real time with every other Marine in that unit. Since its introduction, netted Iridium has been continuously improved and expanded at the Naval Service Warfare Center in Dahlgreen, Virginia, with a view toward achieving the military nirvana of global push-to-talk. Currently, it only works within a 250 square mile area. And yet, even as the reputation of Iridium grew, Calusi was frustrated. The company was growing, but it could have been growing faster if it had more capital to introduce new services, especially asset tracking applications. This is not a game for individual investors doing a typical venture capital deal, he complained to the board. This is for deep-pocket, strategic investors looking out 20 years. We've only invested $131 million at this point, and we need much more to build the customer list and get ready for the future generation broadband solution, not to mention replacing the whole satellite constellation in 10 years. He pleaded with the board to let him set up a merger or partnership with a company that could finance expansion. But after months of wrangling and the dilution of both the Australians and Brazilians, other companies with inferior products started winning contracts because they were better capitalized. The Federal Air Marshal Service was on the verge of ordering Iridium phones for every officer, but at the last minute the lobbyists for Verizon stepped in and got the government to choose a ground-based system instead. The government of Iraq was about to place a massive order for Iridium phones, only to be talked out of it by Boeing, which had an ownership stake in the new Thuraya phones, a regional service that operated 2 GEOs from a gateway in Sharjah, United Arab Emirates, and had an annoying half-second signal delay. The Pentagon eventually banned the use of Thuraya phones in Iraq because they were not secure. It would have been possible to use them to track American troop movements. Even the DISA contract came under scrutiny by the Pentagon, with several bureaucrats saying, maybe we should give part of this to Globalstar, after Globalstar lobbying, of course, and at a time when the Globalstar constellation was literally falling apart. Just as the Iridium inventors had predicted, the altitude chosen by Globalstar forced it to fly through the South Atlantic anomaly of the Van Allen belt, where the antennas took so much radiation punishment that by the year 2007, they started failing. We're getting outgunned at every point, Calusi told his board. We need a strategic partner with significant resources, even if it means consolidating with one of these inferior satellite companies. Calusi stayed on as chairman of the board as the company went through a series of CEOs, including General Electric veteran Gino Picasso, who butted heads so often with the Saudis over their micromanagement that he eventually resigned under pressure. His successor was an executive named Stephen Carroll, whose previous experience had been at a London company called Storm Telecommunications. Calusi made no secret of the fact that he considered Carroll a lightweight who was alienating Boeing and Motorola at a time when Iridium needed debt forbearance from both. So eventually Carroll was replaced with Carmen Lloyd, who resigned as CEO of Stratus Global to run Iridium. Lloyd had an extensive background in electronics, especially aircraft electronics, but he too started to wear out his welcome when he repeatedly failed to raise money needed for expansion. Meanwhile, the partners resisted Calusi's attempt to set up a merger with a larger player. Wasn't the company growing? Wasn't Iridium the only global satellite service? And besides, didn't they already have the most powerful lobbyist possible? Yes, in a manner of speaking, they did. A few months after the company launched, Calusi had received a call from Bob Johnson. Johnson wanted to have lunch, and by the way, Bill Cohen would be joining them. Cohen had left the Pentagon at the end of Clinton's presidency, of course, but he had now set up a lobbying firm called the Cohen Group. Wouldn't the Cohen Group be a great asset for Iridium? Shouldn't Iridium have a lobbyist? Suggested Johnson. Lucy got the message and agreed it would probably be a smart move. By May 2001, he was signing up Bill Cohen as Iridium's man in Washington. Hurricane Katrina was the event that cemented Iridium's reputation. Mark Adams had first realized what a powerful search and rescue tool the phone was when he received a call at home late one night in 2003. An emergency had been declared by the Alaska Rescue Coordination Center. A small private plane had gone down somewhere in the heavily forested northern regions of the state, but no one knew where. There was an Iridium phone on board the plane. Was there any way to figure out where the last transmission from that phone had come from? Adams got busy and did figure out how to do that, and the plane was located within several hours. Unfortunately, the pilot didn't survive. It was an emotionally wrenching experience that made Adams realize just how important these situations would be in the future, and for the next 2 years, he remained actively involved with emergencies and rescue efforts, especially in rugged areas like Alaska, where he dealt with everything from lost backpackers to a hunter who stabbed himself in the leg while dressing a moose. Meanwhile, stories were trickling in from the field, indicating that Iridium phones were already saving lives every day, with or without the help of company headquarters. On April 11, 2001, just 2 weeks after the system was switched back on, the physician on duty at the Amundsen Scott South Pole Station, Dr. Ron Shemensky, passed a gallstone and diagnosed himself with acute pancreatitis. After consultations via Iridium phone with specialists in the States, it was decided that he needed to be evacuated. But with winter coming on, the rescue required coordination on 3 continents involving the military, the National Science Foundation, and a Canadian airline that leased the de Havilland Canada DHC-6, known as the Twin Otter, because that plane could land on skis. The South Pole runway was normally closed during the 6 months of night, with the last plane departing in February, leaving only 47 personnel to fend for themselves until October. It took 2 weeks, but eventually 2 Twin Otters did manage to land at the pole with a replacement doctor aboard and to get Shemensky to his home in Denver, where he was diagnosed with heart problems as well as pancreatitis and underwent open heart surgery. But his life was saved. Iridium phones were used at every stage of that rescue, on the ground, in the air, at every way station, remotely by physicians, and it was one of 1,000 similar stories that began to pour into Iridium headquarters as soon as service was enabled. By 2005, the year of Katrina, Iridium was set up to mobilize for disaster relief and rescue efforts wherever they were called for, having already scrambled for the much smaller Hurricane Francis in 2004. The first impact from Katrina killed 1,833 people, drove 1.5 million people from their homes, and destroyed the telecommunications infrastructure of southern Louisiana. The demand for Iridium phones was overwhelming. From FEMA, from law enforcement agencies, from relief workers, from everyone who had to function in the New Orleans area. Thousands of handsets were moved into place. So many, in fact, that the last of the old Kyocera units were finally sold, and the company's new handset factory in Malaysia had to start running around the clock. In the aftermath of Katrina, relief agencies all over the world started stocking Iridium phones. In 2006, thousands of phones were sent to Taiwan after the typhoons that knocked out telecommunications. In 2008, Hurricanes Gustav and Ike hit back-to-back in late August and early September, and the company sent 6,200 phones to the Gulf Coast in a 3-week period. Fortunately, by the time a 7.0 magnitude earthquake hit near the capital of Haiti in 2010, many of the first responders from the United States and Mexico were already outfitted with Iridium handsets, kept in readiness for just such a situation. In fact, it could be said that the Haiti earthquake was the first time Iridium became standard operating equipment for virtually all disaster relief workers. More than 50 organizations used Iridium, including the media and Project Hope, the international healthcare organization that employed the phones so that local doctors could consult with specialists in acute care cases, such as pediatric burn victims. But, once again, the growing admiration for the phone itself didn't translate into respect from potential partners. Colucci spent years trying to motivate various CEOs to orchestrate a merger with a larger corporation, but the talks would never get very far. At various times, he opened discussion with Inmarsat, AT&T Wireless, Boeing, General Electric, General Dynamics, several defense companies, and even Globalstar, once Bernie Schwartz ceased to be part of its management in 2003. He went to Bob Johnson one more time. He had meetings with deep-pocket investors like Paladin Capital Group, the Carlyle Group, Miami tobacco magnate Bennett LeBeau, the Pivotal Group of Phoenix, and even his old nemesis Gene Curcio, who said he had $450 million from South Korea and wanted to spend some of it on Iridium. Colucci went back to Eagle River more than once, but the tenor of those conversations changed dramatically after Nextlink Communications, McCaw's broadband provider, lost 97% of its value in a 16-month period in the year 2001. Nextel, McCaw's wireless network, was down 75% in the same time period. No wonder he was talking about launching ICO Global Teledesic in about 4 years. By then, McCaw had picked up yet another company, Ellipso, the joint venture of Boeing and Fairchild, and folded yet another batch of intellectual property into Teledesic. Our problem now became, how are we going to raise $9 billion? Recalled Dennis Weebling, Eagle River's CEO. With Ellipso and Odyssey and ICO, we were taking over spectrum allocations, but I had to be up and running in order to keep that spectrum. In the end, the skepticism of the Iridium Celestri team proved correct. McCaw couldn't raise the capital. One of the ironies of Iridium's history was that it was evaluated by some of the wealthiest investment funds and telecommunications companies in the world, and none of them could ever come to terms with Colucci, who considered himself a motivated seller. By the fall of 2002, Bear Stearns already valued the company at $300 million, indicating that a money-losing company had actually become $275 million more valuable during the 18 months it was losing money. But one by one, the potential investors bowed out. It was too small for some, too speculative for others. Colucci kept plugging, but when he checked with his friends at Bear Stearns, they gave him some sobering news. They'd taken this investment to 26 companies and been turned down 26 times. When you go through dozens of potential investors, all excited about an Iridium investment, who then withdraw after going through due diligence, there's a tendency to start questioning yourself. And this is what happened with the prince's advisors, who would periodically suggest that the company simply give up, revert to the finite life project, and see how much money the owners could squeeze out of the constellation before it crumbled and decayed. This infuriated Colucci. In fact, the lifespan of the satellites had been greatly expanded, mostly through the efforts of Mark Adams and Danny Stamp, who were now predicting that the constellation could survive until the year 2020 by using such simple measures as letting some of the batteries hibernate during certain points in their orbits. All the better, said the consultants. We can run it until the year 2020 without ever having the expense of a second generation. It was a position that caused Colucci to almost lose his temper on several occasions, and that was something that had rarely occurred during his 6 decades in the business world. During the first few months of 2003, Colucci got a temporary respite from constant squabbling with Prince Khalid's employees as one of the prince's thoroughbred racehorses, a 3-year-old named Empire Maker, swept to victory in several stakes races and became the odds-on favorite to win the Triple Crown. With most of the prince's army preoccupied with horse racing during May and June, Colucci had time to reflect. He was now 6 years into his retirement, and 4 of those years had been spent dealing with the daily drama of Iridium. It was time to back off and enjoy his life with Helene. They had been married in the Coast Guard Academy Chapel the day after his graduation in 1953, and with their golden wedding anniversary approaching, Calusi decided to transition to less stressful pursuits. That summer, he invited his 2 daughters, his grandchildren, and 41 other people to a villa near the little Tuscan village of Pienza, and there he and Helene were remarried under the boughs of an 800-year-old olive tree by a jolly Catholic priest who was willing to ignore the fact that they were Episcopalians. The party continued for a month, with hot air balloon rides every day, creating the kind of lifetime memories that the Calusis had hoped to make for themselves now that they were selling their Maryland home and moving full-time to Florida. The experience made Calusi take stock of which aspects of his life were most important. Constant bickering with Iridium board members was not high on his list. Fortunately, while the board continued to argue over CEOs, FCC filings, advisors leaking inside information, exit strategies, and the like, the Iridium system was gradually becoming indispensable to several industries, and one of the main reasons was the emergence of the asset tracking business. What started in the 80s as a tool for the 3 million long-haul trucks in the United States had since become an industry considered vital for any kind of large mobile equipment. What Calusi's team had recognized, and Motorola scoffed at, was that satellite data speeds could be extremely slow and still be extremely useful. That's not to say it wouldn't be possible someday to achieve the Bill Gates-Craig McCaw dream of broadband from space. A District of Columbia firm called Sky Station International was launched in 1996 with a $4.2 billion plan to float 17-ton stationary platforms 18 miles above the ground, each one held in place by 2 balloons and a solar-powered thruster. This would reduce the length of the transmission path so drastically that about 250 platforms could serve the world, one for each metropolitan area, without interfering with any of the other spectrum users. Sky Station operated for 4 years, but eventually foundered on the regulatory front. Since it functioned so close to the ground, it required airspace approvals from every nation in the world. So in a world where high-speed data didn't yet exist, Iridium offered the next best thing. As early as June 2001, Mark Adams had introduced the first Iridium data device, working at the painfully slow rate of 2.4 kilobytes per second, but still representing the first time the Internet was available globally. Adams admitted it was primitive, but pointed out that it was intended for parts of the planet where the only other option was carrier pigeon. A few months later, Adams had jury-rigged the system to bump that rate up by a factor of 10, enabling the first Iridium modem for asset tracking. It was huge and retailed at $850, so the only people who used it were those who needed to track very expensive equipment, helicopters, aircraft, ships, in the Arctic and Antarctic regions. In order to get the price down to $100, thereby becoming competitive with the Orbcomm Little Leos, it took Iridium management 5 years and 7 trips to the board to get the development money. The device that emerged in 2006 allowed short-burst machine-to-machine messaging between any 2 points on the globe within 5 seconds. That was good enough for ExxonMobil, which instantly bought 300 units, creating publicity that made it possible for Iridium to start capturing huge contracts from trucking companies, then power companies, then pipeline companies. The most important contract of all didn't come until 2013, when Caterpillar, the industry leader in heavy equipment, started using Iridium as standard equipment on all its machinery. The next frontier, Calusi thought, would be airlines, and a few small ones were indeed signed up: Aloha Airlines of Hawaii, the regional Frontier Airlines, the private jet leasing firm NetJets, and 2 cargo carriers. But it was the shipping magnates who came aboard in vast numbers. By 2004, the maritime uses of Iridium had become 50% of the system's total usage, mainly because Iridium was the first cheap handheld device to be available in places operating far from a landmass. Iridium calling cards were introduced so that crew members, frequently at sea for weeks at a time, could remain in contact with their families at rates that were affordable to a sailor. On smaller ships, the Iridium phone started gradually replacing the SSB radio, which was used in the same way truckers use CBs, socially as well as for safety and business, but the SSB system was intricate and hard to master, whereas the Iridium handset worked just like any other phone. The company's biggest leap forward came when Iridium introduced a device for ships called Open Port. At that time, Inmarsat's cheapest device for ships was $18,000. Open Port retailed for $3,500, and despite everything Inmarsat attempted in an effort to match Iridium, it could only get its price point down to $7,500. By this time, a British technological design firm called Cambridge Consultants had worked out a compression solution that raised the data rate on Iridium to 128 kilobytes per second, or the equivalent of traditional copper wire dial-up services. Slowly, Iridium started to make inroads into the $400 million maritime market that had been dominated by Inmarsat for decades. By the end of 2005, Iridium had shown its first small profits, $30 million. But that was also the point at which Calusi, with board approval, asked for the resignation of Carmen Lloyd, the company's fourth CEO, because Lloyd had been at the helm during a disastrous, failed merger with Inmarsat that ate up 9 months of due diligence time and, in the opinion of some, gave away trade secrets to the enemy. Lloyd had also tried to raise $100 million in a Bank of America bond offering and failed. In early 2006, Calusi apologized to his wife once again and told her that he was going to spend his 75th birthday functioning as a full-time CEO. 4 months later, Iridium had $210 million in interim financing. Calusi had done a one-man roadshow and come home with the bridge money the company would need. But Calusi had now interrupted his retirement for 6 full years, and he wanted out. He wanted to be building his final home in Florida and resuming his golf lessons. But he vowed, before he quit forever, that he would find a competent CEO who believed in the future of the constellation. No more empty suits backed by the Saudis. At the end of 2006, the company had obviously entered an explosive growth stage, with around 250,000 subscribers, $200 million in revenues, and $50 million in earnings. That curve would continue all through the decade, with Iridium eventually passing Inmarsat in number of subscribers and being declared the market leader and industry standard by the consulting firm Frost & Sullivan. The board members thought this was a reason to celebrate and to start talking about distributing the wealth. But the success of the company was actually costing them money. Since Iridium was set up as a limited liability corporation, each partner had to pay huge tax bills whenever there was an operating profit. Calusi, Syncom, and the Saudis all believed, in theory, that they should be building the next generation of satellites, but not if it meant never getting back their original investment. The dilemma had less meaning for the Saudis, simply because they had deeper pockets than Syncom or Calusi, but Calusi kept looking for a way to do both. Get the partners out of debt and fund the next generation at the same time. Another person who believed that Iridium had to be saved and preserved at all costs was Ray Leopold, the most public of the 3 Iridium inventors, who was still often asked to speak about the system. In the history of mankind, said Leopold, Iridium is the first and only worldwide communication system. We've had radios since Marconi, but it's the first common carrier for anyone to use. When Iridium first went into bankruptcy, of course, I was shocked like everyone else. But then I read about the building of the railroads in the 19th century. All of those companies went out of business, just like all the satellite companies went out of business. The people who built the infrastructure were never the same people who were able to figure out how to use the infrastructure. It had to be consolidated and preserved. And indeed, Iridium was proving day by day, month by month, year by year, that the world couldn't live without it. It wasn't going too far to say, in fact, that Iridium's side effect on business and government was revolutionary. Beyond the asset tracking business, it had become essential by the end of the decade for fisheries management, man-overboard alarm systems, location detectors used to map 70,000 ships on the high seas, the SSAS silent alarm system to combat piracy, flight following systems, airline cockpit communications, over-the-horizon military communications, the Blue Force tracking systems to identify positions of military forces in real time, oceanographic data sensing, the tracking of dog sleds in the 1,150-mile Iditarod race through the Alaskan wilderness, making it a spectator sport for the first time, early warning systems for Pacific tsunamis, devices to monitor migrating whales, and cell service for people in Newfoundland, Greenland, Siberia, Iceland, the Yukon, northern Scandinavia, the southern Atlantic, and the Indian Ocean, who otherwise wouldn't have mobile phones at all. When the latest Iridium data device was introduced in late 2009, its small size and cheap price made the market explode. Suddenly, Iridium transceivers were being used by the oil, gas, chemical, rail, cargo, and shipping industries for machine-to-machine transactions in which no human being was ever involved. Navy Bulgar, a Bulgarian shipping company, used Iridium to monitor all 60 of its heavy vessels, while the Albanian government employed it to monitor that nation's commercial fishing fleet, thereby ensuring compliance with complicated European Union regulations. When the last ice blockage in the Laptev Sea melted in 2008, the northeast passage between Europe and Asia was finally opened, allowing ships to travel north of Russia instead of using the Suez Canal. The first regularly scheduled vessels to use that route were the heavy ships of Bremen-based Beluga Shipping, which were outfitted with Iridium because it was the only communication system that worked that far north. More mundanely, the iCone was introduced at the 2010 Rose Bowl, using Iridium to measure traffic patterns and bottlenecks in Pasadena, sensing what happened on the road, counting the cars, transmitting the speeds and road temperatures, and then sending short burst messages to technicians who could reroute vehicles. Then there were the humanitarian uses of the phone, which so far surpassed everyone's expectations that Iridium was starting to gain the status of standard safety equipment, like having life preservers aboard a ship or a second parachute. In fact, some government agencies started treating it just that way, such as the Alaska Department of the Interior, which required that every plane carrying government employees be equipped with Iridium in the cockpit. Global Medic, a Canadian agency known for its fast-acting paramedics, considered the Iridium phone standard equipment for its personnel in Angola, Cambodia, Iraq, Somalia, Sri Lanka, Chad, and Gaza. MedStar Health maintained 165 Iridium phones in its Washington, D.C. medical facilities and its helicopter fleet in case of terrorism, war, or natural disasters. Iridium was used to monitor the health of small Beechcraft airplanes, and in case of trouble, allow the pilot to speak to an expert on the ground. When the Tohoku earthquake and tsunami hit Japan in 2011, it was Iridium buoys that first detected the tidal waves and Iridium phones that were used for disaster relief. And then there was the Iridium market that no one ever anticipated, daredevils and thrill seekers. Trekkers, mountain climbers, competitive yacht racers, wilderness campers, and adventurers of all sorts started packing Iridium phones right along their bungee cords and first aid kits. John Castle thought he was making history when he stood on the South Pole in 2003 and placed an Iridium call to Calusi, but he was actually doing the same thing everyone did when he or she got to either of the poles for the first time: call someone on an Iridium phone and say, "Guess where I am?" Most adventurers use Iridium for safety, not novelty, although a team of whitewater kayakers used it to chronicle their journey on Twitter from wilderness areas on the Kamchatka Peninsula. Others think they're going to use it for filing reports on the internet and end up using it to save their lives, like Kathy O'Dowd, the South African climber famous for being the first woman to reach the summit of Everest from both the north and the south faces, but whose ascent on the east face in 2003 had to be abandoned. Then there was Henri Coros, better known as the Mad Frenchman, a 68-year-old retired IBM executive who tried to fly around the world via the poles in a home-built single-engine plane called a Glossair. He narrowly escaped death after leaving Cape Town bound for the South Pole when he suddenly lost speed, then lost altitude, then ended up flying between icebergs and barely making it to Marion Island, where he flipped over and was pinned inside the plane. Fortunately, someone was monitoring his Iridium tracking device and noted a 180-degree turn just prior to his disappearance. He was rescued and, true to his nickname, returned later to salvage the plane and reconstruct it for a later attempt. Ironically, Iridium inventor Ray Leopold was a Boy Scout leader who had participated in wilderness expeditions in remote regions of northwestern Montana in which the organizers refused to carry Iridium phones. The thinking is that it's supposed to be a survival hike, and Iridium is an unfair advantage, said Leopold. Many outdoorsmen, pilots, sailors, and hermits would disagree with that gamble, like the flight instructor and student who crash-landed in a mountain range south of Auckland, New Zealand, but whose lives were saved by Iridium. Or the Seattle couple stranded in the Pacific with no propeller, no sails, no engine, and no communications equipment, just an Iridium phone that eventually got a life-saving message to the Colombian Armada. Or Cliff Glover, the man who lived so far out in the boondocks of British Columbia that the only way to make sure he didn't miss his transplant call was to carry an Iridium phone. He has 2 new lungs today as a result. Rear Admiral Hugh D. Wisely assessed the Iridium system halfway through the Iraq War and concluded that it had been transformational. With reviews like that, law enforcement and security agencies took notice. In 2004, the Republican Party was paranoid about terrorism at its national convention in New York City, so they ordered 230 Iridium phones in advance. Orders came in from the UK Defense Ministry, the National Police of Colombia, which needed Iridium phones to keep up with the Iridium-linked drug traffickers in the mountains, the government of Alberta, the Spanish Special Forces, and the government of Poland, which became so enamored of Iridium that at one point it inquired about what it would take to install its own military gateway. In 2006, Boeing and Iridium teamed up to create a virtual fence along the U.S.-Mexico border, and Homeland Security Chief Tom Ridge ordered hundreds of phones for various first responder personnel. There was an Iridium device in every bus, van, or sedan used to transport illegal immigrants, under the theory that it was the only way to guarantee officer safety when one man was in charge of dozens of detainees. DARPA developed an Iridium app to be used in concert with the GPS constellation to create a highly classified 3D mapping service in outer space. Whereas GPS is accurate to within several meters, the DARPA application is accurate to within centimeters. In 2011, Navy SEAL Team 6 carried an Iridium phone into the house in Abbottabad, Pakistan, where Osama bin Laden drew his last breath. But when the final accounting comes of all the ways Iridium has changed the world, no doubt the primary focus will be on its contributions to science. In some cases, Iridium simply provided contact with the outside world for scientists who had no other option, such as the team from the University of New South Wales that settled in at the most remote place in the world, Dome C in Antarctica, where France and Italy have run Concordia stations since 2005. The darkest place on the planet, and therefore the best place in the world for ground-based telescopes, this was where the Iridium-connected operation built the Italian robotic Antarctic infrared telescope. Irate. Likewise, the International Space Station had an Iridium phone aboard in the TMA-4 descent module, and there were several at the Institut Polaire Français, where 14 scientists worked in temperatures as cold as 112 below, relying on Iridium for an audio-visual application that made it possible for station physician Alexander Kumar to have consultations with doctors in the United Kingdom. In other cases, Iridium was part of the scientific device itself. Sea Glider, for example, is a bright pink torpedo-shaped drone created by the Applied Physics Laboratory at the University of Washington. It gathers data from the ocean, then pokes its nose up out of the water to transmit Iridium messages detailing what it has found. After the Deepwater Horizon oil rig explosion in April 2010, 7 helicopters were equipped with an Iridium application that allowed biologists in the air to tell biologists on the water the exact location of birds in the most imminent danger. The Pelagos Sanctuary for Mediterranean Marine Mammals used an Iridium device to record the locations of whales in real time and transmit this information to high-speed ferries so that courses could be altered when collisions were likely. At the beginning of the second millennial decade, Iridium applications and machine-to-machine uses started growing at such a rapid rate that the company ceased to be primarily a phone service and became more of a communications platform that could be accessed and used by the app developers of the world, especially those in the asset tracking fields. As early as 1997, MIT's Nick Negroponte, guru of the digital revolution and a Motorola board member, had said, "The phone should answer the phone like a secretary does. I wish Motorola did not make handsets, but phones which behaved like well-trained English butlers." And that's essentially what the Iridium system had become. Oddly, many of the uses Calusi had predicted in that first meeting in John Castle's Palm Beach house, the most obvious uses, never worked out. Year after year, Calusi thought the major airlines of the world would adopt Iridium as their first choice in cockpit communications and air traffic control, but time and again they passed on the mere $30,000 per plane that would have been required to employ Honeywell's AirSat system. To demonstrate just how reliable it was, Honeywell installed it in an F-16 and had the pilot do 3 to 5 second aileron rolls at Mach 1.6 in an effort to lose the signal. The best the pilot could ever do was a slight fade when the plane was upside down. Nevertheless, the airline industry as a whole was continuing to use Inmarsat, despite it being triple the cost of Iridium and despite it being worthless beyond the 65th parallels as late as 2011. That was the year that Iridium was finally certified by the FAA for aviation safety services, and slowly the airlines started coming around to AirSat. Likewise, the plan to provide village phone service to the most disadvantaged parts of the Third World never panned out, despite concerted efforts by Syncom. Shortly after the new Iridium launched, a special WorldTel division was created for Western Africa. Ty Brown made several trips to Ghana, Senegal, and Nigeria in 2001 and 2002 to secure licenses, but could never line up any African partners. A pilot project in Senegal started with great promise, including the blessing of Iridium supporter Nelson Mandela. But there were practical problems. With only one phone in each village, determinations had to be made about when it should be turned on, who was appointed to receive calls, how a call intended for a particular person would be handed off to that person, who would be available to translate from the national language to the tribal language. In other words, a single phone per village provided an administrative problem, in that you ended up needing 2 to 4 employees to operate the one Iridium handset. But that was not even the main roadblock. "We were threatening British Telecom and France Telecom," said Brown. They wanted to develop something by themselves. If we developed an alternative to their land-based trunk lines, we could possibly get bigger contracts later and supplant them. And when you have a battle like that, it's usually the legacy company that wins out. In the early days of the project, Brown expected to get support from the World Bank and other funding organizations devoted to the welfare of the developing world. But that never worked out either, primarily because the potential African partners couldn't get their act together to apply for the funding. Eventually, Brown and Wilkins gave up on that particular concept, but the idealistic goal of global connectivity for the Third World was still alive 8 years later when Google announced it was backing an Internet in the Sky project called O3B, supposedly to provide Internet access to the other 3 billion without any connection to the web. 10 other partners joined with Google to raise $1.2 billion for 8 MEOs and 180 LEOs. Strangely, O3B would cover only 70% of the world's population. The announcement of O3B sounded, in fact, a lot like a revamped version of Teledesic, with the other 3 billion replacing universal dial tone as the goal of all right-minded technology enterprises. Then, in 2014, several O3B employees left Google to form yet another broadband-in-space company called Worldview, with backing from Qualcomm and Richard Branson's Virgin Group. Worldview announced a system called OneWeb that would consist of 700 LEOs traveling through the Van Allen belt at 750 miles up. Then, as though the satellite craze of the early 90s had never abated, yet another new company, LeoSat of Arlington, Virginia, announced a 120-satellite constellation that would provide global broadband. "We are a commercial company," said CEO Vern Fotheringham in a Wired interview. "We'll stick with the top 3,000 rather than the other 3 billion. By the end of 2015, there was once again a full-fledged battle to be the first broadband operator in space. With Elon Musk, the entrepreneur best known for founding SpaceX, Tesla Motors, and PayPal, announcing a constellation that would make Craig McCaw dizzy. A constellation of 4,000 LEOs designed to provide broadband not just to our planet, but eventually to Martian colonists as well. With big satellite systems suddenly becoming cool again after 15 years of neglect, it's odd that all the emerging companies are choosing bent pipe transmission, eschewing the intersatellite switching in space pioneered by Iridium, and all of them are choosing to fly through the Van Allen belt that destroyed the first global star constellation. Since no mega LEO system has ever been built, some of the old low-tech solutions started to revive in popularity as well. Google resurrected the abandoned Sky Station International business plan in 2013 and launched 30 experimental balloons in the Canterbury area of New Zealand, hoping to eventually supply the world with broadband through what it was calling Project Loon. Interestingly, each balloon carries an Iridium device, a command and control transceiver that tells the balloons to climb, descend, move into the wind, or change direction. And in 2014, Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg dusted off the old Halostar project and announced he was backing development of a solar-powered drone that would provide broadband access for suburban areas around the world that weren't yet wired. A few weeks later, Google acquired its own high-altitude drone company, Titan Aerospace. When you try to chart the objectives of all these various Ka-band projects, you see the investors running up against the same problem Craig McCaw had, namely that they're not sure who the customers are, not sure what those customers want, and not entirely certain that people won't be able to get it some other way before the system is launched. None of the balloon or drone ventures have explained how they expect to conquer the fundamental problem of licensing and government approval, since all would be flying below the Kármán line and would therefore be within the national airspace of every country in the world. The answer seems to be that none of the systems would be truly global. The executive business travel is another species that never really took to the Iridium phone, even after it became smaller and capable of doing what Ed Stiano had promised it could do. Just a few months after taking over the company, Iridium management had already figured out a way to get rid of the old cassette-based roaming system. By accessing terrestrial repeaters of the sort used by Sirius and XM to deliver music to car radios, Iridium could have been used as a universal phone that would seek out the strongest signal wherever it was. No cassettes or attachments needed. But the FCC wouldn't allow it. After 2 years of rule-making hearings, during which Craig McCaw sent a small army of lawyers to Washington to try to get approval for what was called the ancillary terrestrial component, systems to use satellite signals through land-based relays, the FCC denied every application, calling it a murky area where two technologies converge. The Iridium and Global Star spectrums were allocated for satellite use only, and the FCC was uncomfortable with the concept of a hybrid satellite-terrestrial phone. Still, with engineers all over the world choosing Iridium every day because it's an easy, reliable connection in the sky, and therefore free of all the infrastructure you need for any other communications system, the question is still worth asking. Why didn't the original Motorola plan work? Why isn't everyone in the world walking around today with satellite phones in their hands instead of phones dependent on land-based cell towers? Most of the analysis of the first Iridium said it failed because the phone was too big, the phone was too expensive, the phone had limited capacity for data, and the link margin was weak. But all these were the kinds of first-generation problems that eventually would have been solved, and in fact were mostly solved by the end of 2001. Judge James M. Peck, who studied 18 years of Iridium data and listened to numerous expert witnesses during the bankruptcy trial, eventually concluded that handset size was not a material factor in Iridium's lack of success in attracting subscribers. At any rate, the phone got smaller. The price came down dramatically for industrial users, and if Iridium had been signing up millions of consumer users, it would have been even cheaper still. Leopold, Peterson, and Bertiger had worked out the logistics of expanding the system capacity by layering new planes of satellites between the existing planes, so the number of calls that could be handled by Iridium was essentially infinite. The second-generation Celestri system, which would have been launched in 2003 to interface with Iridium, had a data rate 11,000% faster. And for the link margin, the terrestrial repeater had already solved the strength of signal problem. Even if the FCC continued to block the use of terrestrial repeaters, economies of scale would have allowed for larger satellites, more durable batteries, and stronger signals. The bottom line is everything about a world using satellite phones would have been safer and probably cheaper as well. The average consumer believes that cell service is much more pervasive than it really is. Only about 12% of Earth will ever be covered by terrestrial cell towers. The 5 million towers that exist today were erected at a cost of about $1 trillion, and they periodically have to be replaced, moved, torn down, or altered at a huge continuing cost, not just in money, but in lives. Working on cell towers is among the most dangerous construction jobs in the world. Systems like OnStar, the General Motors auto safety and navigation system, work only within range of a tower, whereas Iridium keeps you safe in places that don't even show up on the map. Every time disaster strikes, in the form of earthquakes or fires or hurricanes or bombings, the first thing that goes down is the cellular phone system. During an electrical blackout, most of the panic among the citizenry is not caused by, will I be able to stay warm, but will my smartphone work? And one reason companies like AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile spend hundreds of millions of advertising dollars promoting their coverage maps is that even in the United States, none of them is able to provide universal coverage. Dropped calls remain common even in the most heavily populated urban areas, and anyone who has traveled on a long-distance train knows that there are extensive dead zones all across the continent that has the best coverage in the world. Fishermen who never leave the continental United States sometimes buy Iridium phones simply because they spend long periods on lakes where cell coverage disappears as soon as you move away from the shoreline. The answer seems to be that Iridium's backers, frightened by the debt burden, simply gave up too soon. And then Motorola failed to show the kind of leadership that would have carried the company through a Chapter 11 reorganization. After they fired Ed, said Leo Mondale, we still had enough money to run the company for 2 years, provided we could defer those unreasonable Motorola payments. It didn't seem like a fatal situation. All we were asking Motorola for was time, but we could never get extensions from them. Even Ted Schaffner, who examined Iridium repeatedly over the years with the most skeptical of eyes, said the project should have succeeded. I don't think the size of the phone had much to do with the decline of Iridium, recalled Schaffner, and I don't think the link margin had much to do with it. I think there was not enough runway for the company to succeed. The crucial moment came during the first 6 months of 1999, when Motorola could have essentially taken over Iridium with a cash infusion at a time when everyone else wanted to sell. Why not redeem 12 years of work and preserve the technology for the future? Instead, Motorola issued a press release. Motorola will not provide any further support beyond existing contractual commitments unless there is substantial participation in the Iridium LLC restructuring from all parties with a significant financial interest. In other words, the gateways and the bondholders and the banks and the service providers and the stockholders, Everybody involved in the giant multinational mess that Motorola had created needed to dig deep down into their pockets one more time and prop up a system designed to funnel fees to Motorola. To use just one example, Motorola slashed its monthly operations and maintenance charge from $45 million to $8.8 million once the company entered bankruptcy and McCaw was doing due diligence. The same deal Stiano had asked for a year earlier and been denied. Then, once Iridium so publicly crashed and burned, there was the perception by every other company that if Motorola couldn't make that thing work, then nobody can. And all the mythology surrounding the company, it was a fancy, wrong-headed science project, it was analog, it was worthless for data, it was too elaborate and expensive to keep flying, not only enveloped the inexperienced partners in gloom, but stuck to the company for years to come. If Motorola had simply adjusted its expectations, written off the debt, and taken control of the situation, in other words, chosen a middle course, like Dan Colucci, who was constantly saying, the data is not great, but it's good enough, the name is not perfect, but it's good enough, the link margin is faulty, but it's good enough, it would have ended up with a perpetual, multi-billion-dollar asset that would set Motorola up for all kinds of other applications in every country of the world. And it wouldn't have taken Motorola 4 or 5 years to turn the corner either, because its international marketing and sales force would have already been in place. But the solution didn't have to be Motorola. If any other large corporation had decided to buy Iridium, it could have had an even faster turnaround and an even more lucrative asset, because it wouldn't have had to deal with all the lawsuits against Motorola. That's the genius of the American bankruptcy system. The asset is preserved even if the founders lose all their money. In later years, as people started to realize the value of Iridium, they tended to say, well, that's the American bankruptcy system in action. That's the way things are supposed to work. Not really. The bankruptcy system in action would have had 50 deep-pocket bidders at an Iridium auction. In this case, there were 6 shallow-pocket bidders and 15 empty-pocket bidders, and only one of them was prepared to write a check. The most complicated satellite constellation ever devised was saved because of the persistence of a single man. And now, several years later, the same man was still fighting his own board, the telecommunications industry as a whole, and sometimes even the government to try to preserve the constellation and get it to the next level. He drew up deals, he drew up partnership agreements, and every time Colucci got to the key meeting with potential investors, their response was always the same. Aren't those analog devices? Aren't those satellites going to fail 2 years from now? Hasn't the world moved on from satellite phones? The one company Colucci kept coming back to was Inmarsat. Inmarsat was the world leader in fixed terminal satellite service. Iridium was the world leader in handheld satellite service. Didn't it make sense to merge them? Surely the powers that be at Inmarsat knew their business model was an endangered species. After 25 years in business, Inmarsat was still charging $8 to $10 per minute for airplane calls, whereas the Iridium price averaged $1.50, and the installation was much cheaper. As early as August 2004, there were 10 teams working on an Inmarsat Iridium deal. But by October, everything had blown up. Inmarsat executives professed to be shocked by the valuation of Iridium, which was now $400 million, saying they were thinking more along the lines of $125 million and 14% of Iridium stock. Later attempts to revive that deal were equally frustrating. And so, after 5 years of trying to partner with a larger entity, everything fizzled. The board members were all fatigued. They were starting to get tired of Colucci's dream vision of a new constellation. And then, Matt Desch showed up. When Desch was interviewed in 2006 to be the 5th Iridium CEO in a little over 5 years, the 6th if you counted Colucci twice, like Grover Cleveland, Colucci worked quietly with Ty Brown to line up candidates and stage manage interviews, mainly to limit the influence of the Saudis. Colucci's first impression was favorable. Desch seemed scrappy, opinionated, confident. He was a restless, fast-talking, tough guy from Dayton, Ohio, a computer scientist who had been on the front lines during the past 2 decades of telecom wars, first at Bell Labs, then as head of wireless at Nortel Networks, and most recently as the CEO of Telcordia Technologies, which was the descendant of Bell Labs after the breakup of AT&T in 1982. Colucci told Desch he liked his energy and attitude, but would vote against him unless he agreed to one non-negotiable condition. You must believe that there can be a next-generation Iridium system. You will need to find $3 billion for the next generation of satellites. And that may be conservative. Some people are telling me $4 billion. The current constellation might last 5 years, or it might last 15 years, or it might, if you believed Iridium's detractors, last only 3 years. But before the satellites started to die, there had to be new satellites with high-speed data capacity in their place. You will have no allies, he told Desch. The board of directors is tired of talking about it, and the partners would prefer to take their profits and go home. They're probably perfectly willing at this point to let the constellation coast into history, taking out a few $100 million in profit as it dies. Everyone you talk to will tell you you can't raise the money and that Iridium is hopelessly outdated technology. The system that runs the constellation uses the same 32-bit processors that were used in the Commodore Amiga personal computer. Remember the Commodore Amiga? Neither does anyone else. I realize I'm asking you to do the impossible, but that's what I'm asking you to do. Desch listened carefully, studied the system, talked to other board members, many of whom disagreed with Colucci, took a weekend to think about it, and called Colucci back on Monday morning. Okay, he said, I drank the Kool-Aid. In fact, Desch wanted to shake up his life. He had grown bored with the wireless business. That market was mature. The cell business was all about who could sign up the most service plans and hawk the most gadget-heavy handsets, a pure marketing game. It went from a technological innovation to a mere commodity, he said. Wireless companies are all the same, so what do? Become faster? Become cheaper? The world I was part of, the technology end of the industry, was coming out of a 6-year downturn. It was a declining business. Everything was moving to China, becoming commoditized, breaking up, pieces were being sold off. But there's still that 91% of the world that doesn't have cell coverage. And there are high barriers to entry with satellite. And if there's one thing I learned from 20 years in wireless, it's that the first 3 things you need are coverage, coverage, and coverage. So I felt I had a lot to work with. He was also intrigued by Iridium because it was an underdog company with the potential to break through one final frontier and become the dominant satellite communications company in the world. Or at least that's how he saw it. And that's how Colucci saw it as well. But a lot of what Colucci was telling him still seemed like wishful thinking. Since the company was only on target to earn $75 million in the year 2007, you could get discouraged by the math. It would take 40 years at that rate to pay for the new constellation. So obviously, Desch was going to have to get creative. From his first day on the job in September 2006, Desch started making plans for what was being called Iridium Next. When the first constellation was launched in 1997, Motorola intentionally avoided any secondary payloads like cameras or sensing devices because the company wanted to avoid appearing to be an instrument of the U.S. government. The new Iridium had no such limitations, and Iridium engineers started suggesting government uses that would help fund the next generation, everything from cameras to telescopes to weather sensors. In each case, the appropriate government agency would express initial interest, then the proposal would fall into an endless bureaucratic dead zone, delaying decisions and forcing the company to look elsewhere. Colucci thought the most promising secondary payload would be air traffic control, but he also became fascinated by the idea of a camera that was pointed not down at Earth, but up at the rest of the space traffic. Since Iridium had the lowest orbit of all the big space systems, it was in perfect position to photograph the space vehicles and space junk above. For a while, Colucci thought the idea might pass muster with the spy versus spy guys in the Pentagon, but the company never gained any traction. Iridium executive Don Toma also had a high-level meeting in Mountain View, California, with the 3 gurus at Google Earth, including one of the fathers of the Internet, Vinton Cerf. who admitted that Google's database consisted of imagery that was 4 years old, bought from Digital Globe, Colorado-based satellite company. But there was no follow-up on Iridium's offer to provide close-up, real-time global photography. Meanwhile, all the board members were tired of writing big tax checks and started pushing for an exit strategy, meaning either selling the company outright or merging with a larger company in a deal involving cash and stock. Calusi still believed, and Desch agreed with him, that the solution was a stronger partner. "We needed a Blackstone or a Carlyle," said Desch, "someone with deeper pockets." The Saudis, on the other hand, believed the company shouldn't be wasting more time after 7 years spent looking for a partner and not finding one. The Prince's team wanted to simply take the company public with an initial public offering and realize its true value. Calusi was extremely skeptical of IPOs, however, having run small-cap companies for much of his life and suffered the slings and arrows of day trading and short selling. After a full year of arguments, Desch took action in 2008, hiring Evercore Partners, a boutique investment bank in New York, to find a deal. Evercore came up with 54 possible buyers for Iridium, including several hedge funds and special-purpose acquisition companies, or SPACs. Calusi was steeped in the old-school ethics of Harvard business, where trading for a living was considered sinful, and he hated hedge funds on principle. Any group of smart people that devote 100% of their energy and time to hedge securities and manipulate markets, at the end of the day, what have you done for the nation or the economy? He told Herb Wilkins. They say, we're providing liquidity. Bullshit. Commodities markets were created for users and producers. The brightest minds in our country should be building companies, building our nation. Calusi was not quite so hostile towards SPACs, although he regarded them with suspicion. SPACs were corporations set up specifically to acquire a company and take it public, thereby realizing a profit from the IPO. The concept was pioneered in the 90s, waxing and waning in popularity as a last resort for companies that couldn't raise money from banks or institutional investors, or companies that were unable to launch IPOs on their own. From the investor's point of view, it's essentially a bet on the SPAC management team, that it will be able to identify an acquisition target and shrewdly increase its value fairly quickly. The SPAC will also end up owning warrants to buy shares of the new stock at a low price, a factor in the deal that often comes back to haunt the company. For a target company, a SPAC provides a source of quick cash and a motivated partner to set up the IPO. The board members made it clear to Desch that they wanted a clean buyout deal, not a SPAC, because they didn't want to end up owning stock in a company that may or may not have their best interests at heart. Besides, SPACs had a reputation for being less than they were cracked up to be from the point of view of the company being acquired. But Desch had a good reason for pushing a SPAC. Of the 54 companies that had entertained the Evercore Roadshow, only one was left standing: GHL Acquisition, a SPAC formed by Greenhill and Company, the New York investment bank co-founded by former Smith Barney chairman Robert F. Greenhill in 1996. GHL was willing to value Iridium at $650 million, to be paid partly in stock and partly in cash, which would mean the Iridium partners would earn back, depending on how the stock performed, up to 50 times their initial investment. Calusi was still skeptical, but didn't want to waste any more time on a marketplace that was obviously less enamored of Iridium's future than he was. Just to be sure the company had more than one bidder, he called John Castle to tell him he had another chance to own Iridium. "You missed out in 2000 because you wanted immediate cash flow," Calusi told his friend. "You followed the company from the beginning. You've called me from the South Pole on your beloved Iridium phone. Now you can still get in for $650 million. But we need your money now." Surprisingly, Castle said yes this time, and Calusi flew to New York to try to work out the deal. Castle said he could put in up to $100 million in cash and work out the rest of the deal for a valuation of $600 million. Calusi thought a Castle-Harlan buyout would be cleaner than a SPAC deal because he thought it would provide more liquidity for the cash-strapped partners. But Desch wasn't that crazy about working with Castle. Desch believed that a private equity fund like Castle's would be self-interested, looking after its own profit before the long-term needs of the company, and he wanted to go public sooner rather than later. Castle also had a reputation for nitpicking his investments. He was notorious for knowing arcane details about the various restaurant chains he owned, including the fact that Morton's The Steakhouse always had between 45 and 50,000 steaks in the refrigerators of 64 restaurants, and that Marie Callender sold 21 million pieces of pie per year in the state of California. Desch frankly said he feared that Castle would be domineering, and Desch didn't like people looking over his shoulder. One of the advantages of going public was that Desch would finally be free of what he called this ragtag group of investors who, after all, were not going to come up with the money themselves. But he wasn't sure John Castle as the owner would be a better trade. For a while, Calusi tried to work out a combination deal, Castle Harlan and Greenhill working together. But after a month of meetings, he gave it up. Greenhill was simply not interested in partnering with Castle, whose ardor was cooling as well once he heard the company would have to immediately raise $3 billion for the next generation of satellites. In September 2008, Calusi told Castle that if he wanted in, he would have to put up the whole amount, and he only had a couple of days to make up his mind. 4 days later, Castle called to say he was still considering the investment. Calusi told him, too late. The deal with Greenhill had been concluded. The merger between GHL Acquisition and Iridium was publicly announced on September 23, 2008, 10 years to the day from Ed Staiano's can't-miss start date, with the company being sold for $591 million, allowing the partners to receive $102 million plus 45% of the new company. Greenhill ended up with 17.5% of the stock. But this was exactly 8 days after Lehman Brothers became the biggest bankruptcy in U.S. history, presaging a collapse of the world economy, leaving half-finished deals in peril, and throwing any proposed IPO into jeopardy. By December, Desch was telling Calusi that Greenhill wanted to reprice the deal. When Bob Nijhuis, the banker who co-founded Greenhill Capital Partners in 2000, ran into the CFO of Inmarsat at a technology conference, the CFO openly mocked his deal, telling him it would never close given the dire straits of the economy, and even if it did, Desch would never be able to raise the money he needed for the next generation. Then, as if Desch needed any more headaches, a defunct Russian Cosmos spy satellite slammed into Iridium Space Vehicle 33 in February 2009, smashing it to smithereens somewhere over northern Siberia. If anything, the 1-in-a-million accident demonstrated the resiliency of the system. A spare satellite was moved from its storage orbit to replace the dead bird in less than a month. The Greenhill deal turned out to be both a blessing and a curse. By the time Iridium Communications, Inc. was launched on the NASDAQ in September 2009, early trading valued the company at around $1 billion. But that valuation didn't hold up. Greenhill and Company had overexpanded and ended up getting battered by the bear markets of 2009 and 2010, ultimately losing half its value. To assuage angry investors, the Greenhill board agreed to dump all its Iridium stock. That meant regularly scheduled sales of large blocks of stock every month for 3 years, depressing the price and the valuation. There were also millions of warrants in circulation, most of them held by Greenhill, allowing the bearer to buy the stock at a steep discount. Then, even after Greenhill had sold off its holdings, Nijhuis remained chairman, and Greenhill kept its seats on the board of directors, angering big shareholders who now regarded them as meddlers and speculators. At the same time, short sellers were saying that Desch would never be able to raise what was now an estimated $2.7 billion to launch the second generation of satellites, leading to analysts' reports that portrayed the stock as highly risky. Then, as though the past decade had never happened, all the old whispers returned. The satellites would all fail at the same time because the momentum wheels were faulty, the link margin was bad, the system was analog, the company was too small to compete, and institutional investors stayed away while day traders piled on, enjoying the up and down bumps that were only possible to control when it was a small-cap company. Adding to the misery was a sudden lawsuit filed in Chicago by Motorola, rising zombie-like from the Iridium past to claim that it was owed $24.68 million because of a change of control clause inserted into that $30 million loan agreement that Keith Bain had grudgingly approved for Calusi back in 2000. The Green Hill deal had stimulated yet another Motorola performance reminiscent of George C. Scott in The Hustler. You owe me money. Matt Desch ignored all the ambient noise, and during the years 2009 and 2010, positioned himself to launch the next generation. First, he invited bidders for the $2.7 billion contract. Then he narrowed those down to two, Lockheed Martin and Thales Alenia Space, owned by the French electronics company Thales with a minority interest held by Italy's Finmeccanica. He told both companies that the contract would go to whoever helped him raise the most money. And a year and a half later, the answer was clear. The French had wanted to be major players in space ever since launching the first European satellite in the 70s, and Thales Alenia Space had spent 4 decades becoming the preeminent satellite source for most of the civilian and military systems of Europe. The company also had the backing of the French government, the French banking system, and most important, Compagnie Française d'Assurance pour le Commerce Extérieur, better known as COFACE, which was similar to the Export-Import Bank in the United States and existed to promote French industry. A consortium of 6 French banks, headed by Société Générale, were willing to set up a $1.8 billion credit facility for Iridium's next generation, and that credit facility was guaranteed by COFACE up to 95%. The rest of the eventual $2.9 billion cost of the new 81 satellite system would be covered by Iridium cash flow, which was still growing with each passing year, and by secondary payloads. Desch was so happy with the French deal that he took advantage of the low price of Iridium stock and loaded up on it himself. It's hard to imagine a more complete French corporate victory over America. Lockheed Martin would have been equally capable of building the satellites and managing the launches, but Lockheed's entreaties to America's Export-Import Bank, begging it to match the COFACE offer, fell on deaf ears. The Ex-Im Bank was set up to help American companies exporting products overseas, so it was not that interested in helping an American company invest in another American company. The prospect of Iridium Next being designed in Toulouse and Cannes was full of irony. Thales Alenia Space was not only the company that had built the Globalstar satellites, but some of its executives were the same fierce opponents of Iridium who were accused of rifling through the hotel rooms of Motorola executives in the early 90s and then challenging Iridium's European patent through its subsidiary Alcatel-Lucent. In the final analysis, it was a no-brainer for Desch. All systems were go for a constellation to be launched in 2015 that would double the subscriber capacity of the old system, have a much higher data speed, and contain secondary payloads that would help defray the cost. In 2017, Iridium would begin deorbit of the Chandler satellites. And yes, Public Law 85-804 would still be in effect. The annual cost of running Iridium Next was expected to be only about $35 million a year, meaning that finally, after 20 years, it would be a mature system. In fact, Iridium after 2018 was expected to be such a cash flow that a third generation around the year 2033 was projected to be funded entirely out of the company's cash flow. Iridium satellites would fly into perpetuity. Epilogue. Twilight of the Warriors. August 15, 2013. The Bears Club, Jupiter, Florida. By the time the last of the old Motorola satellites are switched off and the new French satellites switched on, it will be 30 years since Ray Leopold, Boris Bertiger, and Ken Peterson commandeered the whiteboard in the parking lot of the Chandler lab and came up with the blueprint for Iridium. During that time, the 3 inventors have gone through mixed emotions as their brainchild was questioned, then celebrated, then cursed, then abandoned, then laughed at, then reborn in the care of people they never knew or met. They were warned from the beginning, "You're betting your careers on this." They were warned so many times that they started saying it to one another as an ongoing joke. It became a source of pride. "Let's create some miracles today," Leopold would say at the beginning of each workday. They were, in fact, proud to be betting their careers, and all three of them say today that if they had to do it over again, they would once again bet their careers, even in the face of those who believed the project was folly. It should also be noted that prior to 1997, before the first satellite had even been launched, they had already corrected all the first-generation problems that resulted from locking in the technology of 1995. Their next-generation system, which would have been called Celestri, or M-Star, or Macrocell, or Teledesic, depending on which business plan prevailed, would have had broadband data capacity. In May 1997, Leopold gave the commencement address to the graduates of the South Dakota School of Mines and Technology, and he said, "I have 5 children, a little girl 9 years old, and she has 4 younger brothers, ages 1, 3, 5, and 7. In 10 years, when they are teenagers, they and their friends will be able to create applications for Iridium which the several thousand people now bringing it into being cannot even imagine. That's the vision of Iridium." In other words, they knew. They knew they were creating a framework for something larger than a mere telephone system. "Other than the atomic bomb project," said Bertiger, "there has never been an engineered system more complex than Iridium. In fact, it may even be more complex than Los Alamos, because they were only doing one thing and we were doing many." Peterson was the first of the 3 men to leave Motorola, but not because he wanted to. A month after the stock was turned over to Boeing, he was told that a big boss from the Chicago office needed him to come to a meeting. There, he was told by the head of the satellite division, "Our department has been dissolved, and your services will no longer be needed." There would be no more hiding him in marketing. Apparently, one of the nation's top mathematicians was no longer galvanized. So on February 28, 2001, at age 62, after 30 years at Motorola, Peterson spent his last day in the Chandler lab. He found work soon enough at the Advanced Technology Center of Rockwell Collins in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, but it didn't have the same pizzazz as the Motorola years. Eventually, he moved home to Lake Mills, Iowa, the town settled by his Norwegian great-grandfather, and became a farmer again, on the same land he'd been working when he first got the idea of going off to Iowa State in 1956. In his spare time, he worked for the FAA on frequency interference issues, solving the algorithms that would be used for the next generation of air traffic control technology. Once it was obvious that the Celestri system would never see the light of day, Bertiger and Leopold moved on to new jobs in Motorola's global telecommunications sector, designing cellular infrastructure systems for companies all over the world. Bertiger was general manager, Leopold was chief technology officer. But Bertiger, who held 13 patents for his work at Motorola, left the company in 2003 after getting into a philosophical battle with Chris Galvin over whether the company should pursue the consumer market or the infrastructure market. "I told Galvin, we're terrible in the consumer business," he said, "and we got totally sideways. They sold off the military business and the semiconductor business, but they still had the best systems house in the world, so why not invest in it?" One day, a very junior person in the Human Resources Department came to my office and said, "Maybe you ought to think about a retirement package." I kicked him out of my office. Bertiger nevertheless did negotiate that package and left after 30 years at the company. He served for a time as managing director at Greyhawk Capital, a Phoenix venture capital firm, and eventually relocated to Vero Beach, Florida. Ray Leopold left the same year, taking an early retirement and moving his large family, now 6 children, to a patch of land between Kalispell and Whitefish, Montana, an area he chose because he considered it the most beautiful place in the world. "Have you ever wondered where water begins?" he would ask visitors, and then take them to the sheer cliffs in Glacier National Park, where waterfalls appear to be springing directly out of the rock. This is where water begins. In retirement, Leopold made frequent appearances at universities, becoming a senior lecturer at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and was asked to deliver the prestigious Minta Martin Lecture there in 2004. Leopold chose to speak about Iridium. Everyone involved with the early days of Iridium looked back on the experience with a mixture of pride and regret, like a man who marries the most beautiful woman in the world and becomes a widower a few months later. Bob Kinsey would have preferred to stay with the new company, but there was no longer any need for the old business model of seeking liaisons with foreign governments and state-owned telecommunications companies. He retired to an upscale subdivision in Bethesda, Maryland, but got bored with being inactive. While recovering from carotid surgery, the power in his house went out, so he started an emergency generator business for suburban Maryland, which he runs to this day. Dave Oliver left the Pentagon and was appointed to the ultimate fixer job. He was the Minister of Finance in Iraq during the interim government run by American diplomat Paul Bremer in 2003 and 2004. He was the Minister of Finance in Iraq during the interim government run by American diplomat Paul Bremer in 2003 and 2004. He later became Chief Operating Officer for the North American division of EADS, the European defense contractor, and got into a brutal public battle with Boeing over a $35 billion contract for refueling tanker jets that he first won, then lost, after the political establishment of the Pacific Northwest ganged up on him. Dorothy Robin left the White House to work for the Brookings Institution and then the Brattle Group, an economics consulting firm, before going to the Pentagon in the first year of the Obama administration to work under Defense Secretary Robert Gates as Deputy Undersecretary of Defense for Installations and Environment. After a brief stint as Commissioner of Public Buildings at the General Services Administration beginning in 2012, she left government service to devote herself to consulting and writing for think tanks, primarily on energy issues, spectrum policy, and her pet project, the privatization of air traffic control. Her old boss, Gene Sperling, became a consultant for NBC's hit series The West Wing, then a spokesman for Goldman Sachs, before rejoining government in 2009 as the counselor to Treasury Secretary Timothy Geithner. In 2011, he was promoted to Director of the National Economic Council, the same job he had under Clinton, making him President Obama's top economic advisor. He resigned in early 2014. Ted Schaffner left the Tower to run Motorola operations in China before retiring in June 2008. 6 months later, he was brought to Washington by Secretary of the Treasury Henry Paulson to be program manager of the Troubled Assets Recovery Program, better known as TARP, literally writing the checks to troubled banks. As head of the Capital Purchase Program, Schaffner built a team to regulate who got money and how much they got. When he closed out the program 2 years later, he was proud of the fact that he had loaned $206 billion and gotten back $140 billion, with the other $66 billion earning 10% interest for the taxpayer. Keith Bain retired from Motorola in 2003 and started dividing his time among 3 homes: an estate in the Chicago suburb of Algonquin, a winter vacation home in Longboat Key, Florida, and the Bain family's traditional summer vacation home in Lake Minocqua in the Wisconsin Northwoods, where in 2006 he raised the money to convert an old Catholic church into the Campanile Center for the Arts. Rudy DeLeon left the Pentagon in 2001 to take a job with Boeing. In 2006, he joined the Center for American Progress, a Washington think tank founded by Clinton Chief of Staff John Podesta. DeLeon became a frequent guest on news channel talk shows, specializing in national security and international policy issues. Castle Harlan continued to expand, reaching $6 billion in assets even after the rest of the financial world crashed in 2008. The Mary Ann completed a second circumnavigation of Earth, and then John Castle turned to the rivers of America, traversing the nation from New York Harbor to the Pacific by using the Erie Canal, the Ohio River system, and the historic route of Lewis and Clark. He also landed a twin otter at the North Pole and called Calusi on his Iridium phone. In May 2014, he put the Kennedy Winter White House up for sale. Asking price? $38.5 million, or a premium of 680% over what he paid for it in 1995. Bill Cohen continued to build the Cohen Group into one of the most powerful international lobbying firms in Washington, and a first stop for many senior-level undersecretaries, generals, and admirals when leaving government, including retired Lieutenant General Harry D. Radigi, Jr., former head of DISA, who turned out to be a 3-star, not a 2-star. Cohen developed a special expertise in companies doing business in the People's Republic of China, where he established 2 branch offices. Janet Langhart Cohen published her memoir, From Rage to Reason, My Life in 2 Americas, in 2004, changing her designation from First Lady of the USO to First Lady of the Pentagon. 3 years later, the Cohens collaborated on Love in Black and White, their joint memoir, which includes reflections on race and religion. The Cohen Group remains on the Iridium payroll. Kathy Brown left the FCC to work at the Washington offices of the prestigious law firm Wilmer Cutler Pickering Hale and Dorr, then joined Verizon as Senior Vice President, Public Policy Development and Corporate Responsibility. She left that job at the end of 2013 to become CEO of the Internet Society, the organization that governs the Internet worldwide through its Internet Engineering Task Force. Bill Kennard left the FCC at the end of the Clinton administration to become Managing Director of the Carlyle Group, where he handled telecommunications and media, at one time engaging Colusi in investment talks when Iridium was looking for a strategic partner. Kennard then returned to government in 2009 when he was sent to Brussels by President Obama as the first U.S. ambassador to the European Union, returning to Carlyle in 2013. Roy Grant, the chief financial officer, whose decisions were still being debated in the court system for several years after the collapse of the original Iridium, opened a bicycle shop in Half Moon Bay, California. John Richardson left Iridium in February 2000 and founded 2 cement companies in Kazakhstan, then semi-retired to a life of safaris, mountain climbing, and consulting for banks. As soon as Mauro Santinelli returned to Telecom Italia in 1999, he was knighted by the President of the Italian Republic. He ran the wireless division until 2005, and then retired with the largest government pension in the history of the nation, $1.6 million per year. Iridium was never able to make a deal to use Ficino as a backup gateway. Santinelli's official biography nowhere mentions Iridium, listing the years 1997 to 1999 as an experience in the United States. Aside from that one secretive meeting with Mark Adams, no one at Iridium ever saw Prince Khalid, though Ty Brown exchanged words with him during a chance encounter at the London townhouse, thereby proving his existence to the partners. The prince continually increased his investment in Iridium, first in 2002, when he joined with Syncom to fill the gap caused by the Australians and Brazilians dropping out, then again in 2009, when the company needed an additional $10 million to complete the Green Hill SPAC transaction. As of 2016, he remained the largest single Iridium shareholder, holding 18% of the stock. By the end of the decade, the prince's sons had taken over most of the day-to-day management of the prince's interests, although the prince himself still managed Juddmonte Farms, his thoroughbred bloodstock operation. The prince retired to his 6 homes, including a townhouse on the Parc Monceau in Paris and the 1,000-acre Fair Lawn estate in Kent, where, oddly, he drilled for oil on the property. When he closed off a footpath that had been used since Roman times, he ended up facing the wrath of the 700 villagers of Shippern, who raised a ruckus with the planning inspectorate and had it reopened. Craig McCaw's ICO Global, after all those years of angst and promises, ended up launching just 3 space vehicles. Teledesic 1, first of the 288 satellites that would supposedly provide internet connections for the planet, was launched in early 1998 and went dead shortly after achieving orbit. A second satellite in 2001 lasted less than 3 years, then ceased working and went into a decaying orbit. The company was on life support in 2008 when McCaw tried to revive it as a mobile television service, with grand plans to deliver video signals to automobile-based entertainment centers. a GEO launched that year, was heralded as the largest satellite ever launched at 14,625 pounds, a curious claim in the age of increasing miniaturization of parts, but the business plan never proceeded beyond alpha trials. In 2011, ICO Global changed its name to Pendrell Corporation and began functioning primarily as an investment group for patents and intellectual property rights. In 2012, the company's one operating satellite was sold to the Dish Network, and McCaw's 18-year flirtation with communication satellites came to an end. That same year, McCaw made news by buying the most expensive car ever sold, the 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO, built for Sir Sterling Moss, for which he paid $35 million. In 2001, around the time Ken Peterson was fired and the satellite division was shut down, Motorola was still one of the largest electronics companies in the world. But Chris Galvin was already in a death struggle with the Motorola board. During the first quarter of 2001, Motorola recorded its first operating loss in 16 years, and this came at a time when its direct competitors, Nokia, Qualcomm, and Ericsson, were all showing record profits. In a single 14-month period, from May 2000 to July 2001, the company lost 72% of its market value as the stock plummeted from $60 to $16.75. The company's share of the wireless phone market declined to just 13%, compared with Nokia's 35%, and every article in the business press cited Iridium as one of the main reasons that Galvin had no credibility. And yet it's hard to see how Motorola suffered at all from the demise of Iridium. The original contracts, drawn up around 1992, were so one-sided in Motorola's favor that Iridium had already paid $3.65 billion to Motorola by the time of the bankruptcy. During the frenzied years of 1997 and 1998, when Iridium was selling junk bonds and raising money in the stock market, Ed Stiano borrowed a total of $1.4 billion, and $1.038 billion of it went directly to Motorola. The company also ended up with 1,000 patents related to satellite technology that were enormously valuable a decade later. Bori Bertiger, who was general manager of the satellite division after Darrell Hillis left, said the division always made money and that Iridium was profitable for Motorola. It's true that Motorola claimed $2.6 billion in write-downs that were blamed on Iridium, but it's hard to say where that money was lost. An analyst for Hambrecht & Quist, the San Francisco investment bank, calculated that Motorola's entire Iridium investment had been written off prior to May 1999, long before the highly publicized write-downs, and Bertiger confirms that. Motorola definitely made a profit on Iridium. The expenses were less than $100 million, and that had already been written off long before. The company even received a research and development tax credit for it, so we never lost money. In other words, Motorola's exposure to the Iridium bankruptcy was zero. Ida Picker, a business analyst for Bloomberg News, compared Motorola to Tom Sawyer, who convinced all his friends to pay for the privilege of painting his fence. Indeed, the reason it was so easy to attack Motorola in the courts was that it seemed that Motorola was the only company that ever got paid. You would have to be a forensic accountant to track down that $2.6 billion it claimed to have lost. But could it be possible that it was easier to blame a write-down on Iridium than on the more visible reasons for Motorola's declining fortunes? Motorola had once controlled 63% of the world's cell phone business. As that number started sinking toward the single digits, some speculated that Motorola simply dumped all its losses into a trash bin called Iridium. By way of comparison, Motorola loaned $2 billion in cash and equipment in the late 90s to a company controlled by Istanbul business magnate Cem Uzan, so that Uzan could build out the Turkish cell system. Uzan turned out to be a con man, and even after receiving a judgment of $4.2 billion from a New York court, Motorola was reduced to seizing Uzan's foreign residences and a private jet in order to recover fractions of a penny on the dollar. This misadventure resulted in twice as much wasted cash as Iridium, even accepting Motorola's own numbers, and yet it was never mentioned as a reason for Motorola's decline under Galvin. Still, 3 years after Motorola turned over the SNOC to the Calusi Group, Iridium continued to haunt Galvin's resume. The financial press increasingly portrayed Galvin as remote, slow-acting, out of touch. His close friends advised him to resign the presidency and become a ceremonial chairman in the manner of William Ford, Jr. at Ford Motors. "You would be revered if you did that," one of his managers told him. But Galvin wanted to govern, not preside. The end came on January 4, 2004, when the Motorola board forced Galvin to resign after failing to be impressed by 3 months of arguments as to why he should keep his job. The following day was the first in Motorola's 76-year history in which no member of the Galvin family was employed by the company. Chris Galvin would spend much of the next decade trying to repair his reputation, maintaining, with some justice, that his 3-year restructuring of the company had just started to bear fruit at the moment of his firing. Indeed, Motorola showed a 454% increase in operating earnings for the year 2004, a result the new CEO could have had nothing to do with. If the Motorola board was looking for a new type of CEO, it got one. Ed Zander, a goofy guy who liked to do stunts like riding a bicycle onto the stage at the Consumer Electronics Show, was brought in from Sun Microsystems, and even though he was a Brooklyn native, he couldn't have been more emblematic of a rock and roll California guy taking on the crusty old Chicago stuffed shirts. He immediately got into a culture war with the Motorola engineer managers as he moved them away from the company's traditional strengths, slashing all research and development budgets, and brought in a marketing guy from Nike. The result? Motorola ended up in the cutthroat business of trying to create the newest, coolest handset each year. The strategy worked for a while, especially with the popular Razr phone, an ultra-slim, lightweight flip phone that had an innovative nickel-plated keypad and enjoyed a couple of years of immense popularity, stoked by its Hello Moto ad campaign. Zander's taking credit for the success of the Razr was especially galling to Galvin, since the phone had been created on Galvin's watch. Motorola sold more than 100 million Razrs. But the folly of depending on consumer tastes emerged on a single day. June 29, 2007, the day Apple introduced the iPhone. The iPhone was made possible by the latest generation of Motorola microprocessors, but it was also made possible because Zander had shared Motorola hardware technology with Steve Jobs during a 2005 collaboration on the ill-fated Rocker, which was the first phone to feature iTunes. Jobs was regarded among Motorola veterans as a software genius and a hardware thief, so the decision to share with him was very controversial among the old-timers. Zander proved why when he essentially gave Jobs the key to the kingdom. Apple ended up contributing minor expertise to the Rocker while using the same hardware to introduce the iPod Nano, and Jobs even had the effrontery to release the Nano at the same time as the Rocker. Jobs had insisted by contract that Motorola's Rocker would be limited to 100 iTunes songs, whereas the iPod was virtually unlimited. Once Zander figured out what had happened, he was furious. "Screw the Nano! What the hell does the Nano do? Who listens to 1,000 songs?" But Galvin was even more furious. As soon as his separation contract allowed him to speak publicly in 2008, Galvin pointed to that moment as the beginning of the end. It had always been Motorola policy to keep Silicon Valley software guys away from the hardware secrets. "Why let this really thoughtful, imaginative nose under the camel's tent?" said Galvin. At any rate, Zander paid for the misstep. Motorola's stock price plunged, and then corporate raider Carl Icahn bought up the cheap stock and demanded a management change. Zander was not only fired, but would end up on Business Insider's 2009 list of the worst CEOs ever for his repeated public gaffes, such as telling the Wall Street Journal, "I love my job, I hate my customers," and for describing Chicago as a boring place where people think about what kind of picnic to go to this weekend. Zander's cluelessness was especially evident in his refusal to admit that the smartphone would catch on. He was still insisting that the iPhone was no big deal when he was being escorted out of Schaumburg. One of the few positive developments from Zander's 4 years at the helm was a $1 billion sale to Comcast of the state-of-the-art Motorola cable modem set-top box, which, by the way, was developed by Galvin. The handset division recorded a loss of $1.2 billion in the fourth quarter of 2007, with the company falling behind not only Apple, but Samsung, Nokia, Sanyo, LG, and Research in Motion's BlackBerry. And Motorola became a ghost of its former self. After several rounds of layoffs and a huge exodus of executives to work for Apple in 2008, there were attempts to sell the handset division, but Motorola couldn't find any serious buyers. Chris Galvin continued to brood for years about being displaced by the board at the moment of the turnaround, until one day when he was talking to his father on the front porch of Bob Galvin's home in Barrington, Illinois. "I'm not going to let the Motorola board ruin the rest of my life," said the elder Galvin to his son, "nor should you." Soon thereafter, father and son created Harrison Street Real Estate Capital, named after the original 1928 location of Galvin Manufacturing Company, and started building what would become a $5.8 billion investment fund. By that time, John Mitchell, the last of the old-time Motorola bosses and widely regarded as the man who made cell phones possible, had retired for the third and last time to the village of Inverness, just 8 minutes from his old office in the tower. He insisted on using his ancient analog Motorola car phone until Verizon told him it was switching off service because no one used analog anymore, and he was in the process of writing Verizon a letter in protest shortly before his death in 2009, at the age of 81. In 2011, Motorola split into two separate companies, Motorola Mobility, for the handset operation in Libertyville, and Motorola Solutions, for the police radio and commercial operations in Schaumburg. A few months later, Motorola Mobility was sold to Google for $12.5 billion, and the company that had invented the cell phone officially left the cell phone business. It was never clear that Google really wanted to be in the handset business, and the speculation was that it was really buying Motorola's 17,000 patents. Sure enough, Google would keep Motorola Mobility for less than 3 years, then sell it to Lenovo, a personal computer company based in China, where the very word Motorola had once been a synonym for mobile phone. Bob Galvin, who passed away 2 days after his 89th birthday in 2011, didn't live to see his China strategy come full circle, as the company that once dominated telecommunications in Asia was sold at a discount price in a market now dominated by Asian firms. In 2016, Motorola Solutions announced plans to subdivide the Schaumburg campus and sell it off piece by piece to other corporations. As much as it pained the Galvin heirs to admit it, Motorola had joined Zenith, Westinghouse, Magnavox, and Philco as once great icons of the American consumer that were no longer with us. Lawsuits against Iridium and Motorola continued for years. Probably the most important was over by 2002, when New York Federal District Judge Alvin Hellerstein ruled that Motorola had to pay the Chase Banking Consortium $300 million for being complicit in the fantasies of Ed Stiano and Roy Grant that had been put forward as real income projections. Hellerstein rarely spoke from the bench when a case was being presented, but his first question to attorneys was, "What are gateways again?" In the Iridium bankruptcy case, Judge Blackshear ruled that the creditors could go after Motorola separately from Iridium because, in his opinion, Motorola controlled much of what Iridium did. Blackshear retired in 2005, before that case was complete, so it was passed on to Judge James M. Peck, who presided over the testimony of 52 witnesses during 50 trial days stretched over 8 months, admitting 866 exhibits into evidence. And that was only the first of what was expected to be 2 phases of litigation. Since all parties were exhausted by then, they came to the bargaining table, and Peck approved a final settlement in May 2008. The bondholders received $16 million from Motorola, 1 penny per dollar of what they had loaned to Iridium. The most remarkable Motorola case, one for the law books, occurred in Washington, D.C., Where 18 class action suits brought by plaintiffs who had bought Iridium stocks and bonds were consolidated in the court of Judge Thomas Penfield Jackson. Jackson was best known for calling Microsoft stubborn mules who should be walloped with a 2x4 after ruling against Bill Gates in the government's landmark antitrust case, and he was equally withering toward Motorola. After Jackson's retirement in 2004, the cases passed to visiting Judge Nanette K. Laughrey from Missouri, and she surprisingly denied all Motorola's motions to dismiss. Cases of this sort almost never reach trial because the standard of proof is so difficult. The plaintiff has to prove that the seller of stock either spoke untruthfully or said things that were technically true that would lead to untrue conclusion, and that those false or reckless statements directly caused people to buy the stocks or bonds. That's why only 13 class action shareholder cases in history have ever gone to trial. Iridium was one of them. After 9 years of litigation, the production of 1.5 million documents, and what one lawyer called a 5-ring circus of depositions, the parties finally settled in October 2008. Motorola was ordered to pay $20 million. Ed Stiano and Roy Grant were ordered to pay $14.89 million. And 5 underwriters of Iridium stocks were ordered to pay a total of $8.25 million. Merrill Lynch, Goldman Sachs, Nations Bank, Solomon Smith Barney, and Soundview Technology Group. Ed Stiano didn't like retirement any more than he liked vacations, so he started his own venture capital fund, the Sorrento Group, named after his favorite part of the planet. Sorrento funded 15 companies, including a startup telecommunications firm in Italy. Stiano continued to be active on the board of trustees of his alma mater, Bucknell University, where he had started his career as a professor of engineering, founding the computer program there. He also bounced around the semiconductor world, ending up as chairman and CEO of a Texas-based company called QuickFilter Technologies. The legacy of Motorola in Arizona was devastated by post-Iridium events. For decades, Motorola had been the largest employer in the state, with 13 plants in the Phoenix area and the original headquarters building on 48th Street in Scottsdale, at the foot of McDowell Mountain. But beginning in the 1990s, newspaper reports blamed Motorola for TCE contamination of the Indian Bend Wash aquifer in Scottsdale. The source of the pollution was never proven, but the city of Scottsdale and several individuals ended up suing the company for more than a decade. TCE, an industrial solvent, had never been used in any substantial quantities at any Motorola plant, and since Motorola had some of the top environmental engineers in the world, they did an in-house study that concluded the source of the contamination was probably not Motorola, but some local laundries. Motorola won all the lawsuits, but in the interests of being a good corporate citizen, agreed to clean up the TCE anyway. Ever since Dan Noble had started building transistors and developing semiconductors in the 1940s, Motorola had been a contributor to major Arizona philanthropies and a champion for the state. But something about this controversy left a sour taste in everyone's mouth. Motorola was being portrayed as a dirty company and a bad neighbor. For the first time, Motorola was dealing with people who didn't know who Dan Noble was and didn't care. It was as though, after all the years of prosperity, the local leaders wanted to kick them when they were down. So they left. They closed every facility, sold off the buildings, and pulled out of Arizona entirely. Today, General Dynamics occupies the Scottsdale building where Noble's little team built the first transistors. But the first visible symbol of Motorola's vanished grandeur is the Chandler Lab, the center of the world's space industry just 1 decade before, now abandoned and derelict, looking even bleaker because of the few ducks that still manage to survive in the landscaped ponds near the entrance, the same entrance through which the greatest scientists in the world once arrived to marvel at the next best thing called Iridium. In 2008, Dan and Helene Colucci were finally able to start their retirement in earnest, moving into an Italianate mansion they designed themselves in the exclusive Bears Club subdivision founded by Jack Nicklaus on ecologically protected land in Jupiter, Florida. The Coluccis returned to their life of dinner parties and the hosting of visitors from faraway places, many of them titans of industry, government leaders, and of course, Calusi's colleagues from the U.S. Coast Guard Academy, class of 1953. As late as 2012, almost 6 decades later, Calusi's fellow crew members on the Coast Guard training ship the Eagle were still arguing about whether their commanding officer had surreptitiously ordered the engines to be turned on in Copenhagen harbor while the crew was backing the foresails against a light dead-ahead wind. A crew of Danish cadets had just brought its own sail ship effortlessly into port, and the Danes stood on deck, watching the Americans' floundering attempt to cast off from the wharf. 5 of the cadets on the Eagle that day had become admirals, so their honor was at stake. Calusi played the bad guy in the argument, claiming he was standing on the bridge and heard the captain give the command for a brief engine thrust, whereas his fellow shipmates denied that any such thing would ever be possible, as it would forever sully the reputation of the U.S. Coast Guard. Calusi continued to go to work every day in his library, a spacious, wood-paneled study featuring a ceiling fresco depicting his 3 favorite assignments: the Eagle, Pan American World Airways, and Iridium. After his final resignation from the board of directors in 2009, he mostly kept up with his former Iridium colleagues by phone, and many of them were upset with Matt Desch. Desch had decided not to use Isaac Neuberger as corporate counsel anymore, and Neuberger was hurt by that, after all those years of giving the struggling company such a discount legal rate. Nor did Desch have much use for Mark Adams, now that the company was developing its own applications and had its own research and development goals. Adams had given up his job as chief technology officer in 2006, after Calusi discovered he was making more money through NextGen than he was revealing to the company, and in some cases, taking Department of Defense business without telling anyone. Adams eventually sold his company to EDO Corporation, yet another gray ops firm that had worked for the Pentagon and CIA for years, mostly doing electronic warfare projects, but remained as president of his division. EDO was in turn bought by ITT Corporation in 2007, and that company was acquired by military supplier Harris Corporation in 2015. Adams continued to run his own subsidiary of Harris from an unmarked Pentagon-vetted office overlooking the runways at Dulles Airport. One by one, the various hand-picked employees who helped Calusi win the DISA contract and build the company were being let go by Desch. Also feeling slighted were the Iridium board members, who were used to being consulted on every decision of the company. Some of them, like Herb Wilkins, felt frozen out by the new management, and they called Calusi to reminisce or share stories about family. Wilkins and Terry Jones and their families became frequent visitors to the Calusi home, and Calusi was often asked to speak at meetings of African American businessmen's associations where he was the only Caucasian present. When Wilkins died in December 2013, Bob Johnson gave the eulogy at St. John Baptist Church in Columbia, Maryland, and in the course of his remarks, he singled out Calusi as the only white man Herb ever trusted. Tyrone Brown served on the Iridium board for several years and then left private law practice to head up the nonprofit Media Access Project, arguing before the FCC for fair use doctrines such as net neutrality. In 2013, he returned to the Washington, D.C. law firm Wiley Rhine, where he had worked during 2 previous stints. By that time, Bob Johnson had sold Black Entertainment Television to Viacom for $3 billion, thereby becoming the first African-American billionaire. But he continued to dabble in restaurants, hotels, music, film, financial services, and a string of car dealerships he partnered on with Mac McLarty, former chief of staff for President Clinton. Most visibly, Johnson became the first black owner of a major sports franchise in 2002, when he bought the Charlotte Bobcats. Every time Johnson saw Jones and Wilkins, he ribbed them about not letting me in on the best deal you guys ever put together, meaning Iridium. But perhaps the loneliest guy of all in the post-Greenhill years was Danny Stamp. Stamp had organized the launches of 7 spare satellites during the first 3 years of the new Iridium. The first was a flawless 5-bird launch on a Delta II from Vandenberg. The next was supposed to be a long march, but the Chinese by that time had raised their prices to exorbitant levels. Stamp went back to his Russian friends at Khrunichev, who had become firmly devoted to commercial space launches thanks to their new partnership with the largest European aerospace company, Munich-based Astrium. Working together under the corporate name Eurocket, pulled an SS-19 Stiletto missile out of an active ICBM silo so that Iridium could use it for a 2-satellite launch from Plesetsk Kosmodrome. Stamp was also part of the early planning for Iridium Next, but he butted heads with Desch over several issues, and Desch decided his vision for the program was inconsistent with how we wanted to build it. Stamp left the company in early 2007 and returned to agriculture, farming land in Iowa and the Texas Panhandle, while occasionally doing consulting work for a small Tempe company that was involved in scientific missions to Venus and Pluto. Stamp was especially proud of his cotton, corn, and milo farms in the Llano Estacado of Texas, where he installed state-of-the-art drip irrigation technology that he thinks might be the long-term solution for the rapidly depleting Ogallala aquifer. The reason Stamp was supplanted had to do, once again, with Desch going in new directions. In June 2010, Desch announced that the rocket used to launch the new satellites would be the Falcon 9, which would have scared Stamp to death since the Falcon 9 had had only a single successful launch at that point, and Stamp always used rockets that had been proven through years of use. The Falcon 9 had been developed by SpaceX, but analysts were skeptical of a rocket that had misfired the first 3 times it was tested and then been delayed for years. Desch thought the risk was minimal, though. By the time it was used for Iridium, the Falcon 9 would have been tested via 25 other launches, including 6 for NASA to resupply the International Space Station. And the best thing about the Falcon 9 was that the nose cone could handle 10 satellites, so the entire constellation could be completed with a mere 8 launches. But the most impressive move Desch made wasn't the rocket, but the creation of his own secondary payload in the form of a subsidiary called Iridium. Iridium would be the first truly global air traffic control system. Most people don't realize that airplanes fly out of range of traffic controllers all the time, especially over the heavily traveled North Atlantic, where planes have to be kept 5 miles apart in all directions until they return to the grid. There are even huge land masses, notably in Africa, where radar systems are spaced so far apart that airplanes often can't be seen by controllers. Much of the world was shocked in March 2014 when a Boeing 777 operated by Malaysia Airlines apparently disappeared off the face of the earth. But it wasn't the first time that had happened since Amelia Earhart's ill-fated flight in 1937. The doomed Malaysian airliner was using Inmarsat. The Iridium system would make it possible for aircraft to be tracked 100% of the time, which means planes could fly much closer together, travel times could be decreased, airports could handle more traffic at peak times, search and rescue efforts could begin immediately, and billions in fuel costs could be saved. Although a system of this type seems obvious, it had actually failed on 3 previous tries. Intelsat proposed a system in 1962, but failed to get the support of the airlines. The Russians and the U.S. Air Force came up with the plan to combine their global positioning systems in 1987, but that cooperative effort fell apart as well. Boeing announced a system of air traffic control MEOs in 2001, but never built it. This time, to make sure the system would be adopted, Desch sold off an equity position in Iridium to NAV Canada, the world's busiest air traffic control system, covering 18 countries, and more to the point, a fully privatized system, meaning CEO John Crichton could work with Iridium without all the interminable delays Desch faced at the FAA. Desch then sold off positions to ANAV, the Italian agency that controls much of Europe's airspace, the Irish Aviation Authority, which controls much of the North Atlantic, and Navy Air, the Danish agency that controls much of the Arctic. And since the U.S. government agencies could never get their act together to approve any other secondary payloads, Desch also created a program called Iridium Prime. If any company or agency needs to lock into the Iridium constellation at any time in the future, Desch will launch a satellite specific to that purpose. There's plenty of space on those 11 satellite planes. Meanwhile, the company continued to create new apps and devices that made inroads into the consumer markets envisioned by the original inventors, Notably, the first portable hotspot that makes it possible for you to use your smartphone or tablet anywhere in the world. After Calusi's retirement party in 2009, he told Desch not to share anything with him unless it was public. He was just a shareholder now, and when he would get calls from any of his old colleagues from the cramped offices at the SNOC, he would sympathize with their plight. Yes, Matt marches to his own drummer, he would tell them. Yes, it's a shame he didn't see the value of your experience and commitment, he would say. But inwardly, he couldn't have been more thrilled. Desch was running the company exactly as he would have run it himself, with his own team and his own goals. Calusi could finally relax. Desch had done everything Calusi hoped he would do in 2006, and more. He had even figured out a way to get the hard-headed airline executives to enter the 21st century. For the first time since 1999, Calusi started working seriously on his golf game again, and golf at his new residence, the Bears Club, was a very serious thing. Some of the top golfers in the world either lived or played there, including Rory McIlroy, Michelle Wie, Luke Donald, Ernie Els, Gary Player, Ian Baker Finch, Mark Calcavecchia, and Jack Nicklaus himself, as well as celebrities from other sports like Michael Jordan, who built a palatial estate 3 doors down. Calusi delighted in competing against old business friends like Ross Johnson of RJR Nabisco, Ed Arts of Procter & Gamble, and Jim Perella of Ingersoll Rand, as well as legendary New York Giants running back Tucker Fredrickson, since they all tended to exaggerate their handicaps. Calusi had never played the game when he was young, so he was able to win round after round simply by using his real handicap. Like everything else he did, he was competitive and thorough. When Helene developed a respiratory condition and had to give up the game, he played less often, but he still practiced most days, at least until Helene took a turn for the worse in the summer of 2012, and he became her caregiver. She finally passed away at home in the summer of 2013, and a week later 120 people showed up at the residence for a memorial service for the woman he had married 60 years and 12 days earlier. On that particular day, Calusi recalled their first date, when, as a Coast Guard cadet, he tried to impress the beautiful New England girl by taking her sailing on the Thames River, only to embarrass himself when the wind died and the boat got hung up on the Gold Star Memorial Bridge. It was the kind of memory that could make you feel wistful for a vanished past. Then, a few days later, his old friend Russell Chu called. The two men had met when Chu was at the FAA and remained close when he became the COO of JetBlue. Chu told Calusi he had found this new company, and he thought maybe they could work together to get control of it. Chu would be needing a board chairman and a fundraiser. Calusi listened intently as his friend ticked off the advantages of the deal. It was a new technology. It revolutionized ground maintenance time for big aircraft. There were possibilities in other industries as well. And as he listened, Calusi felt his whole being starting to stir. After all, he was only 82. "I just want to make one thing clear," he told Chu. "When we do it, you'll need to find someone else to be the CEO." This concludes the reading of Eccentric Orbits, The Iridium Story, by John Bloom. Copyright 2016 by John Bloom. This book was read by Donald Corrin. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Grove Atlantic Incorporated and was produced in 2016 by Blackstone Audio, Inc., which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audio, Inc. If you would like to obtain a monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you.